Chapter 801 Solar Storm. As the business negotiating team of Côte d'Azur, Blue Star Technology and Indochina reached a memorandum of understanding, a substantive consensus was formally reached thereafter, and the luggage packed and collected by the two companies was also put down again. The third brother is kindly invited, so stay. In the next week, a new round of work was quickly launched. All employees who took a month off paid leave were all recalled and returned to work one after another. For this group of employees, it was a good month. As for the other local employees who were fired, the two companies did not take the initiative to contact them. They also wanted to save face. They were a little bit arrogant. Anyway, there is no shortage of employees in non-core positions in the local area, and they will never take the initiative to contact them. However, if they apply again, they will be recruited again. After all, the work experience is there, which will have certain benefits for the subsequent resumption of operations in the subcontinent market. The first to restore is cloud computing and data analysis services, and the second is to wait for the social network platform to usher in a major update, and local users can log in and use it normally without overturning the wall. In just 1 week, the two companies, Blue Star Technology and Côte d'Azur, allowed their major basic services to be the first to operate in the subcontinent market. They were replaced by other manufacturers, such as European and American companies, and they were shut down. It takes 3 or 2 months to restore basic service supply and demand every month. Construction is always more time-consuming than destruction, but the Blue Coast and Blue Star Technology once again showed the world what the speed of China is. In fact, the recovery is so fast. Another reason that cannot be ignored is that the two companies did not really plan to leave at all. Otherwise, even if Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast want to restore their basic operating conditions, it will take 10 days. Half a month. After the two parties reached a settlement, the two companies only need to spend about 10 more days to fully resume operations in the subcontinent market, returning to the state more than a month ago. The local users were surprised to find that their data was not lost. In fact, Blue Star Technology Group helped them save it in the cloud data center long ago. However, if users want to get these data back, they have to pay a sum of money as an operation and management fee. Blue Star Technology also incurs costs for keeping these data. The electricity bills of the data center are all costs. It is reasonable and well-founded. The minimum payment fee starts at 100 rupees, and most ordinary users only need to pay 100 rupees, which is equivalent to about 10 yuan. Enterprise-level users are different, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands or even millions of rupees. How fragrant big data is. Blue Star Technology said that the second is that no one would say the first. This is the behavior of cutting leaks. Different users or customers charge differently, and they can be distributed and processed appropriately, depending on the data. Take differentiated charges. To put it simply, cut a little thinner and cut a little more fat. Doing data analysis services is originally Blue Star Technology Group's specialty. It is guaranteed that this profit can be harvested just right without making users or customers feel painful. Pay the money obediently. As a result, this wave of big data has brought huge profits of more than $1 billion to the company. Ordinary users don't pay much, and they don't have high awareness and attention to data, and they don't have the ability to realize it. If it's gone, it's gone, as long as the product can continue to be used. Those who pay more are undoubtedly enterprise-level customers. They need to rely on these valuable data to make money, especially some e-commerce customers. As for the operating cost of data, it was less than $100 million in the past month. The point is that even if the third brother didn't engage in this wave of sorrow operations a month ago, this part of the operating costs will be paid, which is a lot of money. But it will cost a few more money for things like this. It makes more than $1 billion in vain, which perfectly interprets the era of big data. Mastering the data means mastering the greatest wealth code. Technology complex building. Liu Sheng is no longer paying attention to external affairs. Recently, he has been working in his private laboratory, focusing on a mathematical model of the solar storm in 2023 inches. Compared with what is currently happening, Liu Sheng pays more attention to the impact of the 2023 super-solar storm on the Earth. The memory of the last life is still fresh. 2/3 of the entire Earth has been out of power for 5 months. Some countries that cannot cope with this large-scale cosmic natural disaster are directly driven into the Stone Age. All electrical equipment is completely scrapped and lived the life of a lighter candle. The country that operates Xiaxingfu can only be resigned to this level of natural disasters. Only when the Qifu operates and has strong mobilization capabilities can large countries respond to this level of cosmic disasters and minimize the damage. Seeing that 2023 is only 4 years away, Liu Sheng will naturally not sit idly by. This level of cosmic natural disasters must also be deployed early to avoid minimizing losses in the future. Xiona, import the indicators in file 3 into the model and continue the simulation. The data is being uploaded. Liu Sheng tilted his head to look at Toolren My paper number 18, and said, "Pour me a cup of tea." "Okay, please wait, master." Looking back at the information on the panel, Liu Sheng sighed to himself. "I hope this time to reduce the loss as much as possible. This year and the next 2 years of epidemic viruses will have to give you a wave of disasters and disasters. This level of disaster crisis hits all mankind. Liu Sheng's enterprises are all large-scale, and they will inevitably suffer huge economic losses. The bigger the size, the more severe the loss. If human countries do not handle it well, it may trigger a global economic depression. However, crises have their own turning points, and there are even greater opportunities and opportunities. It is worth mentioning that, in recent years, Star Arrow International, which is rarely seen in the front line, has developed rapidly, and it can even be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. With excellent technical background support, Star Arrow International has won a number of strategic cooperation with the National Space Administration, including the launch of the next 5-year plan for space science projects, including the Solar Polar Orbiting Telescope project and Magnetosphere Ionosphere Thermosphere Coupled Small Satellite Constellation Exploration project, X-ray Time Variation and Polarization Exploration Satellite project, Space Millimeter Wave VLBI Array project, Exo-Earth-like Planet Exploration Project, Advanced Space-Based Sun 7 key projects including the Observatory Program and the Global Hydrocycle Observation Satellite Program. For the long-term development strategy of space science, the Space Science Pilot Project has also deployed space science pre-research projects. At present, more than 100 projects have been selected, of which about 1/3 of Star Arrow International will participate, and most of them are key plans. The model that is evolving at the moment, a large number of important data indicators are derived from the data information returned by the XOS Solar Observer. As early as March 20 last year, the XOS Solar Observer was successfully launched into space through Star Arrow International's heavy-duty recoverable rocket. It was officially put into use in February this year. The service period was tentatively set to 7 years. The purpose of this observer is to describe the impact of the Sun on the Earth, by measuring the energy changes of solar radiation to better simulate and predict the impact on the Earth. And one of the key points is to pay attention to the impact of solar storms on the Earth for scientific assessment jobs. The organization that operates this observer is the National Academy of Space Technology, but Star Arrow International has the right to share data. Naturally, Liu Sheng can also get the valuable data returned by XOS for analysis. Chapter 802 I have 10% certainty Ps. I was also drunk. The number of second age, second and third was forcibly changed to 2123 by the system. Now it is also changed to a homophone. Both Arabic numbers and Chinese characters can't be typed so I just add 100 to you. Is this what? Sensitive numbers don't make it. It's really bad news. A solar storm occurs when radioactive radiation explodes on the surface of the sun and charged particles explode at a speed of millions of kilometers per hour. A sufficiently strong radiation explosion will affect more than half of the world's radio communications. In addition, when the coronal mass ejection from the sun is strong enough to directly sweep the Earth, it can easily destroy the grid facilities on the surface, including in space. Protected satellite. The Carrington superstorm in 1859 caused serious damage to the telegraph system at that time, but in the era of the steam engine, it had little impact on human daily life. But if we encounter such a strong supersolar storm in today's modern society, the consequences will be disastrous and will inevitably bring a heavy blow to the global economy. The most famous case occurred in Canada in 1989, when a high-energy solar storm overloaded the Quebec power grid, causing more than 6 million people in Canada and the eastern part of the magnesium country to lose power. The Toronto Stock Exchange stopped trading because the solar storm caused all electronic equipment to be burned. This incident scared many people. After that, ESA and NA jointly established the Solar Storm Early Warning Satellite SOHO. Obviously, if a solar storm occurs, the major powers can definitely predict it in advance. Master, the result of the simulation evolution has come out. After waiting for a while, Xiona's response came. Luo Sheng put the teacup aside, tapped a few lightly on the keyboard, and stared at the information on the panel. After reading the results, Luo Sheng said, "Contact Academician Yang of the Academy of Space Sciences. I want to start a video call with him." Cortana, the communication request has been established. For a moment, a window of reality popped up in front of Luo Sheng, and a man over 50 years old with glasses appeared on the screen, and he was a very smart man at the hairline. "It is Yang Dimao, the academician Yang described by Luo Sheng." "Mr. Luo, it's really surprising that you can come to the door on your own initiative. This is the first time." Yang Dimao smiled. Luo Sheng connected the signal and went straight to the question. "Professor Yang, what do you think about the solar activity in 4 years' time?" Yang Dimao was stunned, and curiously said, "You came here specifically for this matter? Wait, I will check the data." After a while, Yang Dimao looked at Luo Sheng in the video again and said, "The result of the data processing is equivalent to a tenth of the solar activity in the 2012 cycle." "What's wrong? Why do you care about this issue?" Luo Shengyan said concisely, "But the result I calculated is equivalent to twice the Carrington superstorm, at least twice." Yang Dimao didn't react for a while, and after a while he was shocked. "What? How is this possible?" Luo Sheng said, "Solar physics research involves the use of many instruments. Usually there are a lot of data in different space or ground observatories. Time lag and other factors increase the complexity and error. The Institute of Space Science should not have analysis and processing ability. I recently developed a new tool to process large amounts of data and improve future risk assessment. It can fill to 100,000 data sets at a time and train an evolutionary model that can identify signs of an upcoming outbreak." "Professor Yang, I posted it, give it to you." Yang Dimao nodded solemnly after tactically supporting the mirror. He believed that Luo Sheng would not come to scare him casually. This is not something that can be joked casually. After the model tool was passed, Yang Dimao immediately demonstrated it, and at the same time heard Luo Sheng's voice on the video screen again. This set of tools benefits from powerful AI assistance, linking solar wind driving factors with the level of the magnetic field around the Earth, and tracking their connection with solar storms to find anomalies in the data. The algorithm provides one for each set of data nodes. The anomaly score is currently able to collect data from more than 100 satellite missions and develop visualization capabilities for further research. After a pause, Luo Sheng added, "Simply put, it has been able to create a simulation of the solar phenomenon required for a supersolar storm like the Carrington event in 1859. We can obtain every data in the superstorm so as to effectively predict." At this time, Yang Dimao watched the evolution of the calculation simulation. He didn't say a word, but his expression became more and more serious. The solar flares erupted. The supergiant solar storm took the lead to destroy the high-altitude atmosphere of the Earth. Accompanied by the giant electromagnetic pulse, the communication between the satellite and the Earth was interrupted. The solar storm caused a violent current of electric ions. Satellites without special protection or other most of the man-made celestial bodies will be scrapped, and the satellites currently in orbit do not do much protection in this respect, which means that all of them will be finished. Communications on the ground will also be affected. But this is not the worst place. Yang Dimao continued to watch the evolution of the model and move forward. 24 hours later, the plasma cloud came to the Earth and collided with the magnetosphere, causing a severe geomagnetic storm. At this time, all flights must be terminated. The geomagnetic storm severely affected the grid transformers, followed by a global blackout. The lights will go out, the internet will be turned off, and the Dabai robot can no longer use the navigation system, but fortunately the image vision AI perception system can be used. But the premise it is Dabai who can escape this solar storm without being destroyed by electromagnetic pulses, and any equipment that needs electricity will be shut down. The electronically controlled urban water supply system in most modern cities will be paralyzed, toilets and sewage treatment systems will also stop working, and gradually become messy. Heating, air conditioning and cold storage will be paralyzed and malfunctioning. Perishable food and medicine will deteriorate. This leads to shortages of water and food, prices will skyrocket, urban life will be severely disrupted, air pumps will be offline, etc. At this moment, it is difficult for Yang Dimao to imagine, and it is difficult to predict how much loss of the power grid of billions of people who are hungry for electricity will bring to people's lives, and what consequences it will cause. At this moment, he is paying attention to a string of numbers in the simulation evolution that has soared crazily as the simulation time advances, which represents the economic loss caused by this solar storm, which exceeds $7.6892 trillion. This is still a direct economic loss. Mr. Luo, how reliable is your model? This is not a joke. It involves pre-disaster and post-disaster preparation and reconstruction work. This level of disaster is a major event to mobilize the power of the country. Once a misjudgment occurs, no one can afford this responsibility. Yang Dimao said very solemnly. At this moment, he really hopes that Luo Sheng is here to joke with him. If a solar storm does come, the biggest impact will be large-scale power outages, which will trigger a chain reaction. The power outages are as short as a few days and can be several months or even years. If a response plan is made in advance, shutting down some power plants will help. For the protection and reinforcement of substations, they are all counted on during post-disaster reconstruction. Without electricity, large machines cannot be operated. The efficiency and cost of post-disaster reconstruction will also soar, and vice versa. To complete the post-disaster reconstruction and restore people's lives to normal. But what if a wrong judgment is made? Who will be responsible for the losses? No one dares to bear this responsibility. I am 100% sure of this solar storm. If there is a misjudgment, I am willing to bear all the consequences. Luo Sheng replied very firmly. He is a person who has experienced this natural disaster, but the natural disaster did not involve mankind in the wasteland world where order has collapsed. At least a few major countries have recovered quickly, especially those with strong mobilization capabilities, and this time with an early warning. Luo Sheng has sufficient confidence to further reduce the loss. And there is more than 4 years of preparation time, which is not short. The reason why the previous life suffered heavy losses was the result of a misjudgment of the power of the flare. Fortunately, this cosmic natural disaster is not a 10-kilometer level asteroid hitting the Earth. If an asteroid hitting the Earth, with the current level of human technology, it will basically be hit into the Stone Age and enter a disorderly wasteland world. Yang Dimao heard Luo Sheng's exact reply, but his heart became even more serious. After a short silence, he said, You must call an emergency meeting immediately to discuss and write an emergency report and submit it as soon as possible. By the way, Mr. Luo, this matter who else knows? It's just you and me at the moment. Luo Sheng replied briefly and added, Professor Yang, remember to sign my name on the report materials submitted. Luo Sheng's name is also very important, and it will make the superiors pay more attention to it. And the signature also means taking responsibility. If it is really wrong, it will be held accountable. It's been a long time since I dug a new hole. I will dig a hole for the plot after 4 years. Chapter 803 Crazy increase in production. Without a word, the warning has been issued 4 years earlier, and Luo Sheng can only do this. How to deal with it depends on the decision-making level. However, he is not idle either. His industry still has to pay attention to, especially the entire semiconductor industry chain that was initially built with painstaking effort, and it has been paralyzed for a year or two before crying. Keeping one's own industry from the impact of natural disasters is already a great contribution. No matter how 4 years later, its companies will all become key players in post-disaster reconstruction. Early the next morning, Luo Sheng set off for Shenxing and went to the headquarters of Xunxin Electronics. The main purpose was to conduct research in major factories. At present, the production capacity of Xunxin Electronics is still lacking. It is very difficult to supply the chip foundry of Azure 5X. However, the third phase of the plant is being expanded and 2 production lines can be added by then, provided that the upstream cannot drop the chain. At this moment, the person who spoke was Liu Yixuan, the head of Xunxin Electronics. She accompanied Luo Sheng to inspect a plant of the company, accompanied by a group of management executives. Luo Sheng looked at the busy production line in front of him and said, it's not enough to just add 2 new production lines. Then expand a few new factories, add another 32 production lines, and expand the business scope to aerospace-grade chips and automobiles-grade chips. Industrial-grade chips and commercial-grade chips are all to be made. Liu Yixuan and other senior executives of Xunxin Electronics were stunned when he heard this. Luo Sheng retracted his gaze and glanced at everyone. He didn't care about their strange gaze, but added in a statement tone, it must be completed within a year, and after it is completed, it will be fully produced with the current process nodes. The larger the production capacity, the better. In short, it is. The chief technology officer of Xunxin Electronics, who was accompanying him, couldn't help but said, Mr. Luo, are you sure that this is not a joke? Where do we get so many customers? 2 years later, the process node will be advanced by 1 generation, and the chips produced will be sold. Of course, Luo Sheng smiled and said, you don't have to worry about these. I'm afraid that the supply will still be in short supply at that time. You just have to explode your production capacity. Even if you can't sell the overstocked inventory, it is my responsibility. You will not be held accountable. After the superstorm hits, let alone the current generation of craft nodes, even if it is 1 or 2 generations behind, as long as it is not burned, there will be countless people rushing to ask for it. At that time, the top priority of all countries in the world is to think about it. All methods are used to restore the economy as soon as possible, and there are no reasons for picking and choosing. The first and foremost urgent thing is to restore modern industrial manufacturing in order to restore the productivity before the natural disaster, and to restore the economy better and more efficiently. Chips are undoubtedly an indispensable part of the modern industrial system. It may be a set of large machinery and equipment. What is missing in operation is a small chip. Now that the big boss has said so, Liu Yixuan and others naturally have no objections, so they can increase their production crazy according to his requirements. After wandering around the production workshop a few times, Luo Sheng and others also left. After leaving the production department and changing the isolation clothes, they came to a conference room. Luo Sheng looked at Liu Yixuan and other core executives of Xunxin Electronics and emphasized, more warehouses must be built. and the produced chips must be sealed and managed properly. Several executives looked at each other. Is this a large-scale hoarding of chips? Mr. Luo, did you hear any noise? An executive at the scene couldn't help but ask. Is it going to? War is about to break out. War? As soon as these words came out, all the other people's complexions changed abruptly, thinking that Luo Sheng had never come to inspect. But today he ran directly to Xunxin Electronics silently, and the things he ordered were so strange. The so-called abnormal things must have demons. This kind of large-scale hoarding of high-tech components such as chips is obviously an emergency reserve made after industrial facilities have been destroyed and paralyzed. The more people think about it, the more terror they become. Luo Sheng shook his head and said, in order to prevent a major natural disaster, the trauma to mankind is much more serious than war. 4 years later, a super solar storm will strike the Earth. Most of the Earth's electronic equipment and electricity, the system will be completely paralyzed, and our task is to prepare for post-disaster reconstruction. When everyone heard of such terrifying destructive power, they couldn't help taking a breath. When everyone was shocked, Luo Sheng suddenly added solemnly, this matter is out of this conference room. You should know how to do it. I don't need to say too much about the importance of confidentiality. Don't let the blame go out of your mouth. Liu Yixuan and other core executives must know that a series of tasks have to be carried out by them, and concealing them will cause them to guess constantly. Just a few words and guesses are unusual. Everyone nodded silently. They are all elites. And some things are clear. Once this kind of thing is exposed in advance, when the natural disasters have not arrived, humans themselves will be messed up first. That is, natural disasters add to man-made disasters, and human nature is absolutely unable to withstand trials and temptations. They also know very well that now Luo Sheng directly tells them this kind of thing. His every action and every word and deed are absolutely incapable of hiding it, and he will definitely pass it to the relevant departments in the first place, saying things that shouldn't be said, and being jailed. It is light. Even before speaking, the person may be gone. But I also know that hiding in this position is definitely not going to escape, as long as you don't pretend and do things honestly. This is a big opportunity. It is a big opportunity for the company, and it is also a big opportunity for the individual. Luo Sheng did not go into too much detail on this issue. He believed that the people present knew the seriousness of the problem, and immediately said the topic. The construction of new factories and warehouses cannot be carried out in the traditional way, focusing on protecting electromagnetic pulses and costs. It's going to increase dramatically, and I'm going to have enough money. Liu Yixuan nodded silently, and immediately memorized Luo Sheng's instructions, and immediately said, there should be no shortage of funds. The funds raised by the company's landing on the Scitech Innovation Board in July can be used. Another executive said, Mr. Luo, Xunxin Electronics is okay, but the upstream supply chain cannot be dropped. Luo Sheng said calmly, you don't have to worry about the supply chain. I will arrange it clearly when that happens. It is enough to have a big boss as a guarantee, and the rest is to do your own thing. You are reading www.uyukanishu.com. The things to be ordered are basically the same. Next, Luo Sheng will get other manufacturers to go on a trip. This matter is of great importance, and important core supply chain links have to be arranged by himself. At this time, Luo Sheng emphasized again, by the way, it is not surprising that the country will send people to Xunxin Electronics to place orders for large-scale chip purchases as a strategic reserve resource. We cannot make profits from these orders. Anything used for public service facilities, we don't make a penny on the purchase order, as long as we protect the principal without losing money. Our profits are mainly from overseas. Senior executives such as Liu Yixuan are all connected, and some money cannot be made randomly. The real storm is coming. The huge international market is full of gold. I am afraid that the newly built 32 production lines will be in short supply. It is a disaster for others and a big historical opportunity for ourselves. Luo Sheng continued, once a storm hits, All aspects of post-disaster reconstruction will require money. If necessary, we have to donate some funds or materials to demonstrate the social responsibility of large enterprises. The national budget is definitely not enough. It is not enough. In the end, Xunxin Electronics will definitely have a large amount of accounts receivable from national purchase orders. It may be normal to delay for 5 or 8 years. Capital flow must be prepared in advance. Liu Yixuan looked at Luo Sheng and asked, since we can't rush to urge the state to make payments, and we must ensure a safe line of capital turnover, we can only raise funds. Do we need to raise funds in advance from the market to make arrangements? Luo Sheng nodded decisively and said, well, I agree, but don't be too eager to raise funds. Next year or the next year, by the way, make the performance better and then raise funds in the stock market. After the general instructions were completed, Luo Sheng left Xunxin Electronics, and then had to go to other companies. Chapter 804 Sweeping chips and selling US dollars plan. In fact, as long as you prepare in advance and the country's mobilization capabilities are strong enough, the super solar storm is not that terrible. The terrible thing is that it comes suddenly and unprepared. But this kind of thing cannot be announced to the public in advance, otherwise human beings will be in chaos before the natural disaster falls. So they can only silently mobilize and prepare. Electromagnetic pulses, especially high-power microwave electromagnetic pulses, mainly destroy electronic systems through pulse energy radiation, destroying electronic components, integrated circuits, circuit boards, etc. in the system. Electromagnetic pulse has a unique propagation mechanism and penetrating ability. For example, it enters through the antenna of communication equipment to damage the receiving device. It can also reach the guest in the cavity through slits, holes, and windows to generate standing waves, causing damage to the components. A thorough cable and equipment connection will generate induced currents, which will cause damage to the components when they reach the components through the lines. However, electromagnetic pulses are not unprotected. Good grounding, shielding and filtering can all play a protective role. Grounding is to connect the metal shell, iron pipe skin, high-frequency electronic equipment signal, etc. of the equipment to the same grounding device. Intuitively, it is connected to the earth through the correct method and way, thereby effectively suppressing the electromagnetic wave caused to the electronic equipment. To avoid interference and damage caused by excessive electric charge accumulation and discharge, shielding is to isolate sensitive electronic equipment and its systems from the electromagnetic pulse radiation environment in space, so as to prevent external electromagnetic pulse radiation from entering electronic equipment or systems. This is the most typical application in modern warships with 3 defenses. A modern warship can be regarded as an independent Faraday cage. All cables and access holes of electronic equipment should be blocked with electromagnetic wave-absorbing materials. For important equipment, a shelter with good electromagnetic shielding performance can also be used, which is simple and easy to implement, low in cost, and good in protection. Filtering can filter out a certain specified frequency in the signal, thereby suppressing and preventing electromagnetic pulse interference from entering electronic equipment or systems. The radiant energy of electromagnetic pulse is very large. Various filtering devices are added at the power inlet of equipment or system. Such devices can be composed of passive or active devices. The swarm drone uses filtering to solve the problem of anti-electromagnetic pulse. In general, with the existing technical conditions and level of mankind, there is no technical problem in protecting electromagnetic pulses. The Côte d'Azur laboratory has worked hard to protect electromagnetic pulses at the beginning of its construction, otherwise the headquarters will be built at a high price. The cost is for nothing, including Luo Sheng's Science and Technology Complex. There is no problem in protecting against the supersolar storm 4 years later. It is only necessary to shut down all facilities and seal them up a week before the superstorm strikes, and then open the seal after the electromagnetic pulse strikes to be able to operate normally. In the coming days, Luo Sheng rushed to major supply chain manufacturers to increase production plans in the semiconductor industry chain. To realize the strategic reserve of integrated circuit chips, it is necessary to get through the packaging and testing from the top to the raw materials and down to the foundry. At this time, the control over the upstream and downstream core supply chain manufacturers has played a key role. Normally, Luo Sheng doesn't care about it at all, but at this time, they can't make a big mistake. At this point of view, it is valid and invalid. The sooner you prepare to produce an extra chip, the more it will help to restore the economy and industrial production after the disaster, and the loss will be less. October 27, Luo Sheng's private office, Science and Technology Complex. After 10 days of rushing layout, the integrated circuit field is finally arranged. Luo Sheng cannot guarantee the other industries, but he is confident in the chip field to ensure that the country does not have to worry about the availability of cores after 4 years. Not only can it meet domestic reconstruction needs, but it can also squeeze most of its production capacity to supply overseas. At this time, at about 1600 hours in the afternoon, Zheng Si, Luo Sheng and Qin Weimu were sitting in the living room. Solar storm. After hearing Luo Sheng's simple description, Qin Weimu looked at him with surprise. The latter nodded and smiled. With your business sense, I should know what I think. Hearing this, Qin Weimu put away his surprised expression, and said thoughtfully, whether it is good news or bad news, as long as you know the news in advance, you can make a profit. If this level really happens, for the global natural disasters, there are too many places to make money. I really haven't guessed what you think. Indeed, hoarding anything can make money, whether it is food or electronic equipment that can be used normally, it can make a lot of money. Luo Sheng didn't mean anything, and said directly, of course it's the chip. You can open the way with money through family funds and Shengfeng Capital as soon as possible, whether private equity funds or leather bag companies. In short, in the next 3 years, big large-scale semiconductor manufacturers around the world scan their goods. No matter what type of chip, they can buy as much as they can supply. Don't buy the latest generation, buy the lagging generation, so that those manufacturers dare to ship on a large scale. These chips are purchased from foreigners, and then they will still have to be sold to foreigners, and they will have to beg for them if they are a generation behind. The importance of chips, or integrated circuits, in today's information society is unquestionable. The life, work, and entertainment of every ordinary person in modern society, as well as the production and operation of every company, are firmly bound to various chips in various electronic products. It is no exaggeration to say that the chip is the cornerstone of modern human civilization. Without the chip, many devices that represent advanced productivity cannot operate, which means a great retrogression in civilization. Which country is the most complete, sophisticated, and most sophisticated chip industry chain can have absolute power, because it can completely lock up the economic and technological development space of chip importing countries by cutting supply and restricting exports. As described in the science fiction novel Three Body, the Trisolaran can use Soften to lock down the basic science of mankind. After the superstorm, whoever is the most complete, most sophisticated off-shelf chips will be able to grasp the economic and technological development space of the country in need. Post-disaster reconstruction depends on human hands and large-scale industrial equipment and machines. That efficiency is a difference, a gap between days. Qin Weimer was puzzled. Didn't ESA and NASA find out? This is a very critical question. If Europeans and Americans are aware of this superstorm, they will definitely hoard key strategic reserves for post-disaster reconstruction. Semiconductor chips must also be important materials. Where else will they be sold to you? Luo Sheng smiled and said, NASA and ESA have not yet realized the seriousness, thinking that the solar flare activity in 4 years will be worse than the previous cycle. Obviously, it is impossible for Luo Sheng to tell Europeans and Americans stupidly. Maybe kindly remind them, on the other hand, you have bad intentions and bad people are not so good. Luo Sheng added, This solar storm will accelerate the collapse of the dollar hegemony, and it will take 5 years to 10 years. Our family fund holds trillions of US debts to be disposed of as soon as possible in the next few years. How to reallocate these assets is your strong point. You can handle it, I don't worry. You read. In a few years, the US dollar will not be said to be a pile of waste paper, but it will certainly not be the currency recognized by the world as it is today. It is absolutely unwise to continue holding several trillion US dollars. Qin Weimer said irritably, "You said 3 consecutive words with ease." Shengfeng Capital and the family fund combined hold 7 trillion US dollars. You let me throw them all within 3 or 4 years. Who will take this offer? We are now the largest creditor in North America. If we sell US dollars on such a large scale, other investors will panic and sell following the trend, and the world economy will be in disorder in advance. There are big difficulties as well. If the scale is only tens of billions, it is not a problem at all. But this is a scale of several trillion, and there is a halo blessing of the name Luo Sheng. Everyone is watching your every move. Luo Sheng shrugged and said, "Let's take a step and take a step. Maybe God will give you a chance, such as a black swan incident." Qin Weimer rolled his eyes, speaking lightly. Luo Sheng smiled and didn't speak, but silently replied in his heart, "Speak lightly, and do lighter." A few months later, a virus outbreak in the United States swept across Europe and the United States, causing severe damage to the global economy. The US dollar is not only the world's largest savings currency, but also the world's dominant currency. For global investors, the security of other assets is far less secure than that of the US dollar, so everyone has started rushing to grab the US dollar frantically, causing the US dollar price to continue to rise, and the market has seen a lot of dollar shortages. This is a great opportunity for shipping. Global investors are dumping other assets to buy US dollars as a hedge. This is a godsend opportunity. In this environment where all of them are madly grabbing US dollars, even an additional $7 trillion can still be shipped. Can't someone accept the offer? Chapter 805 20 trillion yuan for prevention funding. Qin Weimer, who was sitting aside, asked him simply and clearly, "How much do you plan to purchase?" Luo Sheng didn't hesitate to say, "What else?" "Of course. The more the better." When the solar storm hits 4 years later, it will become the world's largest integrated circuit provider, and they are all ready-made products, and they can be picked up immediately after paying the money. Just imagine that most of the Earth's electronic components and equipment are paralyzed. It is unimaginable how big it is. At that time, it is equivalent to controlling the economic lifeline and technological development of the demanding country, and it will definitely be offered as an ancestor. Robbery? Start a war? Then you have to have this ability. Industrial facilities and the economy have not been restored, and the ability to start wars. Whoever recovers first is qualified to start a war. And Luo Sheng knew that his country would become the fastest recovering country in the world, and even the old United States would have to lie down for its deterrence. At that time, the times had really changed. By the way, this thing must be done secretly, and it cannot be exposed in advance. Our reputation is too high and we follow too many people. If we are discovered, it will be difficult to do it. Luo Sheng thought for a while and added, "At that time, I will arrange a few reliable staff for you to send. They can absolutely trust." "Well, I'm going to make preparations first." "The reliable subordinates you said had better be dispatched quickly." "I will let them report to you tomorrow." Qin Weimer got up immediately, did not stay too much, left the technology complex building and went to the headquarters of Shengfeng Capital. Can afford to be absolutely credible. There is no second kind of people besides the bionics. In the underground laboratory, the number 2 tool Human Sister Paper has been constantly producing bionics, and there are still more. A batch can be dispatched. Qin Weimer didn't know about the bionics, so it wasn't a big problem. Not long after Qin Weimer left, Xiona's voice responded in the living room, "Master, the high-level video conference will start in 10 minutes. Hearing this, Luo Sheng raised his spirits, and immediately asked a housekeeping maid to bring out a suit. "Put on this suit, and came to his private office. The next highly confidential video conference has extremely high specifications. Of course, it is not possible to wear shirts, and in this occasion, the discussion is still about the prevention of super solar storm disasters, and it would be improper to wear casually. 10 minutes passed in a flash. At this time, Liu Sheng was already sitting at his desk, with his hands and fingers interlaced and placed on the desktop naturally, and his eyes were also looking directly at the large high-definition screen on the wall in front of him. In a short while, the screen lights up and is divided into several subscreens arranged in an array. Each subscreen displays the words connecting. After a few seconds, all the subscreens have images one after another. An image of Academician Yang Mao of the Academy of Space Sciences also appeared on one of the screens. At this time, a voice of narration entered Liu Sheng's ears. The line check is complete, the communication channel is confirmed to be safe, and the meeting can be started. Liu Sheng paid attention to the images on the main screen, and today this meeting was presided over by this leader. Let us start. The leader looked at Liu Sheng directly and said, Comrade Liu Sheng's warning is timely. Our relevant scientists have repeatedly demonstrated after half a month's time to confirm that Comrade Liu Sheng's warning is correct. Yes, Academician Yang, let's talk briefly for everyone. Yang Dimao flipped through the manuscript on his desk, held up the frame and looked down at the material, saying, during this period of time, we have used more than 20 supercomputers for the data we have and the analysis tools provided by Mr. Liu. The calculations and simulations of stopping are close. The total number of times is close to 120,000, and the results obtained are all exactly the same. The simulation results tell us that the supersolar storm that erupted 4 years later is far more powerful than the Carrington superstorm in 1859, and will eject material about 20 times the volume of the Earth. According to the simulation results of the analysis tool provided by Mr. Liu, after these corona projectiles enter space, some of them will last for about half a month. When they reach the Earth, it will bring more than 50 trillion yuan in direct economic losses worldwide, and the indirect losses are incalculable. After Yang Mo's brief report was completed, the leaders participating in the meeting spoke again. The state attaches great importance to this natural disaster. It has been confirmed that a special fund of 20 trillion yuan has been allocated for the prevention of this natural disaster. By then, the large Natural Disaster Prevention Fund project will be established, and this fund will be put in place one after another, and will be used for pre-disaster prevention in the next 4 years. However, it is impossible to allocate this money in 1 year, and it is impossible for the country to spend so much money at once. Liu Sheng was surprised when he heard that the country was really decisive and abnormal on this issue, and the amount of anti-prevention funds was 5 trillion yuan more than the previous life. As for the extra 5 trillion yuan in defense funds, it is of course that the country is richer in this world. Since Liu Sheng started his business, the economic growth driven by his several companies has been quite eye-catching. This year's GDP is expected to reach $17.28 trillion, which is a full $2.9 trillion more than Liu Sheng's previous life, which is equivalent to one more Indonesia's GDP and a little more than this year's data in North America. At around $20 trillion, there is a loss of $1.5 trillion. The economic gap with the United States and Laos has been significantly shortened. In terms of economic aggregates alone, the two sides can be said to be in the same echelon. One is the first economy in the Eastern Hemisphere and the other is the first economy in the Western Hemisphere. This time the Prevention Fund was established in the name of the Natural Disaster Prevention Fund. This is wonderful. Although solar storms are very different from previous disasters, they are also a kind of natural disasters. It is not appropriate to disclose in this name. People will only think that this special fund is a national strategic consideration and is used for various natural disasters. For example, the South and the North will have different degrees of floods or droughts every year. The country's annual expenditure is not a small amount. Disaster relief is related to the safety of people's lives and property, and they basically support it. There is no doubt that 20 trillion is an astronomical number among astronomical numbers. This number also makes Luo Sheng more confident, and he smiles. As long as you are fully prepared, I believe that after the solar storm, our country must be the first country in the world to recover its economy. If it goes well, it will be able to restore basic social operations in 1 year. Then, after solving its own problems, full production and work will resume. Disaster reconstruction work in other countries will inevitably seek solutions from our country, and will welcome export orders that are in short supply. After the disaster, our country's economic scale will surely become the world's largest. This is a historical feat that has not been seen in a century. This was originally a bad thing, but Luo Sheng's saying that has become a good thing. The attendees could not help but show a faint smile of doubt. They have to say that from the standpoint of their own country, this is unprecedented in a century. This is a historical opportunity to surpass the West and return the center of the world to the East. In the end, the leader looked at Luo Sheng and said, "As for the chip, the country has given you this task. This is related to the top priority of modern industrial production and modern economic recovery, and it is extremely important to ensure the key to post-disaster reconstruction work. The equipment has cores available." Luo Sheng nodded and said, "Please rest assured for the integrated circuit. These days, I have already arranged the strategic reserve and production increase plans for aerospace-grade chips, automotive chips, industrial-grade chips, and commercial-grade chips. I can ensure that we can provide it to the country. A total of 45 billion pieces of low, medium and high-end chips. Despite the fact that 45 billion pieces are a huge number, chips can be used not only for mobile phones or computers. Almost all energized devices require chips. In fact, the number of domestic imported chips last year exceeded 300 billion, with an average of one around the dollar. The scale of 45 billion pieces compared to 300 billion pieces is equivalent to 15% of the current domestic annual import scale. However, the meanings of the two are completely different and cannot be generalized. These 45 billion pieces are used in emergency situations when the chip is extremely scarce. Used in key places, it is of inestimable significance for the recovery of the economy after the disaster and modern industrial production. This is where Luo Sheng dare to say that he can recover within a year. Chapter 806 Arrangement of Dabai Fund. After the meeting lasted for more than half an hour, the leader set the tone and went offline ahead of schedule. The next step was a professional discussion, and the results were discussed and submitted for approval. Luo Sheng is still attending the meeting. In this work of preventing solar storms, he is responsible for the high-tech sector, mainly the emergency supply of chips and radio communications. As for other things such as food supply, the problem is the work of other people or related departments. Fortunately, a solar storm is a natural disaster that only cuts off your food supplies and only loses property, and does not threaten the lives of the people on a large scale. If an asteroid hits the Earth, it will really be over, Yang Dimao said. Another participant couldn't help but vomit. I said, Lao Yang, you can stop Crow's mouth. It makes people panic. Other people couldn't help but smiled lowly. It was so easy to a large extent that this disaster was just a loss of money and not harm, and the property could be earned back after it was gone. If people are gone, everything is really gone. After a while, someone went on to say, although this natural disaster will not harm people's lives, the man-made disasters that may be caused by this natural disaster must be mainly prevented. Everyone also nodded and agreed. Indeed, sometimes the tragedies caused by man-made disasters are far better than natural disasters. Preventing man-made disasters is the top priority of this task. But this is what the state machine should do. The three key points of the prevention work this time are food, communications, and security. These 3 points are basic guarantees and there must be no problems. When the solar storm hits, it will inevitably trigger a global blackout. Without electricity, The daily lives of residents living in cities will be seriously affected. Refrigerated foods such as seafood and meat will quickly deteriorate. Power outages will also lead to water cuts, which will cause the city's sewage system to become paralyzed. Eating and drinking lazarus will become a major problem for urban residents. A participant said, "It is necessary to guide the people in the cities to the countryside as much as possible before the solar storm." Fortunately, most people living in cities in our country have a 3-acre land in their hometown. Food and drink in rural areas can be guaranteed, but the quality of life will decline. But it is already rare. After the solar wind hits, it will definitely do more harm than good for too many people to stay in big cities. On the one hand, public security problems will increase, and on the other hand, food supply will also bring huge pressure. Transporting grain from various places to cities, or in this disaster situation, the cost will also rise sharply. Fresh vegetables and meat will also be extremely short, and prices will soar, thereby increasing the cost of disaster relief. At this time, the advantages of the small peasant economy will be fully manifested. Coupled with the Chinese people's talent for growing vegetables, there is no big problem with eating and drinking, and the country is also very sufficient in grain reserves, which can guarantee the country's 1.45 billion yuan food rations for the population for 2.5 years. That is, without any food output in 2.5 years, can ensure that the people across the country will not be hungry. There was no major problem with the food supply during the disaster. Normal operation had already been restored in 2.5 years. Everything came from being prepared and from sticking to the red line of cultivated land. But it may not be necessary in other countries. Food shortages are likely to cause large-scale riots and man-made disasters. However, at that time, other people's affairs can't be managed, and you can manage yourself. Only by solving your own problems can it be better. Good to help others. Of course, free assistance is limited, and large-scale assistance can be provided with compensation. The security issue is also the focus, but this is not a big problem for the country. The biggest security issue has been solved by first solving the big problem of rations. Luo Sheng knows best that in dealing with such natural disasters, the great majority of Chinese people are far from self-discipline. Super foreigners know the importance of observing social order and not adding chaos to the country, and their awareness is not comparable to foreigners. On the contrary, foreign countries will suffer from food shortages and restlessness. Basically, the losses caused by man-made disasters are far greater than those caused by natural disasters. If not, the scene of PUBG Mobile Battle Royale may actually be staged. Finally, there is the communication problem. Human beings are social creatures. It is very necessary to ensure contact with the outside world. One is that people know the facts of the country's disaster relief efforts to further increase their sense of security, and it is extremely important to have confidence and hope for the future. And the most important thing is that sufficient communication resources are an important means to ensure the overall planning and coordination of the whole country. Otherwise, they will be headless flies, and it may be more than a failure. The meeting discussed the communication area. Luo Sheng, who didn't speak much, finally spoke. Once a solar storm hits, the first thing to suffer is the satellites in orbit. At present, the 4 major satellite navigation systems are under such super strong solar storms. It is difficult to survive. Most of the current satellites do not have protection against this level of solar wind. Star Arrow International will produce and reserve recyclable rockets on a large scale in the next 3 years. The Beidou satellite can be launched and returned to its place within 3 days. It will be the first to cover the entire Asia-Pacific region and achieve global coverage within 1 week. The premise is that the satellites must be prepared, and it is best to make a few backups. Although the success rate of Star Arrow International has reached 98%, there is always nothing wrong with preventing it. In the area of restoring satellite navigation and communications, Star Arrow International is not responsible for building the Beidou satellite, but only for the launch mission. At that time, only Star Arrow International's recoverable rockets can be launched at any time. without having to choose a launch window, and can be launched frequently with sufficient launch resources. After the navigation system is reset, it will be able to undertake meteorological satellites, launch of commercial satellites. Regarding the section that Liu Sheng is in charge of, the attendees present are very relieved that if he hadn't given early warning of this major disaster, he still thought it was just an ordinary solar flare event. This high-standard video conference lasted for about an hour and a half. Liu Sheng also chose to go offline, and some people were still discussing it. However, the following things did not have much to do with him, so naturally there was no need to pay too much attention. You can perform your own duties and do your own responsibility. After the video conference, Liu Sheng paid the most attention to the Dabai Fund, which has invested a huge cost in it. If it is destroyed by the solar storm 4 years later, the Dabai robots on the street are equivalent to even Liu Sheng would have to vomit blood if he walked for several trillion yuan. You should know that more than 85% of the large white robots currently walking on the street are leased by consumers, and there is no electromagnetic pulse protection for these large white robots. Paralyzed and damaged by the solar wind, consumers don't have to pay compensation for natural disasters. Only man-made losses will pay the bill. For consumers who purchase rental services, the biggest loss is that there is nothing left for all losses. The fund comes to the bottom. However, the problem is not big. Early preparation can avoid the occurrence of painful losses. As soon as the video conference was over, Liu Sheng notified the person in charge of the Dabai Fund and allocated a sum of funds to build some underground storage facilities with protection against electromagnetic pulse radiation in major cities across the country. Before the solar storm hits, all the Dabai robots that were rented out were recalled and sealed up, and after the storm subsided, the rental service was provided again. However, it is foreseeable that the storage will last for a long period of time, which may take about a year or a half. The storm hits and the global economy has been hit hard. The majority of people are struggling to cut their food and clothing. The economy will not recover and consumption will not go up. It is certain that they will not be able to rent out a few. Moreover, the power supply for reconstruction after the disaster is in short supply, and recovery will take time. The power supply must be used where it is most needed. Dabai robots, personal assistant butlers, must only appear when the economy is booming. Even if they are there during the disaster, they are not affordable for ordinary people. Chapter 807. So bad? How about a good and honest person? Another blow comes from the Blue Pure electric car. The high-energy electromagnetic pulse radiation produced by the solar storm is the natural enemy of all electronic devices, and pure electric cars are of course no exception. None of these cars have the ability to defend against electromagnetic pulse radiation. Civil vehicles or civilian electronic equipment will not do this because it will push up costs. Disasters such as solar storms are a small probability event. Although these cars have already been sold, even if they are completely destroyed by the solar storm, the Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company will not be as large as the Great White Fund, and will not pay for those cars. But insurance companies will go bankrupt as a result, and a large number of commercial insurance companies will be wiped out in this wave of solar storms. However, Liu Sheng can't ignore it. Although he won't lose money, if he doesn't care about anything, it will definitely deal a huge blow to the future of the Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company. The shadow of the solar storm will linger in the hearts of consumers. It was hard to reverse people's consumption concept of new energy vehicles, and once again planted the seeds of prejudice against pure electric vehicles. It will be difficult to sell products in the future, and it will take more effort and cost to rebuild consumer confidence. This morning, Ding Ping, who is in charge of the Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company, came to Liu Sheng's home. He was also one of the few people who knew about solar storms. In response to the storm problem 4 years later, the car is good enough to move, and the majority of car owners can drive the car to the underground electromagnetic pulse protection facility to close and seal it a week before the storm. Sitting in the meeting room, Ding Ping looked at Liu Sheng and added, But what about the immovable public charging pile? This investment is an astronomical figure of 1 trillion yuan. Luo Sheng pondered for a moment and said, loss is inevitable. Don't pursue zero loss. Try to minimize relative losses. All the core components in the charging pile should be unloaded and stored in a warehouse about a month before the storm. Ding Ping added, in that case, consumers may want to fry the pan. Luo Sheng smiled and said, there is no way. Just to fully upgrade the charging pile facilities, for the inconvenience caused by consumers' travel, use omnipotent topology, and by the way give some subsidies to calm consumers' emotions. It's a necessary loss and we must take the initiative to bear the loss. This is not a big problem. Consumers who don't have public charging piles still have charging piles in their homes, which means that charging is much slower. But it is not a big problem to meet basic travel needs. It is to calculate well when traveling. How far can the battery run in the first place? Car owners now don't have to worry about this problem at all, especially the fast-charging super public charging piles are everywhere in big cities. Blue Pure electric vehicles have been laying charging piles crazy over the years, just as sparse and common as parking spaces. These charging piles can be used not only for their own pure electric car brands, but also for other electric car brands that join the ecosystem. But the premise is to join the standard system created by the Blue Pure electric car. Other electric vehicle brands simply do not have the ability to build such a high standard, large-scale public infrastructure platform, and let them lay another public charging system. It is impossible to have the financial resources. At this time, Luo Sheng said, for the vehicles that have been sold, more than 95% of consumers have no professional skills and knowledge to prevent electromagnetic pulses, even if they know they do not have the economic strength and energy. Ordinary underground garages cannot be prevented. Electromagnetic pulses require professional storage facilities. Ding Ping said, do we pay for the construction? Luo Sheng shook his head and said, we can build, but it's not that we pay the money, nor are consumers paying for it. Ding Ping curiously asked, who will pay the bill? Luo Sheng said calmly, of course it is the insurance companies, but they can't be notified in advance. We can build the facilities and negotiate with those insurance companies when the storm comes. Hearing this, Ding Ping was slightly dull for a moment, then nodded silently after reacting, I know what to do. At this moment, Mr. Ding is calling for the insider to be an expert, and his immediate boss is indeed a master who will not suffer. The sunstorm is coming and a large wave of insurance companies will go bankrupt. Take the Blue Pure electric car as an example. Every car is insured. If this is killed by a wave of solar wind, all the insurance companies that guarantee it will be ruined. If Luo Sheng can keep these cars, it will be saved. The insurance company died. For the Blue Pure electric car, the consumer's car is saved, and the cost does not have to be paid by itself, and the insurance company will pay the bill. This move is a must to save the enemy. After going bankrupt and cutting a piece of meat, those insurance companies who choose this way will not hesitate to choose the latter. In this way, as long as the car can survive the catastrophe intact in the solar storm, consumers' prejudice against pure electric vehicles will not happen, but they feel that it is not dangerous, and even give the Blue Pure electric like the car. The big company really has the responsibility. All the benefits were taken, and the insurance company acting as the toolman cried out in the toilet. Mr. Ding secretly glanced at Luo Sheng and said, such a shameful loss. Is this a partner who has been evaluated as a kind partner by Hua? After the matter was told, Ding Ping did not stay with Luo Sheng for too long. After talking for a while, he left the science and technology complex and went back to the company to make arrangements. Luo Sheng also relaxed. Basically, everything that should be arranged has been arranged. The life at the moment has to continue. There are still 4 years away from the solar storm, and the days are still long. Not long after Ding Ping left, Luo Sheng went to the laboratory in the underground library, and asked the number 2 tool girl paper to wake up all the recent batch of bionics. They were all Western faces. Xiona arranged for him a human identity. After that, he sent out to Shengfeng Capital to find Qin Weimu to report. In the following days, there will be a large-scale sweeping of goods on a global scale. Went to major semiconductor manufacturers to place purchase orders. ST Microelectronics headquarters. In the reception room, a manager of the company looked at the man sitting opposite him after reading the information in his hand. Mr. Gross, take the liberty to ask, is your company established recently? Why have you never heard of it? He did not know that the man sitting in front of him was a bionic. Is there a problem? If your company can't meet our company's requirements, then don't waste time. After Gross said, he got up and left. The manager of ST Microelectronics looked anxious. He quickly got up and grabbed the person, then please go back and sit down with a smile, saying, of course it's okay. Of course it's okay. ST Microelectronics is the world's largest provider of dedicated analog chips and power conversion chips, the world's largest large industrial semiconductor and set-top box chip provider, leading the world in the field of automotive integrated circuits. Your company's vision is amazing. After finishing speaking, he secretly said, okay, you are partier and you are the uncle. Can't I provide for you? Gross. So, well, sign the order right away. How about it? Should be so happy cooperation for this company called Naros that didn't know where it came from. The purchase order contract of $4.5 billion just came up to you, and the advance payment was as high as $1.2 billion. This is an irresistible one. The contract, no matter where it came from or what it was for, it was real money, and the money could be paid as soon as the contract was signed. If this kind of order flew right in front of you, wouldn't it break your thigh? The semiconductor industry of China in the Eastern Hemisphere has sprung up, and competition in the industry will become increasingly fierce in the future. Such orders must not be lost. Chapter 808 Crazy Scanning. The time came in mid-November. It has been a month since the latest batch of bionics sent by Luo Sheng. During this period, the performance of the global semiconductor industry increased significantly compared with the same period last year. The most intuitive manifestation is in the stock market. The semiconductor sector has started a major upsurge since mid to late October. The world's leading semiconductor manufacturers such as Intel, Samsung, SK Hynix, Micron, Toshiba, etc. have risen continuously, and the domestic listed semiconductor manufacturers have also risen continuously. The most typical example is the Science and Technology Innovation Board that has just launched. The most beautiful boy of bigger since mid to late October. The Scitech Innovation Board is currently divided into half of the pharmaceutical and medical device industry and the electronic semiconductor industry. Leading semiconductor stocks with new potential such as Xunxin Electronics, Reebok Technology, and Zhonghuai Technology have set off a continuous upward trend. Even the motherboard Zheoi Innovation, the second-tier leading stocks that have fallen out of favor, have continued to rise sharply with the entire sector. From the past month to now, as long as you buy semiconductor stocks, you can't lose money. No matter the first-tier leader, the second-tier leader, or even the third-tier players can make money. Such a hot market in the semiconductor sector has attracted the attention of countless funds, and the market has begun to shout that the semiconductor bull market is coming. At present, the semiconductor bull market is indeed coming, and it is an unusual mad bull. In the past month, this big market started on October 22nd, and 3 consecutive big yang lines rose directly to show their respect. Domestic investors jokingly called the Three Flowers Gathering, which continued after a day of correction. The volume rose sharply, and this time it directly rose with 9 consecutive sun lines, which was dubbed by retail investors as the 9-sun magic technique. After 2 days of callback, it staged a 5 consecutive rise again, which was called the 5 Chike Oyang. The whole market sentiment is that if you don't buy the target of the semiconductor industry, it will be a joke to buy the target of the liquor consumption industry. In November, stockholders all exclaimed that semiconductors are going crazy, as long as they buy it. they will make money. All big V and investment professionals are analyzing the reasons for the start of the semiconductor bull market, and it took off almost without warning. The media are also racing to report, and the truth seems to have surfaced soon. There are successive media reports on the relevant news disclosed by the world's top 10 semiconductor manufacturers, and some listed companies have also disclosed significant increases in their performance in the second half of the year. A third-party data analysis service company also issued a research report data report, naming major semiconductor manufacturers such as ST Microelectronics, SK Hynix, Renesas, Micron, and Qualcomm, which received large-scale order contracts at about the same time. The output value of the global semiconductor industry in October this year has skyrocketed by 30% year-on-year, and less than half a month into November has not only exceeded the output value of the same period in November last year, but also increased by 50%. This trend may continue. It will soar by about 180% in November. Whether it is the media, companies, or some intelligence agencies, they are investigating the origin of these buyers to find out the truth. But no matter what the truth is, it is a major benefit for the global semiconductor industry. The major semiconductor manufacturers are as happy as they have received a pie falling from the sky. Regardless of it, you can't go wrong if you pay genuine banknotes on the order contract. Therefore, as long as these customers place orders and dare to give money, those global semiconductor manufacturers will dare to take over the work and work hard to meet customer supply needs. If you have money and don't make a bastard, what is more important than keeping profits running? Technology complex building. So far, a total purchase contract of $221.8 billion has been signed. According to your request of $1.5 trillion, 15% has been completed. Qin Weimu, who is sitting opposite Luo Sheng, said concisely. She did not disclose to the outside world, and she also personally reported the progress to Luo Sheng. Yes, another $100 billion order will be enough this year, and the rest will be done in the next 2 years. Luo Sheng said with satisfaction. After this wave of operations, the annual output value of the global semiconductor industry chain in 2019 will be pushed forward. It reached a scale of over $700 billion, only $480 billion last year. It is equivalent to an increase of 45.8% in the entire industry, which is simply a crazy rhythm. No wonder the stock market is so hot. The rise in the stock prices of listed semiconductor companies is really overwhelming and impossible. Qin Weimu was a little worried and said, "Is the people you sent to me reliable?" Such a large-scale purchase is difficult to avoid being noticed, and it will definitely cause some intelligence agencies to secretly investigate what the buyer behind it is. Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, those people are absolutely loyal and reliable. As far as the movement is too big, it will be great. Anyway, what's wrong with me hoarding chips? There is no law that prohibits hoarding chips. As long as it is not found, I just need to be the buyer behind." I have to say that Luo Sheng's name is too big, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. The current situation is that many people are in a state of confusion, including those semiconductor manufacturers who have taken orders. There are still people hoarding chips on a large scale this year. Don't you know that the semiconductor industry will double its performance every 2 years? Do you understand Moore's law? These customers who purchase chips have also been investigated by major semiconductor manufacturers. They are all leather bag companies, or companies that have just been merged and reorganized by capital, and then they place orders. The CIA is also constantly investigating who the capital behind this is. The first suspect was Luo Sheng, who suspected that he was doing something, but there was no evidence. Still untenable. Even if Luo Sheng is doing things, there must be enough motivation and reason. Hoarding integrated circuit chips, brain-twitched, right? Moreover, Luo Sheng himself is engaged in the entire semiconductor industry chain. There is no reason. Those who suspect him do not know the CIA. Many agencies and people under investigation have listed Luo Sheng as the key suspect. There is no way, Who makes Luo Sheng too good at doing things? And one is bigger than one. Now this matter is obviously not something that ordinary people can promote. All that can be investigated is to stare at the changes in Luo Sheng's assets. However, investigating the changes in his assets will find that it is impossible to find out at all, because the total size of the asset allocation of Shengfeng Capital and the Luo Sheng Family Fund is too large, has maintained more than 12,000 for many years. Hundreds of millions of dollars of hot money are trading in the global financial market, which is another pool. It can only be suspected that Luo Sheng is doing things, but it is not enough to find sufficient evidence to prove that he is doing things. Qin Weimar said, "What I am most worried about is that the purchased chips will not be shipped back if they are sealed in foreign countries. If the storm hits, Europeans and Americans will be in trouble if they are gangsters." The current series of procurement arrangements are carried out in the name of a foreign company. If it is shipped back to the country, even if you don't know what you are doing, Laum will definitely use the export control regulations to prevent you from going, but expose some strategies. Intention. Therefore, it cannot be shipped back and can only be sealed abroad. Luo Sheng didn't worry about it at all, and calmly said, "For nothing? What's a joke? I didn't plan to ship it back to China at all. I originally sold it to them." You're afraid that they will rob you, don't you forget. Is Horizon Security the card? If they dare to it out, I will threaten to bomb the warehouse. They all rely on the chips in my hand if they want to restore modern industrial operations on a large scale. Suddenly, Qin Weimar forgot that he still had this whole card. Luo Sheng had already told her about the Horizon Security Company when it sent funds to it. As a result, Europeans and Americans categorically dare not play hooligans and rob it. If it is really blown up, it may be no less than going on the road from the steam age to the information age. 10 years may not be able to restore modern industry. It also offended the Chinese people. At that time, China was definitely the strongest existence on the planet's surface, because whoever restored modern industrial capabilities first had the biggest and hardest fist. At that time, we still have to count on the Chinese people to help in disaster relief, so how dare you offend them? Chapter 809 Luo Sheng's current value. The current capital market is extremely hot, driven by the semiconductor bull market. The domestic semiconductor sector of Bigger has risen by 37.5% in the past month. The entire Science and Technology Board has also risen by 22%, and semiconductor component stocks are even more so. There has been a daily limit wave, and many stocks have doubled in just 1 month. It shows the madness of the market. And now the whole market sentiment has been stimulated. At this moment Luo Sheng sat on his desk and swivel chair, staring at the stock market trend chart on the display panel, and at this moment Xiona's voice responded. "Master, Zhong Yuanhong from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office has sent a communication request. Do you want to connect?" Zhong Yuanhong? When he called at this time, Luo Sheng thought about it and guessed the purpose of the call, and immediately said, "After the channel is encrypted, take it again." After a while, Zhong Yuanhong's voice reached Luo Sheng's ears. "Brother Luo, is communication safe?" "Don't worry, Director Zhong, I have already encrypted it. If you have any important things, you may as well say it straight." Luo Sheng smiled. Zhong Yuanhong won't doubt Luo Sheng's technology. As long as he says it's okay. After all, he is the first person in modern technology. After confirming that he is correct, he will go straight to the topic. "Brother Luo, I think you should know that I am calling this time." "What is the reason for you?" "The superior asked me to come over to confirm whether the current surge in orders in the global integrated circuit industry is yours." Europeans and Americans don't know. The outside market doesn't know. But anyone who knows about the solar storm can confirm that this is Luo Sheng's handwriting, only plain evidence. All Luo Sheng admits it face to face. "Yes, it is indeed my handwriting." "It is true to tell Director Zhong, my budget is 10 trillion yuan, or about $1.5 trillion US. In the next 3 years, I will sweep the stock and reserve chips." Luo Sheng is also blunt. "Tell these things without shame, because there is no need to hide them. 10 trillion? Dear, you guys really don't make a move. It's unusual to make a move. Zhong Yuanhong couldn't help but slap his lips when he heard this number. This is 10 trillion. The courage required is not comparable to ordinary people. At the end, Zhong Yuanhong asked, since you have done this, you should be sure that you will not be exposed. Luo Sheng smiled and replied, I will definitely not within 3 years, but I am definitely the first choice for the suspected label, and the other party is short of finding sufficient evidence. Zhong Yuanhong nodded and said, it's good if you have a score in your heart. Since you have made a move, the GJ team will not have to make another move. Luo Sheng smiled again. Shengfeng Capital also assumed half of this layout, and it can be regarded as an indirect shot by the national team. When he heard this, Zhong Yuanhong was satisfied, and he was able to make a perfect business relationship. Luo Sheng did not need to say anything to do things reasonably and properly. He waited for a word. Luo Sheng's extra statement also shows such a great advantage. He will not take it all alone, and he will also invite the GJ team to the table to share. Although Shengfeng Capital is not the GJ team, it has continued to inject capital and expand shares over the years. Already holds 32% of the equity of Shengfeng Capital and has become the largest shareholder. Luo Sheng is the second largest shareholder of the institution, but also the largest individual shareholder. The current shareholding structure of Shengfeng Capital is that the GJ team holds 32% of the equity as the largest shareholder, and Luo Sheng holds 19.8% of the equity as the second largest shareholder, and is also the actual controller of Shengfeng Capital, with absolute control, and the only individual who holds more than 0.5% of the shares in the institution. Except for Luo Sheng, there is no second individual whose shareholding ratio exceeds 0.5%, because holding 0.5% of the shares means more than tens of billions of dollars in worth. As the largest asset management company in the world today, Shengfeng Capital's internal equity structure is quite complicated, and foreign capital also accounts for a large proportion. After the last fundraising for the world, all foreign capital is occupied by Shengfeng Capital. The 33.5% equity ratio, including Wall Street Capital and European Capital, has invested in Shengfeng Capital. The remaining proportion is some domestic capital institutions. To this day, there are still countless funds squeezed out and want to enter Shengfeng Capital. Even if the entry barrier is extremely high, there is still a lot of money to get in the car. It's really just making money. It's a pity that there is no chance to get on the car anymore. Even Shengfeng Capital does not know how to allocate so much funds. It is a heavy burden. If you move a little bit more, the global economy will have to follow fluctuations. It is true, not moving. When you do things, don't worry about it. I believe you can solve it. If there are problems that you can't solve, please report to them. Don't get bored. Zhong Yuanhong said on the other end of the communicator. It really can't be solved. You don't need to say that. I will report it too. Luo Sheng smiled. Okay then. Zhong Yuanhong greeted a few words on the phone and ended the communication. Luo Sheng turned to say, Xiaona, sort it out and report it to me. How much am I worth now? Xiaona, please wait. For so many years, Luo Sheng has not paid attention to his specific worth since he became the richest man in the world. Anyway, he knew that he was definitely the richest person on the planet so far. But in the end, how rich he is, he really can't say a rough figure. After a while, the big screen on the wall in the private office started to list items of data. Luo Sheng looked at the most eye-catching fan-shaped statistical graph on the panel, and Xiona's voice responded one by one again. At present, your main asset weight allocation comes from the 4 major institutions of Blue Coast Group, Blue Star Technology Group, Shengfeng Capital and Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company. The current market value of Azure Pure Electric Vehicle is 12.8 trillion yuan, and its total assets are 3.2 trillion yuan, or about $479.2 billion US. The total assets of Azure Coast are 11.76 trillion yuan, or about 1.76 trillion US dollars. The assets per share of the company and its solely owned subsidiaries are superimposed on the parent company's total assets of 2.92 trillion US dollars. Based on your 30% stake in the Côte d'Azur Group, your personal assets are 870 billion US dollars and your net assets are 550 billion US dollars. Is it more than 500 billion? Not bad. Luo Sheng is quite satisfied. These more than 500 billion are all real possessions, the net assets that have squeezed out all the bubbles, but this is only one of his many assets. Xiona continued. The current market of Blue Star Technology Group is 2.79 trillion US dollars. The total assets of its wholly owned subsidiaries and holding companies per share superimposed on the parent company's total assets are 2.08 trillion US dollars, and the total market value is 3.36 trillion US dollars. Holds a 24% stake in Blue Star Technology, with a nominal value of 806.4 billion US dollars. This 800 billion is a bubble. The capital market has given Blue Star Technology a premium. It would be very good that 500 billion can be squeezed out of the bubble. Luo Sheng asked, where is Shengfeng Capital? Xiona, the current asset scale of Shengfeng Capital is 8.39 trillion US dollars. Based on your 19.8% equity ratio, you have shared the proportion of assets of 1.76 trillion US dollars. So far, your total nominal value is 3.43 trillion US dollars. More than US dollars. The above is added because it is still in the process of crazy appreciation, and profits are continuously running upward every minute and every second. The market value of the semiconductor sector is currently soaring, which has driven the assets of Shengfeng Capital to rise. This is the result of the surge in the stock prices of potential leading companies listed on the Science and Technology Innovation Board. Hearing Xiona's report, Shengfeng Capital accounted for 1.76 trillion US dollars, which was almost the same as the assets of the Blue Coast Company. Luo Sheng couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Lama likes playing finance and capital operation so much. The profit is too exaggerated. However, it is worth mentioning that the Luo Sheng Family Fund established by Luo Sheng currently manages as much as 4 trillion US dollars in assets. The actual control of this asset is in his hands, but it does not belong in the nominal and legal sense. His personal assets. Luo Sheng never looked at the ownership of wealth. What he cares about is allocation rights. He personally owns only a fifth of the 8 trillion US dollars of Shengfeng Capital. But Luo Sheng said how to use and spend the $8 trillion. Forget it. The configuration right is the core thing, and it really doesn't matter who owns it. Looking at the assets list information on the screen, Luo Sheng said to himself, the funds for the ladder project are enough, and there is only a time to start the ladder project. Chapter 809 Luo Sheng's current value. The current capital market is extremely hot, driven by the semiconductor bull market. The domestic semiconductor sector of Bigger has risen by 37.5% in the past month. The entire Science and Technology Board has also risen by 22%. And semiconductor component stocks are even more so. There has been a daily limit wave, and many stocks have doubled in just 1 month. It shows the madness of the market, and now the whole market sentiment has been stimulated. At this moment Luo Sheng sat on his desk and swivel chair, staring at the stock market trend chart on the display panel, and at this moment Xiona's voice responded. Master, Zhong Yuanhong from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office has sent a communication request. Do you want to connect? Zhong Yuanhong? When he called at this time, Luo Sheng thought about it and guessed the purpose of the call, and immediately said, after the channel is encrypted, take it again. After a while, Zhong Yuanhong's voice reached Luo Sheng's ears. Brother Luo, is communication safe? Don't worry, Director Zhong, I have already encrypted it. If you have any important things, you may as well say it straight. Luo Sheng smiled. Zhong Yuanhong won't doubt Luo Sheng's technology. As long as he says it's okay. After all, He is the first person in modern technology. After confirming that he is correct, he will go straight to the topic. Brother Luo, I think you should know that I am calling this time. What is the reason for you? The superior asked me to come over to confirm whether the current surge in orders in the global integrated circuit industry is yours. Europeans and Americans don't know. The outside market doesn't know, but anyone who knows about the solar storm can confirm that this is Luo Sheng's handwriting, only plain evidence. All Luo Sheng admits it face-to-face. Yes, it is indeed my handwriting. It is true to tell Director Zong. My budget is 10 trillion yuan, or about $1.5 trillion US. In the next 3 years, I will sweep the stock and reserve chips. Luo Sheng is also blunt. Tell these things without shame, because there is no need to hide them. 10 trillion? Dear, you guys really don't make a move. It's unusual to make a move. Zong Yuanhong couldn't help but slap his lips when he heard this number. This is 10 trillion. The courage required is not comparable to ordinary people. At the end, Zong Yuanhong asked, since you have done this, you should be sure that you will not be exposed. Luo Sheng smiled and replied, I will definitely not within 3 years, but I am definitely the first choice for the suspected label, and the other party is short of finding sufficient evidence. Zong Yuanhong nodded and said, it's good if you have a score in your heart. Since you have made a move, the GJ team will not have to make another move. Luo Sheng smiled again. Shengfeng Capital also assumed half of this layout, and it can be regarded as an indirect shot by the national team. When he heard this, Zong Yuanhong was satisfied, and he was able to make a perfect business relationship. Luo Sheng did not need to say anything to do things reasonably and properly. He waited for a word. Luo Sheng's extra statement also shows such a great advantage. He will not take it all alone, and he will also invite the GJ team to the table to share. Although Shengfeng Capital is not the GJ team, it has continued to inject capital and expand shares over the years. Already holds 32% of the equity of Shengfeng Capital and has become the largest shareholder. Luo Sheng is the second largest shareholder of the institution, but also the largest individual shareholder. The current shareholding structure of Shengfeng Capital is that the GJ team holds 32% of the equity as the largest shareholder, and Luo Sheng holds 19.8% of the equity as the second largest shareholder, and is also the actual controller of Shengfeng Capital, with absolute control, and the only individual who holds more than 0.5% of the shares in the institution. Except for Luo Sheng, there is no second individual whose shareholding ratio exceeds 0.5%, because holding 0.5% of the shares means more than tens of billions of dollars in worth. As the largest asset management company in the world today, Shengfeng Capital's internal equity structure is quite complicated, and foreign capital also accounts for a large proportion. After the last fundraising for the world, all foreign capital is occupied by Shengfeng Capital. The 33.5% equity ratio, including Wall Street capital and European capital, has invested in Shengfeng Capital. The remaining proportion is some domestic capital institutions. To this day, there are still countless funds squeezed out and want to enter Shengfeng Capital. Even if the entry barrier is extremely high, there is still a lot of money to get in the car. It's really just making money. It's a pity that there is no chance to get on the car anymore. Even Shengfeng Capital does not know how to allocate so much funds. It is a heavy burden. If you move a little bit more, the global economy will have to follow fluctuations. It is true, not moving. When you do things, don't worry about it. I believe you can solve it. If there are problems that you can't solve, please report to them. Don't get bored. Zong Yuanhong said on the other end of the communicator. It really can't be solved. You don't need to say that. I will report it too. Luo Sheng smiled. Okay then. Zong Yuanhong greeted a few words on the phone and ended the communication. Luo Sheng turned to say, Xiaona, sort it out and report it to me. How much am I worth now? Xiaona, please wait. For so many years, Luo Sheng has not paid attention to his specific worth since he became the richest man in the world. Anyway, He knew that he was definitely the richest person on the planet so far. But in the end, how rich he is, he really can't say a rough figure. After a while, the big screen on the wall in the private office started to list items of data. Luo Sheng looked at the most eye-catching fan-shaped statistical graph on the panel, and Xiona's voice responded one by one again. At present, your main asset weight allocation comes from the four major institutions of Blue Coast Group, Blue Star Technology Group, Shengfeng Capital and Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company. The current market value of Azure Pure Electric Vehicle is 12.8 trillion yuan, and its total assets are 3.2 trillion yuan, or about $479.2 billion US. The total assets of Azure Coast are 11.76 trillion yuan, or about $1.76 trillion US. The assets per share of the company and its wholly owned subsidiaries are superimposed on the parent company's total assets of 2.92 trillion US. Based on your 30% stake in the Côte d'Azur Group, your personal assets are 870 billion US dollars and your net assets are 550 billion US dollars. Is it more than 500 billion? Not bad. Luo Sheng is quite satisfied. These more than 500 billion are all real possessions, the net assets that have squeezed out all the bubbles, but this is only one of his many assets. Xiona continued. The current market of Blue Star Technology Group is 2.79 trillion US dollars. The total assets of its wholly owned subsidiaries and holding companies per share are added to the parent company's total assets of 2.08 trillion US dollars, and the total market value is 3.36 trillion US dollars. Holds a 24% stake in Blue Star Technology, with a nominal value of 806.4 billion US dollars. This 800 billion is a bubble. The capital market has given Blue Star Technology a premium. It would be very good that 500 billion can be squeezed out of the bubble. Luo Sheng asked, where is Shengfeng Capital? Xiona, the current asset scale of Shengfeng Capital is 8.39 trillion US dollars. Based on your 19.8% equity ratio, you have shared the proportion of assets of 1.76 trillion US dollars. So far, your total nominal value is 3.43 trillion US dollars. More than US dollars. The above is added because it is still in the process of crazy appreciation, and profits are continuously running upward every minute and every second. The market value of the semiconductor sector is currently soaring, which has driven the assets of Shengfeng Capital to rise. This is the result of the surge in the stock prices of potential leading companies listed on the Science and Technology Innovation Board. Hearing Xiona's report, Shengfeng Capital accounted for 1.76 trillion US dollars, which was almost the same as the assets of the Blue Coast Company. Luo Sheng couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Lama likes playing finance and capital operations so much. The profit is too exaggerated. However, it is worth mentioning that the Luo Sheng family fund established by Luo Sheng currently manages as much as 4 trillion US dollars in assets. The actual control of this asset is in his hands, but it does not belong in the nominal and legal sense. His personal assets. Luo Sheng never looked at the ownership of wealth. What he cares about is allocation rights. He personally owns only a fifth of the 8 trillion US dollars of Shengfeng Capital. But Luo Sheng said how to use and spend the $8 trillion. Forget it. The configuration right is the core thing, and it really doesn't matter who owns it. Looking at the assets list information on the screen, Luo Sheng said to himself, the funds for the ladder project are enough, and there is only a time to start the ladder project. Chapter 810 The city's Zero Yuan Shopping Carnival. The funds for building the ladder are finally enough to start, but the timing is still immature. Such a huge project can only be started after the solar wind has passed. At this moment, the Black Swan incident is about to happen in North America, and the whole world will have to fight for a while. Luo Sheng estimated that thunder might explode at any time, and now he must have started the ladder project hastily. Xiona, Master, A video uploaded from North America and California is rapidly spreading on the BV Video website. Maybe you should pay attention. Is it coming? Luo Sheng immediately said, "Let the video come out and see." Xiona, please wait. But for a moment, the main screen of Luo Sheng's office jumped to the page, and a short video from the BV Video website popped up. It was less than 2 minutes long and was a video recorded by the user himself on his mobile phone. The upload time was shown 2 days ago, but the number of hits has exceeded 800,000. And there are thousands of comments. This is a video that must be mosaicked on a domestic video website. The video recorder is a young man. His upper body was photographed through a mirror. The picture is extremely scary. The skin on his body was fleshed as if it were burning, and some of it had begun to show signs of ulceration. The ulcerated skin was caught by his hands because it was really unbearable. He didn't know what kind of strange disease he had. After the video was played halfway through, another scene was edited. It was when he came to a small clinic in town. He filmed most people in the clinic just like him. According to his monologue, he originally wanted to go to the free medical channel, but he needed to make an appointment to line up, and the strange disease on his body had tortured him for 3 days, and he couldn't bear it. The one that should come is here after all. Luo Sheng sighed lightly, and immediately closed the video. An epidemic skin virus Sequoia that broke out in California finally broke out. Its name originated from the California Sequoia Park where it broke out, so it was named Sequoia. Of course, it has not been named now. When Luo Sheng saw the pictures in the clinic, he knew that the Sequoia virus had begun to spread in California. The virus is a filovirus. The incubation period is about 8 to 10 days. It is highly contagious. The main route is contact transmission. The infected person does not have any abnormalities during the incubation period. After the onset of the disease, the skin is itchy like burning. The skin seems to have been scalded by boiling water. At the end, it causes skin ulceration, which causes multiple infections and complications, and eventually chronic blood loss and death. Speaking of filovirus, one can't help but think of the name Ebola. Ebola virus that makes people herd is also a kind of filovirus. From a moral point of view, Luo Sheng should give early warning of this global pandemic of Sequoia virus. But once you do this, it will definitely be thankless, and will even cause major events. This hat is buckled and a javelin like the entire human public enemy is attached. Even Luo Sheng can't stand it. Each family cleans up the snow in front of the house, and cares about the nosebleeds of others. People infected with Sequoia virus, even if they get their life back, their appearance and skin will be irreversibly damaged, leading to widespread disfigurement. Basically, life is worse than death in this life. Luo Sheng knows that Dabai robots have an opportunity to pry into the international market. Sequoia virus is extremely contagious, but Dabai robots can cut off the source of infection and avoid spread during the treatment process. In addition to the Dabai robot, the artificial skin under the Life Science Foundation will usher in unprecedented opportunities. This kind of chemical composition that perfectly replicates biological characteristics and the texture of human skin can restore the original appearance of the disfigured, and it will inevitably become the hope of a new life for those infected with Sequoia virus. In the following days, Luo Sheng silently followed the situation of the Sequoia virus every day. At first, it did not attract much attention, but only 3 days later, the BV Video Network detonated attention, and California's Sequoia Park discovered that the title of zombie virus was pushed into a popular Google search term. There is indeed a zombie internal smell. Netizens in North America use Google or Blue Star Technologies social networking sites to repost it madly, detonating the entire network in just 1 day. And a large number of videos were uploaded on the BV Video Network. Some video uploaders went directly to the local Sequoia town to play a live broadcast. Among them, a video uploader from Liverpool flew all the way to California to shoot the video. These hot people are completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. On the day of November 30th, a hospital in Los Angeles received a patient with the same burning red skin with signs of ulceration. When the time came the next day, This hospital in Los Angeles received more than a dozen patients with the same symptoms. These patients had been diagnosed with the severe filovirus. I am afraid that all contacts have already been infected. I don't know how long the incubation period is. What are you talking about? Filovirus, Ebola or Marburg? No, it's a new variety, and it's very likely that it has spread in the city. God. This is the Los Angeles metropolis. I suggest that the whole hospital be isolated immediately and an emergency announcement should be issued. The next day, news of a sudden outbreak of skin diseases in Los Angeles dominated the headlines of major news websites. The pictures of infected persons were very scary. As time went on, more and more people were infected, and the whole Los Angeles everyone is in danger. The country responded quickly, but other countries and even other states in the United States did not even pay attention. 3 days later, a case also appeared in Europe, and a case also appeared in Seattle, North America. By December, the Sequoia virus blossomed in North America and Europe. At this time, all mankind was aware of the seriousness of the problem, but the best protection window had been missed. Technology Complex Building. Luo Sheng sat alone in the large living room, looking at the main screen of the living room. At the moment, the 13th exclusive news channel broadcasts the news footage, which is a report from Los Angeles. Nowadays, this world-renowned cosmopolitan city has been completely chaotic. Since 3 days ago, Los Angeles has officially entered the carnival event of $0 shopping in the city. Los Angeles in the news screen was in a mess. All the goods in the major supermarkets were looted, whether it was food, drink, or clothing. You didn't have to pay a penny. Whoever got it. This is the $0 shopping in the city campaign currently underway in Los Angeles. The duration is uncertain. The news screen also switched to the single flagship store of Côte d'Azur in Los Angeles. The company has 3 offline single flagship stores in this city, all of which are urgently closed. At this moment, the outside of the store has been smashed by the local crowd, and the ground is full of glass shards. One of the 3 local flagship stores of Ureed was smashed open by the crowd. The roaring shouts stimulated these people. His emotions and the violent tendency index have soared, as if it were a super big carnival. After the door was broken open, the crowd filed in, and then began to scramble to sweep goods frantically. Mobile phones, game consoles, tablets and other accessories on the display stand, as well as those who ran to the cashier to smash into cash. Grab what you saw, and there were also fights. The employees of the store were shivering, and they did not dare to stop it. This offline flagship store was not spared and was forced to join the carnival of $0 shopping in the city. After a round of sweeping, the entire store was in a mess, and even the 4K high-definition screen on the wall was removed. Seeing these news broadcasts, Luo Sheng couldn't help but twitched his elevation angle. At this moment, his mood only needs to be described in 2 words: speechless. It's not that he feels distressed that the shop was wiped out, and it lost several $1 million and died $10 million. This little money is nothing to him. However, it was really speechless. These people are not only savage, vividly showing the evil of human nature and disordered social formations, but they are also ridiculously stupid. At this moment, Luo Sheng was thinking, don't they understand that the smartphones, tablets, and game consoles in the store can be locked by the company? These high-tech products are not activated, and they are no different from a piece of scrap iron when they are taken back. They think they are ordinary traditional goods. Not only that, as long as they are not completely broken and the power is not consumed, they can be accurately located at that time. Recover. This is, Xiona's voice sounded. Master, Mr. Yao sent a video connection request. Come here. Chapter 811 Blood collapse. As soon as the video connection was connected, Yao Jianhong in the video said, Mr. Luo, a group of European customers called our company urgently today, hoping to provide a batch of Dabai robots as soon as possible. In addition, the previous divestment of Dabai's $1 trillion financing international capital from China also came to the door, and their finances suddenly became less nervous, and they could even be at the best $1 trillion. When talking about this, Yao Jianhong couldn't help but smile. All these international capitals are unprofitable and unpredictable. Now a sudden skin infection virus is pandemic worldwide. Smart Capital can see at a glance that the white robot is in the pandemic of this infectious disease. Business value in Dabai robots are afraid of digital viruses. But biological viruses are ineffective against robots. Robots can cut off the transmission chain of viruses. In this special situation nowadays, its unparalleled advantages and value are reflected. This transaction must be done, but the financing is enough. After passing the village, there is no such shop. If you want to know the robot, then buy it instead of leasing. Liu Sheng said. Go and those customers talk about specific cooperation. After Liu Sheng saw that his offline flagship store in Los Angeles was directly forced to participate in the $0 purchase and was robbed, Dabai's leasing business must never be launched abroad, at least not at this point. In case it is smashed, it will not be lost, and the rhythm of crying will not be found. It was night. Liu Sheng came to Qin Weima's home, and spent her today. The US stock market has collapsed. In the bedroom, Qin Weima was sitting with his back against the head of the bed, staring intently at the laptop in his hand, and the North American Dow Jones Index appeared on the display panel. 20 minutes before the US stock market opened, she had already opened the panel to pay attention. As a result, the US stocks gapped directly at the opening today and opened a 2.12% gap directly downward, and then continued to dive down. 5 minutes before the opening, the US stock market had fallen by 4.31%. In fact, Qin Weima has been staring at the North American market for a long time. The US stocks closed down the doji for the first 3 days, but it was more like a dead end. Today, he finally couldn't hold it and dived directly. The Dow Jones Index fell from 31,568.57 points yesterday to 30,207.96 now, directly down 1,360.6 points, and is about to fall below the 30,000 point integer mark. Qin Weima tilted his head to look at Liu Sheng and asked suspiciously, "Did you know in advance that this global pandemic virus will break out?" It's a coincidence to be able to follow the rhythm with such precision every time. Liu Sheng calmly said, "This kind of thing is only known to God. It can only be said that God is helping us. We deserve to win all the time. The shipping opportunity you want is not right now. The window has been opened." Qin Weima didn't have too much entanglement, just pure curiosity. He looked at the time-sharing chart of the Dow Jones Index again and said, "Whether you know it in advance or not, this is not the point. The most important thing is that this will be a large-scale sell-off. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with dollar assets in hand." After thinking about it for a moment, Qin Weima continued, "My judgment on this dive today is just the beginning. The more terrifying thing is to come. The Dow Jones Index should go down to find a support level of 20,000 points. In other words, it is possible the decline will reach about 3,540%, which is close to half. Global investors get together in panic and sell stocks and other assets. They will choose US dollar assets to hedge, which will cause the US dollar to appreciate sharply." Liu Sheng said, "Since the opportunity is here, let's take the opportunity to ship. This may be the last opportunity for a large-scale shipment." Qin Weima, "Yeah?" Liu Sheng immediately took off the computer in her hand and said sternly, "I also have a large amount of inventory now, and I will ship it in large quantities. Obediently prepare to receive it." Qin Weima. In the following days, the global stock market began to crash. After the US stock market plunged today, the trend of the 5 minutes before the opening on Tuesday was flat and high. After 20 minutes of sideways, it began to kill mercilessly, and all the bottom hunters were buried alive. On this day, the Dow Jones Index plummeted 3.7%, closing at 29,090.26 points after the market open on Wednesday. It seems to have gradually stabilized. On this day, The Dow Jones Index fell 0.41% and closed at 28,970.98 points after the market, just when investors thought they could buy the bottom. The market opened on Thursday again with a horrible gap and opened lower. There was no intention to look back at all. The Dow Jones Index closed at 27,644.1 points after a 4.58% drop that day, with the market panic index bursting out of the table. The last trading day of this Friday arrived as scheduled. Whatever it is afraid of, it will be a big dive again on Friday. Just when the Dow Jones Index's decline exceeded 4% again, the Magnesium Federal Reserve finally could not sit still. It announced the opening of the quantitative easing policy to rescue the market that day, and the market stopped falling and hit the opening price that day. Over the weekend, the Magnesium Federal Reserve announced that in response to this economic shock, it would launch a large-scale rescue plan to purchase at least $450 billion in national debt and $175 billion in institutional mortgage-backed securities. This weekend's double break has caused global investors to panic and finally ushered in the first trading day of the new week. On Monday, December 16th, magnesium stocks opened again, under the stimulus of the Magnesium Federal Reserve. The market also gave face. After the opening, the three major North American indexes rose across the board. The Dow Jones Index closed the day with a gain of 6.2%, which is regarded as a new week ushered in a good start. However, after the opening of the market on Tuesday, directly hitting the face of the Magnesium Federal Reserve, the Dow Jones Index fell for the first time at the opening of the market on Tuesday. The rescue plan of more than $600 billion lasted for a day. On the same day, it fell sharply again by 7.2% and closed, historically triggered the fuse mechanism. By Wednesday's opening, it finally closed up 3%. However, on Thursday, it dived again crazily. On that day, the Dow Jones Index plunged 12.95%, which triggered the second circuit breaker mechanism. On December 23rd, the day before Christmas Eve, U.S. stocks plunged again to trigger the third circuit breaker mechanism. Witness the moment of history every day. At the same time, Qin Weima was not idle when forming a diving dream team in the global stock market. Under her overall control, Shengfeng Capital and Luo Sheng Family Fund held more than $7 trillion. Assets took the opportunity to ship wildly. In the stomping down market, the global market is in panic boiling, and countless capitals are like frightened birds, and they are generally looking for capital to hedge when they are crazy. The first choice is the US dollar assets, which caused a large number of US dollar shortages around the world due to the US dollar run. All of them are rushing to grab the US dollar. During the period of the stock market crash, the US dollar index has soared out of the independent market. During this period of time, the Magnesium Federal Reserve has successively launched a large-scale rescue plan, printing money to solve problems without resolution, and constantly repurchasing US dollar treasury bonds and institutional mortgage-backed securities. The US dollar assets of Shengfeng Capital and Luo Sheng Family Fund unknowingly accounted for 66.8% in this round of panic market, and Lauman Global Investors took over. As for the remaining 33.2%, it can be slowly sold in the future, and the allocation ratio of US dollar assets will still remain no less than 20%. With a scale of approximately $1.5 trillion. Obviously, after the completion of 2/3 of the shipment, the potential risk of the dollar collapse has been controlled. Even if the dollar collapses in the future, Shengfeng Capital and the Luo Sheng Family Fund will not be dragged by Lauman. Chapter 812 Negotiate. Go out to see the Blue Coast Company, the headquarters of Galaxy City. At this moment, Yao Jianhong was sitting in his office and was conducting video communication with a few foreigners. Old Yao came up and said, "I hope that next time you start a video conference, you will use the 5G channel to transmit." The foreigners attending the meeting were customers from several major European countries including Italy, Britain, Germany and France. Ahem. Mr. Yao, Let's put aside these irrelevant things for the time being. The Italian customer at the meeting said first, now that the virus is raging across Europe, we urgently need you to provide a batch of intelligent robots. The current situation is that the people in Europe and the United States are all scared to death, especially the rich, who dare not contact the outside world. The Sequoia virus is not only fatal, but also extremely painful if infected. Even if cured, it will also leave a disfigured face for life. But it is impossible not to contact the outside world at all. Sooner or later the food and drink will be exhausted, and when the Sequoia virus will be controlled is nowhere in sight. The latest authoritative announcement is likely to last for a year. The richer people are more afraid of death, and now they dare not contact the outside world at all. But how to guarantee their lives? At this time, people in Europe and the United States all thought of the big white robot of the Blue Coast Company. The robot can cut off the potential risk of infection caused by contact with people, and just go outside and go home for disinfection. Now I don't know how many Europeans and Americans want to have a confession in their own family, so that they don't use it to commit personal insurance. I shudder at the thought of those infected, their skin burning and festering. Yao Jianhong looked around the people's images and said, we also regret the current bad situation in Europe. The foreigners who attended the meeting rolled their eyes frantically, and they had already yelled at them deep in their hearts. On the surface, Yao Jianhong looked regretful, but in the bottom of your heart, you are probably dying with joy. But you can't see through. At this time, Yao Jianhong continued calmly, you should know that the production capacity of Dabai robots has been unable to keep up with the market demand. We can't supply the market in Greater China alone. It is really difficult to squeeze out additional capacity. Supply for the global market, the French said directly. Then you are expanding production capacity. When is the time? Are you still worried about not making profits? Yao Jianhong calmly said, our consumers are very reasonable. Now it is a crisis for all mankind. The land of Europe is ravaged by the virus. I believe they will let out the pre-orders and supply the capacity to you in an emergency, but they will lose you to pay the bill. I can't let reasonable consumers suffer. The elderly person immediately said, please speak directly. Yao Jianhong also stopped the ink, and said bluntly, you need to give these consumers a certain amount of compensation for the production capacity that you can supply. In addition, the large white robots of the Blue Coast Group in the international market do not provide leasing services. That said, you can buy it if you want. All the people present changed their expressions when they heard it, and then glared at Yao Jianhong with angry eyes. The British people who attended the meeting directly angered. What did you say? Buy directly? These robots are not some kind of stalls. Each one costs 100,000 euros. Who can buy in large quantities? What we want is a quantity of millions, not hundreds or thousands. Do you know how much it costs? The French was also very dissatisfied and said, this is taking advantage of the fire. Yao Jianhong methodically said, yes. As long as you can find an insurance company to insure big white robots that are delivered to the European market, the Blue Coast can provide rental services. Everyone was silent, no one answered his words. Yao Jianhong added, the chaos in Los Angeles is vivid. All 3 of my physical stores in Los Angeles were smashed up and down. All the products inside were robbed, causing a direct loss of $28.92 million. If you can, there is a commercial guarantee agreement. After signing it, Dabai Fund can provide leasing services. Everyone remained silent, but Yao Jianhong's words made them unable to speak. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yao Jianhong said again, in business, if the risks I said can't be eliminated, I don't need to make this profit on the Blue Coast. The current market has fully tilted towards the seller's market. It is not that I want to sell to you, but you are here to beg me to sell to you. The Riviera has almost the absolute initiative, and the other party has no room for bargaining. If you want to quickly control the spread of the virus, you really need the big white robots on the Blue Coast. At the moment, all offline physical stores of the Côte d'Azur in Europe and the United States are urgently closed. especially the major stores in North America, and the inventory and cash in the stores are directly transferred and sealed. 2 or 3 brick-and-mortar stores are forced to participate in $0 purchases, and it can be tolerated. At this time, the German attending the meeting said, "Mr. Yao, the global economy has been hit hard by the virus. Germany needs at least 1.5 million white robots, which is 150 billion euros. We simply can't come up with so much money. There are at least 10 million gaps in Europe, which is 1 trillion euros. If you sell us all, you won't get 1 trillion euros for you." Everyone immediately said yes, and almost pulled their faces down to beg. The situation is better than others, and these foreigners now have to play miserable cards and pretend to be pitiful. Yao Jianhong didn't take this set at all, and directly unscrambled them, saying, "Everyone, when is it all? I need to tell you that just 3 days ago, Europe alone had more than 500 billion euros in capital. I am on the Riviera. The global capital of at least $2 trillion in cash assets wants to raise funds here from the Great White Fund. You tell me there is no money?" The German said, "But these are all private assets. How do those rich people think they can have such kindness?" Yao Jianhong said, "Then go to them, everyone. I will provide you with 2 solutions now. One is that you provide a guarantee agreement and I buy fund to provide leasing business. The other is to buy directly from. Considering that it is really difficult for you to come up with this money, I can say hello to Ya Investment Bank, and you will find Ya Investment Bank for a loan." Damn it. This wishful thinking was fine, and everyone was surprisingly unanimously cursing in secret. The person from Yidley said again, "It seems that there is no better choice. Okay, we borrowed to buy 800,000 units, but you must complete the supply within 3 months." Yao Jianhong smiled with satisfaction. "No problem. We will faint in batches in the next 3 months. No less than 300,000 each time. It is not a problem to complete the delivery of 10 million Dabai robots within 3 months. Okay?" Everyone was taken aback, and the French looked at old Yao questioningly. "What did you say?" "I seem to have heard you say that the production capacity is insufficient, and you have stock." Yao Jianhong said, "Mr. You think too much. Within 3 months, we should be able to achieve 2 million production capacity. We are planning to recall the Dabai robots leased by Dabai Fund. Currently, the entire Greater China market has 12 million. A Dabai robot. The Dabai Fund recalled 8 million of them and sold them to you. Although they are second-hand, you have to buy them at the first-hand price. It is impossible for consumers to agree to the recall for no reason, but the management of Côte d'Azur knows that most of the domestic consumers are still very good people. As long as they are fully respected and compensated, they will promise to give extra when renting in the future. Discount. Most consumers will agree that the recall of 8 million is not a problem. Anyway, the cost of compensating consumers is also paid by foreigners. As a result, the Côte d'Azur can also expand its production capacity wildly without any worries. Chapter 813. With the passage of time, the virus of this global pandemic has become the most mentioned news by major media nowadays, and the WHO has officially named it the Sequoia virus. Sequoia Capital immediately jumped out angrily and expressed its opposition to the use of this name. The negative impact was too bad. But under the continuous follow-up reports of major media, the name spread all over the world once it was announced, and now everyone calls it Sequoia virus. It is true that people are sitting at home, the pot comes from the sky, and they are shot while lying down. However, the news that people are most concerned about is the situation in Los Angeles. At present, the city is already in a state of semi-paralysis. After experiencing an early round of turmoil, such a prosperous metropolis is as empty as a dead city. General, as long as anyone with a little brain dare not go out now, the Sequoia virus is very visually impactful, and coupled with its strong contagious power, in a sense, it is more fearful than zombies. The zombies in the film are walking dead, and they don't have the desire to eat by instinct. However, all the people infected with the Sequoia virus are sober-minded, and there are many desperate people who hold their backs to death. The evil of human nature is the most terrible. After all, human nature is selfish and unpredictable. At present, social security in Los Angeles is declining rapidly, the crime rate is soaring, and the order in the wealthy area is obviously much better. However, in the face of this kind of crisis, most ordinary people in the local area basically rely on self-help. So large-scale zeros broke out. Yuan by Carnival. The current situation in Los Angeles is that if you break into a stranger's home without authorization, there is a 90% chance that the owner of the house will be sieved with a spray gun. But what is more serious is that Los Angeles has not been sealed off, and there are still a large number of people leaving the city. Right now, North American people will find that North American people in other cities have started the survival online mode through the dynamics shared by the major social media platforms under the Blue Star Technology Group. On the contrary, some survivalist clubs are not happy, even excited, preparing weapons, hoarding food and water, just like Hollywood disaster movies. It is worth mentioning that the people of Magnesium have already dug some refuge facilities. As early as the Cold War era, they prepared a large number of underground warehouses and built some shelters for survival in response to nuclear war. In their expectation, once the situation is bad or out of control, the city will soon run out of water and food, and it will be time to start the survival mode. As a result, ordinary people in other cities in North America also followed the trend and swarmed into supermarkets to frantically buy all kinds of goods needed for survival. Fortunately, they were just rushing to buy, or they had to pay, instead of forcing $0 purchases like Los Angeles. This sentiment also spread to Europe. The chaos in Europe and the United States made the domestic people who eat melons stunned. And there are also many people in China who follow the trend and hoard a large amount of canned food, which has led to a sharp increase in the prices of large consumer products, especially food products. Obviously, it is necessary to say no, it is impossible to be affected, but it is not as crazy as the old American side. The country responded in a timely manner and fully controlled the flow of inbound people. Anyone entering the country from overseas must be quarantined for half a month, and the goods must be fully disinfected before they can be docked at the port and transported by air. The same is true. The determination to keep the Sequoia virus out of the country is extremely firm, and would rather lose some economic growth. So far, there have been no cases of Sequoia virus infection in several countries in the Asian Confucian cultural circle. What are you talking about? I want to recall my Dabai, export it to Europe. Have you considered my loss? In a rental apartment, the courier brother Xileking is currently communicating with the customer service of the Blue Coast Company. The sweet voice of the customer service lady immediately came from the phone. This is Mr. Xu. If you agree, the Blue Coast Company will compensate you accordingly. First of all, from the day your Dabai robot is recalled, it will be compensated twice of the average daily salary last month. The compensation will not end until the new Dabai robot is delivered to you again. The compensation will also be entrusted to Hongyun Logistics to remit it to your account on a monthly basis. Xileking was stunned. After reacting, he immediately asked, "You mean you can compensate for double the salary every day? And will you give me a brand new Dabai robot?" The customer service lady smiled and replied, "Yes, Mr. Xu." Xileking thought for a moment and then said, "It's not impossible to recall, but I still have one condition." Customer service, please tell me. Xileking said, "I have been together with Dabai Liu Chi for so long, it is considered to have feelings. I like its current personality. Can you save its personality data and transfer it to the new Dabai robot?" The so-called personality is that after the Dabai robot is activated, a large amount of data is formed through communication with the owner, and it is more and more abundant. Simply put, it is personalization. The customer service quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Xu. The Blue Coast has already considered this user's needs. We will save this data in the cloud for free, and clean the recalled Dabai robot to ensure the user's privacy. After taking over the new Dabai robot, you can download the original data stream." Xileking said on the spot, "Okay, Then I agree. Customer service: thank you for your understanding and support of our company. If you get double the salary for nothing, you can get a new confession. The blood is earned. When confession is recalled, you have to return to the old business for a while. This is another salary, which is equivalent to 3 times the salary. The double salary compensation can be 32,000 yuan a month, plus the monthly salary of my manual supplementary job, roughly 40,000 yuan in a month. It does not matter if the return is sufficient and rich, even if it is a little bitter. Xileking quickly asked, how long will it take to get the new Dabai robot? The customer service replied, the time is uncertain, but the Côte d'Azur has given a time frame. A new Dabai robot will be delivered to you at the latest 16 months later. This will be included in the recall agreement, so you don't worry. There will be extra liquidated damages paid to you if you breach the contract. Xileking smiled and said, I don't worry about that. I still trust your group like this. Customer service: thank you very much for your trust and praise for our company. That's how it is said, but there must be a clear clause in the agreement. If there is no such additional clause in the terms of the recall agreement, he would not agree to it. At this time, Xileking asked again, by the way, what should I do? When will you call it back? The customer service replied, we have entrusted Hongyun Logistics to collect it. At that time, our company will send someone to Hongyun Logistics to recall and sign the terms of the recall agreement with you. The template of the terms of the agreement will be sent to your email address in 3 minutes. You can preview it first, and if you have any questions, you can call the official customer service of the French Riviera. Xileking: okay, so be it. Customer service: good Mr. Xu, I wish you a happy life. After finishing the call, Xileking muttered to himself, the customer service lady with such a sweet voice is hard to refuse, but I don't know if it will be an AI customer service. When thinking of this, Xileking couldn't help but shudder. It is really possible. How powerful the artificial intelligence technology of the Azure Coast is. 1 or 2 can be glimpsed through the Dabai robot. Anyway, Xileking firmly believes that there is no second technology company or scientific research institution in the world. The coast is comparable. After a while, Xileking opened the computer to log into his usual email account. The email he used was also the Blue Star mailbox under the Blue Star Technology Group. The login connection there was also logged in with the Blue Space account. One of Sheng's die-hard fans, a member of Blue Star Technologies family Barrel. After logging in, I saw an unread new email that was sent 2 minutes ago. I immediately downloaded the contract template. After opening it, I found that it was more than 30 pages long. Despite the variety of content, Xileking was relieved to see that there were dozens of pages of content. Dabai robots are worth hundreds of thousands and are related to jobs. If the terms of the agreement are only 1 or 2 pages of content, anyone with a bit of a brain will know. False. I am definitely afraid to sign such a clause. In any case, in front of a large group like the Côte d'Azur, ordinary consumers are an absolute disadvantaged group. Xileking spent almost an hour carefully reviewing the entire contract template and confirmed that there were no pitfalls, all as the customer service said. However, he is still not at ease. Although he trusts the Côte d'Azur, he still has a big deal to do with him. Out of caution, Xileking printed out the template, and then went to a law firm near the city to show it to the lawyer, consulted, and finally confirmed that there was no pitfall in the contract before he was completely relieved. Just waiting for someone to sign the contract. Examples like Xileking are happening all over the country at this moment. With generous compensation returns, consumers have gained a certain amount of deployment benefits. At the same time, under the guarantee of the Blue Coast, most consumers are the trust in this brand is extremely high. And the trust in Luo Sheng is extremely high. Most of the customers accepted the Côte d'Azur's recall recommendation. Although it is a huge expense to compensate customers, the Côte d'Azur did not bear this expense. It is the foreigners who really pay the bill. There is no reason to feel distressed about spending other people's money. Chapter 814 Intercept. 2 days later, the Blue Coast Company sent personnel to Hongyan Logistics. Xileking, who was notified, had arrived at the company 1 day in advance to complete the shift, and took over the work of Dabai Robot and continued to send shipments for a while. Most of the company's courier employees who have Dabai Robots also agreed to the recall. After all, only enough benefits can be agreed in an office. After Xileking checked the agreement again and signed his name, the staff on the Riviera side collected the contract documents and said, "If it goes well, we will deliver a brand new Dabai Robot to you in mid-March next year." Xileking stunned. March next year? It will be less than 4 months. Will it be a bit too fast? Actually, I am not too anxious to use it. In less than 4 months, he made a maximum of 100,000 yuan, which was less than half of what he had expected. Xileking thought it could have 6 or 7 months no matter what. The staff on the Côte d'Azur immediately joked, "If you really drag it for 16 months, you will have to compensate you more than 500,000 yuan, which is almost a big price, and the Côte d'Azur can't afford it." Xindao, what your kid thinks is pretty beautiful. In fact, the money did not come from the Blue Coast, but the Aouzou people were responsible for paying the bill. Xileking scratched his head and smiled. What I am more curious about is that since the new release will be delivered in March next year, why should the agreement be signed for 16 months at the latest? The staff of the Côte d'Azur company smiled and said, "We really don't know the decision of the headquarters. I am afraid that this question cannot be answered." Xileking also smiled and said, "It's okay, I just asked casually. There should be nothing for me after the contract is signed." Seeing the other party nodded, Xileking took his contract agreement and left the office. He was also thinking about it. He also paid attention to the latest announcement of the Côte d'Azur. Recalling the information disclosed, the Côte d'Azur had reached an agreement with the Europeans' cooperation consensus. However, it did not disclose the news that Americans came to purchase Dabai robots. And this time the Sequoia virus raged most in North America, where it originated. If the Americans are also looking for the Blue Coast to purchase a batch of robots, it is not a small amount. It should be a window reserved for this. Xileking secretly said, but did not pay too much attention to these things, just pure curiosity. Big, it is not his turn to worry about the affairs of the group. Xileking's guess is not wrong. Europeans have already put down the blood and come to the door to seek purchases, but Lam hasn't moved yet. The Côte d'Azur is also waiting for Americans to come, and the recall contract also reserves a lot of space, so that there is no need to recommunication with domestic customers and save a lot of communication costs. In less than 4 months, he was able to lie down and earn 100,000 yuan, and he was able to change to a brand new one. Xileking was quite satisfied. Putting his exhaustion to deliver a year of express delivery would also earn so much. Thank God for the remaining 30,000 yuan. After Dabai was transported away by people from the Blue Coast, Xileking returned to work again and continued to run the express delivery business for several months. At the same time, Sioux City International Airport. Today's airport ushered in an aerial monster for the first time. It was the largest transport plane in the world at present, than 225 transport plane, and there was only one left in the world. This is also the 10th time an 225 has come to China. With a length of 84 meters, a wingspan of 88.4 meters, and a height of 18.2 meters equivalent to a 5-story building, it can carry 16 containers or 80 cars or more than 3,000 passengers at a time. I have to say, 225 is also like a younger brother. At this moment, the news that the world's largest transport plane landed at Sioux City International Airport attracted the attention of the global media, and also attracted a large number of domestic and foreign media to report. At about 17 o'clock in the afternoon, dozens of uniformly large transport vehicles lined up into the airport. The starting place of these vehicles was the headquarters of the Star City on the Blue Coast. The next scene was captured by the domestic and foreign media present, and it became the headline content of the major news websites that day. and the pictures were directly hung on the homepage. 3,265 Dabai robots walked off the transport vehicle. They assembled in the open space of the airport. The reporters present were all snapping this scene frantically. This is the first time I have seen such a spectacular picture. Many foreigners called out that it was as if the soldiers from the Star Wars film series landed on the transport plane and was shocked. At this moment, under people's comments, more than 3,000 white robots lined up and boarded the An-225 transport plane. An eagle-nosed foreigner dressed in glasses and a suit and leather shoes stood with an executive from the Côte d'Azur company. He looked at the large white robots that landed on the An-225 transport aircraft one after another and said excitedly, "We are waiting for this." A batch of robots has been waiting for more than 20 days. These large-scale robots are too important to Switzerland. Dabai is a very good personal assistant. The executive from the Riviera laughed. "Mr. Elliott, with these intelligent robots, I believe it can relieve the pressure of the shortage of medical staff in your country." However, the Côte d'Azur executive also knows that at least more than half of this will be divided up by the rich over there, and that 1/3 of what can really be used in public medical services is pretty good. This is all other people's affairs, and the Côte d'Azur does not have the leisure to worry about it. Give money, deliver, and finish. The two sides exchanged greetings for a while, and the person in charge on the Swiss side immediately signed the Côte d'Azur, and the person who completed the transfer of the Côte d'Azur left at around 3 in the morning local time. The An-225 transport plane loaded with more than 3,000 large whites took off, and the target location was Europe, Switzerland. After the two parties reached an agreement, the Côte d'Azur was also working hard to supply European customers. Air transportation can only meet the urgent needs. If the quantity is not enough, it must be completed by sea. The entire Europe has placed an order for 9.2 million Dabai robots. Contract. While preparing for shipping, some of the Dabai robots are being sent to European countries through air transportation. The batch of large whites shipped this time is a new product that has just been shipped from the Côte d'Azur. Now, following the launch of a recall for large white buyers across the country, they are being shipped back through logistics channels one after another. The next day, at tea time, Liu Sheng was watching international news. Welcome back. We continue to pay attention to the latest developments of the Sequoia virus in Europe and America. The news that this station has just received is that a batch of large white robots provided by my country's Azure Coast company was full of An-225 transport aircraft with this batch of goods 1.5 hours ago. He was detained by Italy while entering Italian airspace. It is reported that the Swiss side urgently summoned the Italian ambassador and expressed a protest to the Italian side. As of the press release, the Italian side has not yet responded to the Swiss protest. Seeing this news, Liu Sheng also shook his head helplessly. "I know that this stall will cause trouble. There are some things that can't be changed in the first life." Switzerland has a population of less than 9 million people. So far, more than 600 people have been diagnosed with Sequoia virus, and medical supplies in local hospitals are rapidly being consumed. Looking for the stars and the moon for more than 20 days, I watched the Dabai robot is coming, but when he arrived at the door of the house, he was picked up by the neighbors from the south, and the Swiss were dumbfounded. If you don't want to talk about being so hooligans, the key is that misfortune will never come singly. This site has just been intercepted, and the neighboring Germans in the north also detained a batch of medical protective clothing materials. These materials were shipped from Germany to the European continent and had to pass through Germany to reach Switzerland. The whereabouts are unknown. This makes the Swiss angry. Netizens on the three sides have fired each other on social media. The main battlefield is the Reddit forum, including the major social media platforms under the Blue Star Technology Group. In the information age, what happened in Europe has spread all over the world within a few minutes, and also spread to the country. The domestic netizens who watched it were stunned. What about the good gentleman? That's it. Chapter 815 Harvesting and Bargaining. It is also impossible for the Italians to forcibly cut dates. At present, the most serious sequoia virus is in North America, and the country with the most serious attack on the continent is Italy. The cumulative number of confirmed diagnoses has exceeded 10,000, and the daily number of new people has exceeded 2,000. And the death rate has reached 7.21%. This figure is undoubtedly far higher than the level of 2.3% announced by the WHO. In this state of affairs, Italy is the first country in Europe and the United States to announce that it has entered a closed state, and people are not allowed to move around at will, and the public medical resources are on the verge of collapse. Looking at the An-225 transport plane flying from the sky, I also know that it is full of more than 3,000 large white robots, and the Italians can't take care of so many. That's fine, I'm not giving the money yet. I'm sorry that I'm just born as a man. I won't be able to give it to you. I will give you a portion of the share behind me, and I cannot give you money. Yes, I owe it first and then calculate this account. Where is the money that has been hit hard now? Liu Sheng also took advantage of the fire and cut a wave. If you don't need money, if you need more than 10,000 people infected with sequoia, you can do it in Switzerland. This is the attitude of Italia. The Swiss were also wronged. The neighbors in the south robbed Dabai and the neighbors in the north robbed medical protective clothing. Italy, Pisa. In a local hospital, at this moment, there were more than 20 large white robots that attracted the attention of many patient hospital staff. They were the first batch of large white robots airlifted to Europe. It was originally sent to Switzerland, but now it has been intercepted in Italy and has been assigned. I heard that there is a big white robot in every household in Huago. My God, we are too far behind. A nurse in the hospital in protective clothing was also curious and shocked when he saw these big white robots. This is the first time that Dabai robot has set foot on the land of Europe, but Dabai reputation has already spread throughout the world. However, it is still shocking to witness it in person. In the eyes of many people, such high-tech products as Dabai can only exist in science fiction movies. Let's leave the dangerous work to Dabai. The sequoia virus will not pose a threat to them, and these Dabai can even take care of patients better than humans. Then how do we use them? Just like I usually call you. Well, I know what to do. By the way, 8 Dabai robots are allocated to take care of the infected children. The children may have better results when they see Dabai. Understand. The batch of Dabai who were rushed to this hospital quickly put into work and became a unique landscape of this hospital. Dabai robots seem to be a little dull and cute, but their movements are not slow. On the contrary, is a flexible heartwarming fat man. There is absolutely no mistake in mechanical work, and people will make mistakes when they are over-fatigued. But there is no saying that robots are tired. He can do almost all the jobs of a nurse, and he has more than 3 times the strength of an adult, and he can do all kinds of dangerous tasks. Not only that, but the Côte d'Azur has also updated a set of medical data for the functional chip of the Dabai robot. The work of injecting patients and lifting water can be done independently, which can be described as rough and fine. The strong ability once made the nurses in the hospital feel the professional crisis inexplicably. It is worth mentioning that on the day when these large white robots were detained by the Italians, the Swiss side also urgently contacted the Côte d'Azur company, requesting that the large white robots be locked up and let the large white robots go on strike. The Swiss are indeed irritated, and they are already holding the posture that since you don't make me feel better, I will never make you feel better. However, this is a pit. The Côte d'Azur categorically rejected it, directly stating that even as a developer, it was unable to override the owner's authority of the activated Dabai robot to control it, and it acted as the role of harmony. What a joke. It's true that no one cares now. When the crisis of the sequoia virus is over, they will definitely be brought out by these foreigners to reverse the case, saying that you secretly monitor the privacy of your customers and you can control these big white robots at any time. When the time comes, there will be more articles to be done. In the worldview of this group of foreigners, there is no concept of drip water repays the spring, or even the gratitude and revenge. The Côte d'Azur can of course be locked remotely, but it cannot be customized in one bite. Can't help. This is not good either. I can only watch my own batch of goods not coming back in Italy. Switzerland is so popular that it is autistic. It is also worth mentioning that more than half of the more than 3,000 Dabai robots that were intercepted by the Italians were bought by local wealthy people at 5 times the price, serving the private sector, and the rest were used for public use. Medical service. Italy is also very good at doing business. More than half of the Dabai robots are sold to rich people who don't need money at 5 times the price. This money can be compensated to the Swiss and there is enough balance to achieve a wave of empty glove white wolves. Operating. With the passage of time, the Sequoia virus is still raging at its peak. And the land of Europe has also staged a magical reality. Everyone intercepted each other and was finally robbed of fear. They simply went directly to the Blue Coast to pick up the goods and use their own transport planes. Pick up. Entrusting a third party is too unreliable. Technology complex building. Luo Shengxing opened the stock chart of Blue Star Technology Group. Now the global economy has been hit hard, and the global stock indexes have plummeted. As the largest weighted stock of Nasdaq, Blue Star Technology Group has its market value under the background of this moment was cut in half. Before the Sequoia virus, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group reached $2.72 trillion. After experiencing multiple meltdowns in the US stock market, the market value of Blue Star Technology also swooped down the line, and currently stands at $15,200 billion. The lowest point once fell below $1.4 trillion. Luo Sheng immediately asked, Xiona, how about Blue Star Technology's stock repurchase? Xiona, as of now, Blue Star Technology Group has quietly completed a $72 billion stock repurchase plan, with a repurchase of 103 million shares and an average stock price of $697.60 per share, accounting for 4.92% of the total share capital. When the market value of Blue Star Technology fell to $1.4 trillion, it was obviously unable to fall, and the bottoming was obviously completed at this position. No fall can only rise. Xiona continued to report. Luo Sheng Family Fund and Shengfeng Capital completed the task of bargaining at $60.5 billion and $55 billion, respectively, and the average holding costs were $689.20 and $691.29 per share. Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction. It's not bad, since it's completed. Then send an email message to Yao Jianhong in my name, and you can announce the repurchase plan. This time on bargain hunting, Blue Star Technology has not released information in advance as it did in the past few years. If the information is disclosed in advance, how can it pick up cheap chips? When the total market value of Blue Star Technology fell to around $1.4 trillion, Nine had obviously stopped its decline and could not go down anymore. At this time, anyone with a bit of industry logic and investment logic would know that Blue Star Technology was affected by the Sequoia virus. There was a golden pit. Not only Luo Sheng is hunting the bottom, but Wall Street's smart funds are also competing to raise money. This golden pit was originally fueled by Wall Street capital institutions. They have already made a profit at a high position and cut a wave. After the leak, now it has almost completed the low position. Chapter 816. During the afternoon tea time, Luo Sheng spared part of the time as usual to pay attention to the international hot news of the day. What has recently made him more concerned about the latest developments of the Sequoia virus crisis in North America? Because this is related to the Dabai robot's entry into the North American market, Luo Sheng estimates that the Sequoia virus has continued to this day, And North America has become a mess, and the strong top should almost be unable to withstand it now. With the spread of the Sequoia virus, those wealthy people in North America should also be anxious. The food, drink, and use that were hoarded earlier are probably almost consumed. It is time to buy more, but at this time I dare not dare going out. Dabai robots have already been rolled out in Europe, and the effect is outstanding. Now is the period of Dabai wind. Luo Sheng does not believe that the North American gang can continue to support it. At this time, Luo Sheng was sitting on a large single sofa with Erlang's legs tilted, holding a tablet and browsing the latest information on the internet. At this moment, he flicked a new online video, which was the content of a parliament in North America yesterday. Luo Sheng clicked on the video and saw a member of the council making an angry speech. Although it was a raw meat video without subtitles, it was of course not a problem for Luo Sheng. The congressman in the picture went crazy in court, with blue veins bursting on his forehead. It is worth mentioning that he is a member of the Donkey Party of the two old American donkey and elephant factions. I saw him angrily roar at the Elephant Party members. "I have to say, I have to talk to you, this is unbelievable." A few years ago, the stock market was still at 28,000 points, and the profits of major companies hit record highs in decades. And the rich became more get richer. But those friends referring to the Elephant Party across the street said, "Okay, what do we need to do now? Let's start tax cuts." The 85% reduction has benefited the 1% most wealthy people. 1 month forward, the global pandemic of Sequoia has caused 20 million people to have careers. One person in the family works and has an annual income of $40,000 or less. Among them, 45% people lost their jobs a month ago, and 5 million people have no money to pay rent. The Parliament Hall was surprisingly quiet. The roaring congressman waved his body language and was extremely excited. He gradually raised the volume of his speech and exclaimed, "But your proboscis said, we have no money to help you, ha ha, are you kidding me?" Luo Sheng pulled down after watching the video. And most of the people in North America expressed a lot of comments, and they all supported this congressman. After looking at it for a while, Luo Sheng said, "Xiona, check the information of this counselor named Rizend." "Xiona, please wait." In Luo Sheng's eyes, this person's speech has nothing to do with the justice of the people's livelihood. But in any case, what he said is true, and he has also grasped the point. The comments made by a large group of North American people under the video can be seen in small numbers. 2 minutes later, Xiona's voice responded, "Master, the information about Tim Rizend has been sent to your panel." When Luo Sheng heard this, he immediately called up the information through the tablet in his hand, and took a brief look at it. After looking at it roughly, he suddenly realized that this guy actually took a lot of benefits from the Koch brothers. It turned out to be a donkey skin and elephant bone. Then his generous speech is acting? Obviously, it is annoyed and criticized the rich, but it is actually acting as a step-by-step role. In this way, it can create an illusion of compromise of the rich class. The donkey faction is loud, causing the bottom of North America to feel the joy of victory. Luo Sheng suddenly realized that North America is about to loosen up, and Dabai robots have an opportunity to enter the North American market. These wealthy people now need a safe environment and do not want to end with people who have been in contact with the outside world to avoid being infected. Has an unparalleled advantage. The problem is that Dabai robots have not obtained permission to enter the North American market, and are always blocked by a national security ban. The wealthy class in North America obviously wants to use this seemingly profit-making method to entrap the interests and safety of the general public, hoping that Dabai can enter the North American market. In this way, the people and public medical resources in North America will definitely be tilted. But the first to benefit is undoubtedly the wealthy people in North America. They will inevitably enjoy these high-quality resources in the first time and lift their lives, threats, and occupy most of the quality resources. Luo Sheng didn't care about the mess in Lau Mei's house. He only cared about whether the Dabai robot could pry into the North American market and sell the product. Now it seems that the time has come. Liu Sheng's guess was correct. 2 days later, North America announced the lifting of the ban on Dabai robots and allowed the product to enter the North American market. After all, it is unable to withstand the pressure brought by the Sequoia virus, and cannot withstand the pressure of demand as in North America. As soon as the ban was lifted, dozens of business groups started video talks with the Côte d'Azur at the same time on the same day. Of course, they were talking about the purchase of Dabai robots. Côte d'Azur Company. At this moment, Yao Jianhong, who was sitting in the president's chair, was blowing on his private water cup, took a sip of hot tea, then put the quilt aside. His eyes focused on the video screen again. Several sub-screens show buyers from major North American states, but they are temporarily disconnected. After talking for a while, the other party called to an emergency stop and asked to interrupt the connection and rest for 20 to 30 minutes. Yao Jianhong also waited patiently. He estimated that these buyers are now chatting privately. Maybe they are trying to force the purchase problem. The current situation is in an absolute seller's market. Yao is always in no rush and sits firmly on the Dai or Yutai. On another channel, at this moment, as Yao Jianhong expected, the heads of purchasers' representatives in the major states in North America are fighting a battle. The buyer in charge from Mississippi said as calmly as possible, "Okay. We need a reliable procurement system. This is the only way to fully participate in satisfying localities and the only way we can determine the priority of these critical and scarce materials." The heads of other states are non-committal. Mississippi is relatively poor. The higher prices have no advantage in driving up prices. Of course, California is the richest present. The buyer in Virginia said, "Frankly speaking, we are now in a frenzied battle. Dozens of states compete with each other for vital and scarce supplies. This will only make the Côte d'Azur cheaper. Then you have a way to satisfy everyone." I think that if the federal capital calls all the major states in the country, they can act quickly to establish a certain relationship with the federal government, and then we can make good priorities in the flow of these scarce materials and promote the agreement with the Côte d'Azur. The most difficult transaction. The Côte d'Azur is now trying to rise to an outrageous price, but if the federal government can become the sole buyer, the bargaining power will be much stronger than that of the state government. The connection was re-established, and Mr. Yao couldn't help but yawn. He looked at the reappearing images on the big screens and said casually, "Everyone, how are you talking about?" A buyer in California said, "Mr. Yao, we cannot accept a unit price of $155,000. The United States intends to purchase 6 million large white robots from your company this time. You are asking for $155,000. This is a robbery. $80,000 each. $80,000 each." Yao Jianhong said, "Then I can only say sorry. This transaction cannot be done. The $155,000 is either a robbery, or the current market price, which is very reasonable. Frankly speaking, our goods are now in short supply, and the market is completely tilted to sellers. We are now arbitrarily shutting down the demand for production capacity in Greater China, and even recalled more than 70% of the robots sold in the Greater China market for global supply goods. www.intelnovel.com. That is to say, the current situation is that there is a shortage of 20 million robots in the entire Greater China market, and we have to replenish the supply. There is a gap of at least 4.5 million in Europe. We want to supply. There is a gap of 1.45 million in the Middle East market, and the local tyrants over there are willing to pay a high price of $300,000. We cannot neglect the local tyrants. There is also a gap of 3 million in the Japanese and Korean markets, and we also have to supply. And there are other edges. The gap in the market is also huge. Even if I am on the Azure coast to expand production and expand production capacity to supply the market, the supply is still in short supply. Compared with the current production capacity, we have received orders. If we do not expand production capacity, we may not be able to complete the delivery of all orders in 10 years. Speaking of this, Yao Jianhong looked at the American in the video and added, "Everyone, here is someone offering a price of $300,000 US. Why do you say I want to sell it to you for $80,000 US, $150,000 US, plus 220 billion? The advance payment in US dollars must be paid within a week, so the Côte d'Azur is obliged to do everything possible to squeeze out the few production capacity to give priority to your country, but refuse any counteroffers. At present, the strategic focus of Côte d'Azur is all tilted towards Dabai's robotics business. Other businesses including smartphones, the main business, are all given way. Capital, channels, human resources and other resources are all tilted towards Dabai's business. The production line has been madly expanded for mass production, and the capacity is not mentioned. I can't wait for it to be like producing a smartphone. An average of 35 seconds is produced. A delay of 1 second is to delay the opportunity to grab money. In short, under the background of severe global economic damage, major companies have been blown by Sequoia, but they are new outlets on the Blue Coast, and even unprecedented ones for Dabai robots, and they have taken off. Chapter 817 Lingyuan Man Port starts operation. Yao Jianhong's strength in the negotiations surprised many North American buyers. They also heard from Yao's tone that the Azure Coast is indeed a steady rhythm. Then the terminal video link was once again, and the private chat started. Mr. Yao spread his hands and continued to drink tea and wait. Anyway, he is not in a hurry. He is impatient for the buyers who urgently need these scarce materials. But now it is an absolute buyer's market. After waiting 10 minutes, the video connection was opened again. Yao Jianhong put down the teacup in his hand, directly showing an impatient appearance, and said straight to the point, "How are you making your decision? I hope to hear your final decision next." A buyer in North America was silent for a moment, and the person in charge in California said, "Okay, we have agreed to your company's terms. Only $150,000 US, but it is impossible to make an advance payment of more than $200 billion US within a week. If it is done, it is impossible to print money so fast. We can only make up to $40 billion US in advance. As the saying goes, repaying the money on the spot with the sky-high asking price. I expected 3 inches in my heart, and shouted 5 inches and then retreated 2 inches. And still got 3 inches. Call out the prepayment scale of $220 billion US. Only when the numbers are called out will there be room for bargaining. After Yao Jianhong negotiated and bargained with each other for a while, both sides stepped back and reached a consensus on the advance payment. The final figure was $76 billion US. An advance payment of $60 billion US is the bottom line of the Côte d'Azur. As long as it is not lower than this line, it is acceptable. Of course, the more the better. With funds, the Côte d'Azur can expand its production capacity wildly on a large scale. To know that Dabai can produce, the upstream providers and downstream distributors have to keep up with the rhythm. The Côte d'Azur also gives them advance payments. In order to ensure the stability of material supply and channels, the expansion of the entire industry chain can move forward together without losing the chain. The Côte d'Azur has its own direct sales channels, but the current overseas direct sales channels and offline stores have been forced to close. This is to avoid greater losses. At this time, a portion of the profit is allocated and temporary dealers are found to meet the current bad trade surroundings. As the two parties reached a cooperative company, the Côte d'Azur immediately disclosed an announcement to announce the matter. Although the global stock market has been severely hammered, at any time there is always a sector that bucks the trend. Once this announcement is released, the Dabai robot industry chain and its theme concept stocks have risen sharply. Finally opened the North American market, which is a major positive for the concept theme of the Azure Coast, especially the big white robot concept theme stock. After the announcement of the companies of several Dabai robot upstream suppliers listed on Big A, the news was announced in the morning, and the daily trading limit was opened on the same day. Two of them have been listed on the Science and Technology Innovation Board for 2 months. In a few transactions there have been 3 consecutive high-specification upward trends with a new word daily limit. There was no limit on the price increase or decrease in the 5 days before listing on the Science and Technology Innovation Board. After 5 days, the price increase or decrease was 20%. The 2 upstream suppliers directly bucked the market and doubled the board in just 5 trading days. And obviously there is inertial kinetic energy for upward thrusting. It also contributed 2 new listed technology companies with a market value of over 100 billion yuan to the Scitech Innovation Board. It is one of the few listed companies with outstanding performance in the technology sector. The current technology sector has experienced a super bull market. The momentum was extinguished by Sequoia, and the flame was turned off. However, the Scitech Innovation Board did not show too much decline because of this, because the medical sector, another major weight of the Scitech Innovation Board, has taken over the banner of the science and technology sector, and now it is the turn of medical care to take the bull. Time flies. 2019 ends and enters a new year. In the southern waters, the Malacca Strait is the world's largest unmanned cargo port in Linga County. The port is the core asset of Star Arrow International. The port is now called Linga Unmanned Port, but in fact, the Ring Orbit Star Harbor named within Star Arrow International has not been disclosed. According to the original plan, the port will be put into full operation in the middle of this year. However, due to the Sequoia virus epidemic, the Linga port opened ahead of schedule, but about 30% of it still cannot operate. It has now become a core transit port for Chinese goods exports and imports from all over the world. First, it is a unique geographical location, located on a maritime hub such as the Strait of Malacca. Minimizing contact between people and harbors is an important barrier to prevent the Sequoia virus from entering the mainland. Thirdly, it can also ensure that import trade will not be completely interrupted due to the Sequoia virus pandemic. At this time, people had to lift Liuosheng out and touted it fiercely. It should be understood that at the beginning of the Linga Port project, the outside world was very optimistic about Liuosheng's entry into the traditional port trade industry. Who would have thought that there would be a Sequoia pandemic 7 or 8 years ago? Now, the value of this port is quickly reflected, because under the current circumstances, Linga Port is the core hub that directly connects the world's largest industrial manufacturing country with global trade. In the context of the Sequoia pandemic, all cross-border trade with the world's largest industrial manufacturing country must follow this line, where supplies, disinfection and isolation can be completed before they can be imported into China. At the same time, this port is also needed for export, because it is located in the busiest main road, and other ports are not safe at present. People would rather float at sea for a few days than wait for the line to enter Linga Port for supply transfer. This also caused Linga Port to enter into overload operation just after it was put into operation. Of course, the corresponding excess profits have also been brought, and the port price is 3 times that of other ports, so the supply exceeds demand and the price naturally soars. Port Linga, January 6. Local time, Monday at 1500 hours. A super freighter set off from the Yangtze River Delta in China, and entered Linga Port all the way to the south. At this moment, container unloading is in progress. All are unmanned operation. A large number of AGV automated guided transport vehicles will be unloaded from the cargo ship one by one. The container carriers are sorted and unloaded to the terminal, and they are busy and orderly running. It seems that the guided vehicles will collide, but in fact, a powerful central control system is used to coordinate the route planning of each guided vehicle. The entire terminal does not have a human employee, and it operates completely unmanned. And not far from the east side of Linga Port, there is a super dredger that is greedy by all the Southeast Asian countries. It is currently undergoing reclamation and island construction through a local island. You read www.uukansu.com has been underway for more than half of it and will be completed by the end of this year. This artificial island belongs to Inkpad in name, but it is leased to Star Arrow International for a period of 45 years and has the right to renew the contract. Unless Star Arrow International voluntarily waives the renewal, Inkpad has the right to take over the island. Luosheng doesn't care about ownership at all. As long as you firmly control the right to use it, it's okay. In short, the island is yours in name, but if you say it, I don't count. The island is to build a large cargo airport to supplement the linkage of Linghe Port. Its huge scale can carry in 225 to take off and land there, and its scale is gradually increasing. As for Inkpad, after I was educated last time, I have now figured it out. It's enough to lie down to make money and collect rent. Don't toss about it. You don't need to do anything. You can get stable income from Luosheng through taxation every year. Isn't a soup fragrant? At the unmanned container terminal, several workers from the Côte d'Azur were present at the moment. One of the containers was opened. Inside were all white robots. Most of them were from domestic consumers. Repurchase for export. Mr. Harris, your cargo has arrived. Let your ship call at the port for delivery, right? The person in charge said after opening the customer's contact number. This batch of materials arrived at Linghe Port from China was for Australia, Spain and France. As all parties robbed who some time ago, they were all robbed of fear. Therefore, for some important materials, all parties are now it is too unreliable to entrust a third party to pick up the goods in person, and the amount of shipping is not a small amount. If it is intercepted again, it will really be autistic. These years, the rivers and lakes have become more and more sinister. They are all dead Taoists but not poor Taoists, and they have to defend themselves. Chapter 818 The Eagle sauce is full and the boys whose faces are crooked. What? You don't want this batch of supplies? Are you sure you are not joking? Do you know how much the liquidated damages cost? When the container came out of the port terminal, Sun Zishang, the person in charge sent by the Côte d'Azur, was a little off guard when he heard the voice on the phone, and the accompanying staff were also staring at each other. I'm sorry, we were notified that this batch of materials has a potential safety hazard. We don't want it, and we have not breached the contract. The phone was hung up soon, and Sun Zishang put away his mobile phone and screamed, "Mom, these gangsters of Tuao, are you kidding us? Playing with tens of billions of dollars of bills." Coincidentally, the buyers in Spain and France also requested to return the goods, and they were unwilling to pay liquidated damages because there was a problem with your goods. Come on, the company has a new lawsuit. What's the matter with Mr. Sun? How to deal with these 2 million big whites? Should they be shipped back or put here first? Report to the headquarters first, Tamart. Mr. Sun, I found out the reason. It turned out that Lam was behind the scenes. The certification agency released a message at night, announcing that Dabai robots have major communication safety hazards and were listed as substandard products. Hearing this, Sun Zishang turned his head and stared at the subordinate who came to the report and said in amazement, "Is there anything?" Lam did not announce cooperation with me on the Côte d'Azur. It's only a few days. I will start working in less than a week. Isn't this just tossing? Do you want to live? The several subordinates under his hand are also stubborn. They can't control this kind of thing. They are strictly implemented according to the requirements of the headquarters, and do their own work. At this moment, Sun Zishang's phone rang, took out his cell phone and glanced at it, and found that an unfamiliar call came in, and he was connected. Who are you? Hafnium. What? Sun Zishang, who was originally unhappy, heard the description on the other end of the phone. His expression gradually became stunned. After reacting, he immediately moved the phone away from his ear, covered the microphone with his other hand and said to several colleagues, "It's a hell." The Americans called and said they were going to eat this batch of goods. What is the old United States going to make? How can I sing? Several colleagues also stared at them, and one of them immediately said, "Mr. Sun, is it a prank call? Can the identity of the other party be confirmed?" Sun Zishang said, "It's possible, but I can't confirm it yet." But the other party said that the person is already in Linghe and can meet right away. Everyone, this. After a while, the people present seemed to wake up like a dream, and one of them couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck, is it possible that the news that Laum announced in the night is a routine of riding a horse? This. If it's true, this would be too shameless." Sun Shangzi immediately commanded, "I can't confirm it yet. Go and arrange to meet with the other party to confirm your identity. When meeting, remember to take protective measures to prevent Sequoia from infecting. I will report the matter here to President Yao. Let the headquarters make the decision." 2 million big white robots involved a large transaction of more than 200 billion euros. Sun Zishang did not dare to be sloppy. If something went wrong, he couldn't bear the responsibility and had to hand it over to the headquarters. 1 hour later, at the headquarters of the French Riviera, a temporary internal meeting. At this moment, Yao Jianhong convened a group of senior executives of the company and also contacted Luo Sheng for a video conference to discuss the news brought back by Sun Zishang. Lao Yao looked at Luo Sheng on the video screen and said, "Sun Zishang has confirmed that the other party is a buyer from North America. The news announced is just a pretense that Laum wants to this batch of goods from his younger brother." An executive at the meeting couldn't help but vomit. "It's true that everything can be witnessed after a long life. It is simply a sign of a flurry of demons. Mr. Luo, how to dispose of this batch of goods?" Everyone immediately looked at the big boss on the video screen, but for a moment, Luo Sheng said slowly, "What else can I do? Of course it is sold to the people of Magnesium. The price is 100,000 euros for Europe and Australia. It's $150,000 for Laum. Why not sell it to Laum? As for buyers who abandon this batch of goods, they have to come back to buy. You have to add more money, and the order has to be queued back. To reorder is to place a new order, and the new order must be traded at the latest market price. It is absolutely impossible to buy 100,000 euros at the current market price." A senior executive at the meeting said happily, "It's still old and beautiful. It seems that this batch of goods can only be sold to them. If you don't sell Lomai, you will insist that you are unqualified. His brothers are very good now. If you trust your eldest brother, you will follow up. Then we can't sell it. Only by selling it to the United States can we remove the security risks of certification." Another executive also added in agreement, "Yes, since the original customer gave up this batch of orders because there was a problem, and refused to pay compensation on the grounds of no breach of contract, well, Laum has now taken this batch of goods. We'll definitely announce that there is no problem, that is, they have breached the contract, and there is no room for rebuttal, so they have to pay me liquidated damages. Ha, this is a clean compensation for both inside and outside, and the price will be increased if the order is reordered. If you say you are out of breath, I guess the 3 major clients in Australia, West, and France will have to vomit blood when they see this reversal." The executives attending the meeting all laughed, and suddenly blamed them for loving them. But distressed, the penalty for compensation of €1 cannot be less, and the price increase is not less. Luo Shengyun on the screen said concisely, "That's it, you can arrange it." With such a sentence, the video connection was cut off. After the meeting, Yao Jianhong personally called Sun Zishang to order the company headquarters to go down and hand it over to Sun Zishang to implement. After the 2 million white goods that arrived at the port of Linge were unilaterally cancelled by the original customer on the same day, the operation of the Côte d'Azur was the first to announce the news on the official website and directly let the legal department sue these major purchasers. Suddenly, the internet has started a raging situation, and the domestic netizens who eat melons are screaming, spraying these big customers blindly, spraying the old beauty and doing things. However, just as the media reported and public opinion heatedly discussed, netizens started to blow up. The North American buyer at Linge Port has signed a contract with the Côte d'Azur, and has officially completed the delivery and provision work and happily shook its hands. The old American cargo ship called in the port on the same day and began to carry 2 million large white robots. The container is mentioned on the cargo ship. Obviously, All of this is the dead end of the old American calculations, and they are all in the process now. 3 days later, Sun Zishang, who was standing at the Lingaport wharf, looked at the super-large ocean freighter far away from the wharf and said with emotion, "This is the end of the careless handing over to the country. I will wait for Harris to come. Call me and see how his expression reacts." The subordinate next to him happily said, "Don't think about it, it must be a stale one. There is a good show to watch now, ha ha. Harris' office. "What are you talking about?" Harris stared roundly at the assistant who came to report the news. He stood upright from his chair in shock and raised his voice. "The agency has announced the restoration of safety standards again." "That batch of robots?" The assistant nodded and said, "Yes. Metalnovel.com, the website, has announced the news, and the media has also quoted reports." Holy SHT. Harris reacted quickly and immediately called Sun Zishang: "Mr. Sun, it's me Harris. The 450,000 Dabai robots we ordered will immediately send someone to deliver it." Regarding the unpleasantness that happened before. Halfway through what Harris said, he was interrupted by Sun Zishang on the other end of the phone, and only heard a calm voice, "Mr. Harris, you have unilaterally abandoned, and this shipment has now been taken away by the new buyer. As for you want to cooperate again, you must first pay the liquidated damages before discussing the follow-up cooperation." "Right. What are you talking about? The new buyer bought it?" Harris asked in shock. "Are you from Magnesium?" He. "I'm sorry Mr. Hayes, I'm inconvenienced to disclose the information about the buyer. Please refer to the official announcement of the Blue Coast Company for details." Sun Zishang said here with a weird tone, adding a sentence and actively hanging called, "I look forward to working with you again, if any." Harris quickly turned on the computer and checked the latest announcement from the Blue Coast Company. Sure enough, he saw an important announcement made 7 minutes ago. The content showed that 2 million Dabai robots have been delivered to North American partners. The Harris people who saw this content were all stupid, and they were so angry that their eyes became cross-eyed, and even their faces were crooked, as if the nostrils were smoking green smoke. And the internet is popular with chilling and cold. The word used to describe Harris at this moment is just right. Finally, Harris suddenly yelled in the office, "Ma ... Vaga." Chapter 819 New gameplay. Bidding supply. There is no impermeable wall under the world, and the penetration is quite fast. This wave of magical operation of the old Mei-King brother was spread on the internet on the same day. The Reddit forum, Blue Space and other social media are flat. Western Australia, netizens in France and North America have been fighting to the point of enthusiasm. The so-called good things do not go out and evil things go for thousands of miles, and the domestic media has not reported what happened outside, but it has been discussed in the Blue Space, WeChat group, and QQ group. Laughing brother, I thought it was just a joke. I went to the website, I checked, and the announcement 13 hours ago was that the Dabai robot was unqualified. The old and beautiful boys quickly followed up on the matter and returned the goods. 5 hours. The former website quickly updated the news to change the standards and restored the safety standards, and then the operation came, and I took the opportunity to eat all the goods returned by the boys. Dare you believe it, friends? A certain domestic chat group became active immediately, and more people joined the discussion. Will you be able to operate like this? Really? Not really? Don't believe it? Let me take a screenshot. This is the latest news and the latest announcement from the Blue Coast. The real hammer can no longer be hammered. There is no way. I'll take it, so that's okay. The old beauty is really a chicken thief, and my scalp is tingling. Maybe this is the live long-term series. Hold it back, unless you can't hold it back. It won't work. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It is reasonable to say that Eagle Source still has something to do with the idea of stock speculation. A wave of short-term and local shocks will deter the market and then quickly absorb and increase. It is old and powerful. I have lived for decades, and the impression of 2 hours is that every time Magnesia said what he said, he can only say that his life is really comfortable. It is estimated that the faces of the little brothers are all green. Don't say that the goods in hand are gone. And now there is a lawsuit. The Côte d'Azur has issued a new announcement. What did you say? According to the official website of the Blue Coast, during the export process of our company, some customer partners were unreasonably returned due to disregard of the facts. This disrupted the export order of our products and seriously affected the image of our company and products. In order to maintain a good and stable for the export order of products, the board of directors will discuss this matter and formulate a list of lists that disturb the export order. Please refer to the official news of our company for the announcement of the specific list. This announcement is hereby announced. Haha, 66. The Archbishop's operation is about shrimp and pig heart, but I like it. Some client partners are not talking about to our manual funny. You blacklisted and I also made a blacklist. Is the Côte d'Azur already so cheating? As a relief, the Blue Coast has kindly found all the dabai that has been sold to supply you, so that you can express the Sequoia crisis. You have to do something. You should. Just as the operation of the old beauty attracted the attention of all parties and the media was rushing to report, Côte d'Azur and its subsidiary, Azure Pure Electric Automobile, are holding an open call auction. The venue of the conference is the Multimedia Hall of Galaxy City, which is the site where the new product launch conference of the Blue Coast Company and the large-scale internal events of the company are held. Today is Thursday, January 16th. Buyers from all over the world have arrived in China 10 days ago, and they have conducted a quarantine observation for about a week. The delegations of major buyers have all arrived at the headquarters of the Blue Coast today. Now that the Spring Festival is approaching, a third of employees have already taken annual leave during this period of previous years. Tomorrow is the new year. But this year's situation is special and the Côte d'Azur is under tremendous pressure to supply global customers and partners. All employees will not be on holiday this year. Of course, overtime is calculated at triple the salary. In the afternoon, delegations of major purchasers successively arrived at the headquarters of Galaxy City, which also attracted domestic and foreign media reporters to the scene for continuous follow-up reports. I saw a luxurious business fleet drove into the Galaxy City headquarters, attracting a lot of reporters to turn the camera around. After a while, the person who got out of the car was wearing a turban and a white robe with engraved faces a how word. Amazingly, the local tyrants from the Middle East entered the hall under the leadership of the staff on the Blue Coast. After about 10 minutes, the event hall, which can accommodate more than 7,000 people, has become very popular. Today, only buyers and media reporters from all over the world are present. The total number does not exceed 800, and they are all present. At about 1500 hours in the afternoon, Yao Jianhong, the global CEO of the Côte d'Azur company, stepped onto the stage, and many shots focused on him. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you friends in the media and our partners for your support. At present, the redwoods are aging, and all mankind is suffering heavy losses because of this. The purchasers who heard Yao Jianhong's opening rolled their eyes frantically, especially when they heard what old Yao said to express their deep regrets. They even sneered. They were more willing to believe that the Côte d'Azur not only had no regrets, but was ecstatic. Our latest flagship product, Dabai Robot, has played an unparalleled advantage in suppressing the pandemic of the virus under the background of the Sequoia pandemic. However, even if the board of directors has passed the resolution of the board of directors to expand the production capacity by 10 times, it cannot. Taking on the pressure of global supply has caused some unpleasant things to happen and the chaos of snatching. We also have part of the responsibility in it. What Yao Jianhong said was rigorous, but the implication is that the responsibility of the Blue Coast can't be 10 times more violent soldiers. A group of buyers under the anger feel more toothache, and they have to show a gentlemanly demeanor, and they feel even more angry. Recently we have received a large number of new orders and additional orders from customers, and we all hope to get the goods as soon as possible. I understand your urgency very well, and the Blue Coast is also very urgent. Yao Jianhong methodically said. The Côte d'Azur is indeed very urgent. It is very urgent to make a small amount of money. I can't wait for the violent soldiers to supply the world like a diabetes collapse. At the current special time node, the pricing system of Dabai Robot has been completely disrupted. Some people have paid 100,000 US dollars. Some people have paid 150,000 US dollars. And some people have even paid 300,000 US dollars to compete for priority supply rights and directly set our internal pricing. The mechanism collapsed, and our internal pricing system was unable to find a reasonable market price for Dabai. Yao Jianhong on the stage spoke in a hurry. Many people in the audience, especially those in the media, could not help but shift the camera to the local tyrants sitting in the auction seats. It is this group of people who wantonly drive up the machine price. Many European and American buyers find this group of people very unpleasant. The local tyrants sitting at the auction table were very calm, touching the several gemstone rings on their fingers one after another without saying a word. Yao Jianhong on the stage continued, therefore, the auction model was approved by the board of directors. For the orders that have been signed, we will proceed according to the order contract. For subsequent orders, we will determine the price and the priority of supply through the bidding model. We believe that it is most reasonable to let the market make a choice. Jealous. Absolute jealous. Before this, no one thought that the industrial assembly line products of a company would be so popular that they needed to be purchased at a price. This shows that the market is in short supply and the degree of popularity has reached an incredible level. A buyer off the court cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, it's better than singing." It's obviously an attempt to maximize profits. It will really modify what you say to let the market make a choice. Please, in the new week, please ask for a ticket. I can't keep up with the production capacity and help us. Chapter 820. The local tyrants bidding style. At present, the Côte d'Azur is in high volume production, with a monthly production capacity of close to 2 million. We expect to add 11.5 million Dabai robots in the first half of this year. Yao Jianhong on the stage continued to speak, but the buyers at the scene did not say a word. In this auction, we will distribute the production capacity in the first half of the year. A single transaction is 500,000, and a total of 23 transactions. The order of supply will be pushed back according to the first auction order, which means that the first transaction orders will be delivered first, and so on. When Yao Jianhong said this, the major buyers off the field were already eager to try. Under the background of the global Sequoia virus pandemic, the value of getting the supply earlier is much higher than the quantity. Give you an order of 10 million, which will not be delivered until next year or even longer. The daylily is cold. No matter how large the quantity is, the time window is worthless. Obviously, the urgency of time is more worthy of auction than quantity, and the price of the first order will definitely be sold at a sky-high price. The local tyrants sitting in the auction seats looked indifferent, but they gave people a certain inexplicable posture. Probably because the Ho temperament was hard to conceal. On the stage, after a brief pause, Yao Jianhong said again, during the peak of the Sequoia raging period, avoiding contact and cross-infection between people is the key to curbing the spread of the virus. Intelligent and unmanned products will provide excellent. You should be very interested in the solution. The first multifunctional fully automatic driverless tram of Azure pure electric vehicle. The buyers off the court were furious. Why did you launch a new product at this time? What do you mean? Take the opportunity to eat our human blood buns? Bear it. I can only endure it. In any case, as long as it is beneficial to the current situation, it may not be considered. Yao Jianhong on the field smiled and said, I would like to invite Ding Bingding, CEO of Blue Pure Electric Automobile, to give you a further introduction. With the cameras of a group of media reporters locked in, Ding Ping had a face-to-face meeting with Yao Jianhong, who had left the scene from behind the scenes, and Ding Ping took the stage after shaking hands. The first fully automatic unmanned vehicle of Wheelan Pure Electric Automobile was originally released at the end of last year. Due to the sudden attack of Sequoia, the board of directors decided to postpone the new product release plan and formulate a new deployment. We sincerely hope that through the power of science and technology, we can play a role in dealing with the Sequoia virus. Therefore, if there is huge demand in overseas markets, our new products will give priority to the global market with production capacity, and postpone the increase in the Greater China market. On sale. Taking advantage of this opportunity, first make money from foreigners, and then talk about it. In the future, if you don't know how to make money, you won't be able to make any money. The so-called falling bag is safe. As for the domestic market, you are not in a hurry. At this moment, Ding Ping played a recorded video through the giant screen behind him. It was a scene of traveling with Dabai Plus unmanned vehicles. In fact, the technology industry is no stranger to the unmanned vehicle of the Blue Pure electric car. Last year, it was tested in cooperation with 2 domestic takeout companies and the feedback was very satisfactory. The unmanned vehicle has a multi-purpose combination of hotels, dining trucks, logistics, and mobile hospitals. It can be operated through a smartphone app. It currently supports large white hosting. Its biggest technical highlight is that it can replace the cabin connected to the chassis. It is designed as a compartment structure, in order to be able to exchange compartments with different functions under different application scenarios to achieve functional changes. When Ding Ping said here, under the arrangement of the staff behind the scenes, he directly drove 3 display cars to the stage. The stage was large enough and there was no problem at all. Many people at the scene looked sideways, and most of them looked at the driving seat of the 3 cars that came on. It is indeed autonomous driving. Ding Ping on the stage looked at the several display vehicles in front of him and said, they all have the same standard sight. For example, this one is equipped with a cargo compartment. It is now a mobile unmanned vending machine. This one is a business class. It is now a mobile office space. This car is equipped with a medical cabin, and it is now a mobile hospital. Speaking of this, Ding Ping looked at the audience and added, it can also play a role in more application scenarios, such as mobile dining trucks, express delivery and so on. Buyers off the field, every purchasing group began to whisper to each other, nodding to each other from time to time. Although it is very uncomfortable for Luo Sheng to sell new products to them at this time and take advantage of the fire, it is undeniable that it is of great help to them in controlling the Sequoia virus. Only by controlling the spread of Sequoia virus and solving this crisis as soon as possible can economic recovery be achieved earlier. As long as the money is worth the money, you still have to pay the bill, which is the same as buying large amounts of Dabai robots. This time I came to participate in the auction and I was ready for heavy bleeding. The heavy bleeding here is also to reduce overall economic losses. We originally planned to mass produce this model of 3 million units this year, with a unit price of 300,000 yuan or $45,000. Today, we will participate in the auction. The production capacity will be determined based on your orders. The maximum production capacity this year is expected to be 15 million vehicles. This can be said to be very clear. If the annual production capacity of 15 million vehicles can be eaten today, then Blue Pure Electric Automobile Co. Limited will be able to mass production and supply all for the international market. If the foreigners present are not interested and don't want any of them, then the Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company will be on sale in the country as usual, and it will be enough to produce 3 million vehicles for domestic sales as originally planned. Ding Ping introduced on the stage for about 20 minutes, and finally Yao Jianhong went on stage again and said, okay, not much to say. Now the first bid is launched. The buyers present heard this sentence through the translator, and everyone raised their spirits. There was another person on the stage. Yao Jianhong came down, and a professional auctioneer was in charge of the next bidding process. The starting price is the current latest market price, that is, a single bid is $155,000. A single transaction is 50 bids, and the starting price is $75 billion. The first bid is now starting, and each bid is no less than $1 billion. The starting price is $75 billion. Every reporter present was stunned when he heard this number. The 23 orders were guaranteed to exceed $1.7 trillion. Suddenly, they felt that the crazy money printing of several trillion US in the old United States rescued the market, and the money flowed indirectly in the pocket of the Riviera. A reporter off the court said to himself, "The biggest loser of this Sequoia pandemic is still unknown. But the biggest winner seems to have surfaced. The strong are always strong." The unemployment crisis in North America has surpassed the Great Depression of the last century, and the Riviera here are making a lot of money. Even if it is not the biggest winner, it is definitely not the the loser of Swan. At the end, the seat area of the Yarn Special Buyer Group took the lead in bidding, $150 billion. As soon as the voice fell, the audience was silent. The other purchasing groups and the reporters in the room all looked at the seating area where the local tyrants were in unison. After a long time, the local tyrants could not help but break the quiet atmosphere and said, "Everyone, there is a problem?" After the reporters at the scene reacted, they all madly pressed the camera shutter at the local tyrant, and there was an uproar in the quiet scene. Buyer groups in other countries also turned their eyes back, cursing in their hearts. 150 billion once, 150 billion twice, 150 billion three times. Deal. When the local tyrant shouted the sky-high price of $150 billion, everyone knew that this single local tyrant was already inevitable, and it was a price that no one else had the courage to follow. This is $150 billion, not $15 million. What if the local tyrant makes a false shot and stops following it? Wouldn't everyone be stupid? Anyway, there are 22 orders behind. There is no need to come up to play so exciting. The local tyrants have a well-earned family, and can be so prosperous, but they seem to have nothing to do with others except for a few words. In order to get the goods 10.5 months earlier, the extra tens of billions of dollars is too worthwhile. In case the local tyrants and the Azure Coast do some transactions behind the scenes and act as a trustee, that is also possible. As a result, the first bidding ended unexpectedly, and a direct bidding was completed. Chapter 821 Profit Premium of nearly $200 billion, 120 billion twice, 120 billion three times. The transaction. Congratulations to Prince Sart for winning the second order. At the Science and Technology Complex, Luo Sheng is watching the live broadcast of this auction conference at home. King Su, who is sitting next to him, opens her mouth slightly and is slightly sluggish. After returning to her senses, she can't help saying, "Sart is running to show off your wealth, or the childcare you hired." The second order was launched for bidding, and no one followed up again. No one followed up, and the final bid was reached. However, the purchaser representatives from other countries gave up directly if it exceeded $85 billion. Luo Sheng shook his head and said, "Of course not. Doesn't that mean I dig a hole for myself?" If the tale of such a large-scale transaction is revealed, this is not an excuse for the other party to lie. Silly. It is too ugly to eat. When you do business for people, especially big ones, you have to take time. And King Su looked at him suspiciously and curiously and asked, "Sart's bidding for the first order is understandable, but the second order is really incomprehensible. No matter how rich the family is, it can't stand the expense." Big dogs are very rich, and everyone on the earth knows that the royal family alone has a cash flow of $800 billion. Plus Wang's clan and other family members also have $800 billion. But these two orders are only bidding after $270 billion. A third of the royal family's wealth is gone. Luo Sheng smiled and said, This Prince of Sard has something. If he only bids for a sum, what will he use to honor his father of magnesium? So he has to take another order, and he can't go too far back. For the first order, he can only honor his magnesium father, and if he takes the last order by himself, Sati will not do that, and would rather pay tens of billions more. So he has to eat the first and second orders. The call auction this time is mainly to make money from the local tyrants. A group of European and American buyers whose profit premium contributed by local tyrants is more than half. Those Europeans and Americans must have colluded in advance. Now, the follow-up bidding is unlikely to fluctuate so much. It is estimated that $8,082 billion is a dense transaction area. And King Su blinked her eyes and said in amazement, "No. You mean that the magnesium country people will grab it?" Luo Sheng said, "You won't be able to grab it, but it's almost the same. The old beauty will definitely put pressure on Sati elsewhere, and use some methods to force the local tyrants to compromise. That's why I said that the prince has something to do. Just wait for the old beauty." Finding a door to play a hooligan, lying down is quite open. It is also a strategy, and King Su couldn't help but complain, "This is too rascal." Luo Sheng paid attention to the live auction footage, and said slowly, "Small businesses buying and selling, and big businesses governance. If a business is small, it is technology, and if it is big, it is a human being. But business is still business in the end, but the essence is still detached. Do not open a word of profit, or for great profit, or for small profit, or for small profit. The prince is a shrewd businessman and businessmen. Arabs are actually very good at doing business. They know very well what their accounts should be. Calculate. This is the way for the local tyrants to survive. It is good to say that people who know the current affairs are handsome, and the bad thing is that a phoenix that has plucked hair is not as good as a chicken. The local tyrants are very clear that they can gain a foothold in the Middle East without the protection of the old beauty. Slag's strength is not covered by magnesium's father. Just a Yilang is enough to drink a pot, let alone a small overlord. Therefore, the protection fee still has to be paid, and the money can only be spent to eliminate the disaster, and it depends on the form of payment. When the time comes, Lam will come to ask for it, and she must give up part of it. It will definitely not be enough to place more orders. However, recently the local tyrants have not completely put the treasure on the old United States, and since the North American shale oil and gas revolution, the local tyrants have been very upset. Since the early large-scale procurement of B-swarm drones under the Côte d'Azur, it has gradually paid more attention to the East. Which country is the Côte d'Azur company? Which country is taxed? It's unclear. The seemingly unrestrained display of wealth has hit the sky-high price of $270 billion, almost double the price. The outside world cannot understand the operation of the local tyrants. But is it not a kind of goodwill signal of the local tyrants facing the East to make a gesture of courtesy? King Su's sister couldn't help but curiously said, "So you are also a businessman? Haven't you been self-proclaimed as an entrepreneur?" Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng said with a deep smile, "As appropriate, I am an entrepreneur when I need an entrepreneur status, I am a businessman when I need a businessman status, and I am a scientist when I need a scientist's status." When King Su heard his answer, she rolled his eyes out of anger, and muttered, "It's not all the same." "Of course it's very different," Luo Sheng said clearly, breaking his fingers. "A person who can constantly give birth to ideas is called a businessman, and a person who can discuss everything is called a businessman. The boss is called the boss when the business is bigger, and the boss is the scheming and well-prepared people. Entrepreneurs are called entrepreneurs when their careers are bigger. Entrepreneurs are people who want their careers to be as friendly and stable as a family." Luo Sheng added, "A qualified businessman is a person who has creativity. A qualified businessman is a person who has communication skills. A qualified boss is a person who has insight, and a qualified entrepreneur is a person who has cohesion. Can this be the same? It looks reasonable." King Zui murmured, pouting her lips and staring at Luo Sheng, and then asked,
Then what about a qualified man? Luo Sheng, with Erlang's legs upright, looked at the live bidding video and answered without hesitation, "So to tell you, it's like playing a game. Some heroes have powerful continuous output, and some heroes have powerful explosive output, so of course it is lasting power and explosive power, but the most important thing is explosive power. We have both. Not only qualified but also excellent. You have learned it, you know." Unkingsu. Next enter the third order bidding, starting at $75 billion, and the bidding begins. At the scene, as the bidding host's voice spread throughout the audience, the major buyers at the bidding seats did not immediately bid, and more than half of the people turned their attention to the direction of the local tyrants. Everybody, I won't participate in the next bidding, you are free," the local tyrant said with one hand, but the reporters present focused on the gems on his fingers. Everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and the local tyrant knew that it was impossible to do two things, and then shouting would not only be a little overwhelming in terms of financial resources, but it would also arouse public anger, which is not a good thing. $76.5 billion. The first bid was the Frenchman. $77.5 billion. $79 billion. $80 billion. $80 billion at a time. $80 billion twice. $80 billion three times. Deal. The third order was finally sold by the British at a bid of $80 billion. In the subsequent continuous bidding, all of the remaining 20 orders were all sold without placing any orders. The highest transaction price was $150 billion for the first order, and the lowest. The transaction price was $76 billion. The total transaction price of 23 transactions was $191 million. And the subsequent bidding prices fluctuated in the range of $7 billion. Until Novel.com. Everyone is not a fool, and naturally they will not bid up prices with each other. The local tyrants seem to be driving up prices to show off their wealth, but in fact, it is also very good at being a person. After comprehensively weighing the interests, he will take the lead in bidding and then be out. The rest are buyers from Europe, the United States, Japan, and South Korea. Naturally, they will not be stupid enough to bite each other out of Luo Sheng. For example, buyers in Nordic countries choose to group together, and after the bidding, they will discuss how to divide it. Save as much as you can save, even if it is less than $1 billion. It will save a lot of expenditure. There are more than 100 buyers who came to bid on the spot. In fact, the United States and Britain are one party, the Nordic countries are one party, Western European countries are one party, Eastern European countries are also a group, and Japanese and Korean buyers also choose to group together. On the one hand, I don't want to be cut too hard by Luo Sheng. On the other hand, I really don't have that much money. Except for a few large and affluent buyers, small countries can't bid for so much money alone. Even in the rich Nordic countries, the country can't come up with so much money. Everyone can only fight duo. Their strategy is very clear. Luo Sheng can't get the upper hand when it comes to bidding. After the bidding is reached, they will discuss privately how to allocate them. The only thing that drives the volatility of bidding is the competition between regions, and the bear buyers in Western and Eastern Europe can't get a pot of urine. Of course, Luo Sheng and the Côte d'Azur have also considered this issue, and the response is very simple and straightforward. Just start the auction at the latest market price, and directly lock in the profit. The profit can be calculated as much as the premium. According to the latest market price, this batch of goods is about $1.7 trillion. It is sold through call auctions, creating an additional profit of close to $200 billion. According to the annual report data of the Côte d'Azur last year, it is equivalent to the company's 2 or 3. Only 1 year can make such a big profit. There is no doubt that blood is earned. Chapter 822. Next, there will be a collective bidding of unmanned electric vehicles. A total of 15 million vehicles are expected to be produced. At present,
1.7 million ready-made vehicles have been produced. The bidding is divided into 15 bids with a single quantity of 1 million vehicles. The starting price is 4.5 per vehicle, $10,000. The initial price of the first order is $45 billion, and now the bidding starts, and the bidding price is no less than $1 billion. With the voice of the bidding host resounding, the bidding for unmanned vehicles has officially begun. It is worth mentioning that autonomous driverless cars have already started this trend a few years ago. The world's major technology giants have participated in the research and development of new energy vehicles, and the world's major technological powers and developed countries have also introduced them. Related bills. There are related traffic laws for unmanned vehicles. The obstacle to the commercialization of driverless cars is the approval of listing, but in the current Sequoia pandemic environment, the speed of cars passing the security inspection and approval will naturally not be slow. The buyers at the scene all knew that Luo Sheng would not be able to avoid the suspicion of reaping them when he promoted his driverless cars at this time, but it was also impossible. At the scene, local tyrants took the lead in bidding and shouted, $100 billion. Other buyers. The local tyrant prince saw the glaring glances of other buyers, and smiled calmly, I want this order, and I will not participate in the bidding later. The first two orders are very important, because there are 1.8 million existing cars that can be delivered and taken away after the auction is completed. Just like the first big white robot in the previous bidding, no one followed up after the local tyrant bid. The operation of the local tyrants is the same as that of the big as strong village. A strong first-line waveform comes directly, and the daily limit is directly at the opening. The local tyrants are sealed for hundreds of billions of dollars. They will directly block the daily limit without giving you any boarding opportunity. None of the subsequent bids exceeded $50 billion. The highest one was also sold at $48 billion, and the lowest one was sold at $46 billion. In the bidding of unmanned vehicles, the tendency of buyers to gather together is even more obvious. It is not surprising that high prices are not available. But all 15 transaction orders have been auctioned down. If the production capacity of Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company can be more, can still eat. Although it is not a small number, it is still not enough. However, 15 million vehicles are already the limit of production capacity. After the bidding activity ended, all the media at the scene dispersed and went back to write articles and report. But the buyers came to another high-standard meeting room of the company. At this moment, the CEO of Blue Coast Yao Jianhong and the CEO of Blue Pure Electric Automobile Ding Ping were present, as well as a global vice president from Heng Sen International Investment Bank. Happy cooperation. Yao Jianhong and Ding Ping continued to sign contracts with the major bidding buyers. The legal team under their hands had already drafted the contract, signed and sealed. The vice president of Heng Sen International Investment Bank was also here. He didn't come here to make soy sauce to watch the fun, but to lend money to their buyers. Except for the local tyrants, the European and American buyers cannot spend so much money on this large transaction. Even before the Sequoia attack, they may not be able to spend so much money, let alone the current economy being affected by Sequoia. The situation was hit hard. It is worth mentioning that although these buyers are looking for loans from Heng Sen International Investment Bank, the premise that Heng Sen International Investment Bank lends to them is that the country to which the buyer belongs must use its national credit as a mortgage guarantee. No guarantee will work. The country where the purchaser belongs not only has to cover the loan, take the national credit mortgage guarantee, but also guarantee the large transaction. Even if these purchasers go bankrupt, they will not become a bad debt on the Côte d'Azur, because this asset has been reflected in the national debt sheet of the country to which it belongs, and the debt has increased. If the enterprise goes bankrupt and liquidated, the money cannot be repaid. The country where it belongs uses fiscal expenditure to repay the money. Without national credit as a mortgage guarantee, Luo Sheng would never dare to make this transaction with foreigners rashly. If Europeans intercepted each other's materials during the Sequoia pandemic and exposed their moral bottom line, then the pass of the operation has revealed that its bottom line is not the lowest but only lower. It's absolutely not wrong to keep an eye out for dealing with such people. The bigger the deal, the more careful you have to be. This is a huge amount of loan funds. Except for the local tyrants who are not bad, whether they are British, French, Magnesium or Russians, this order transaction contract requires borrowing money to be able to afford it. And the amount of borrowing it also ranges from 50% to 70%. The total borrowing scale of all purchasers is as high as $968.5 billion US dollars, which is close to $1 trillion US dollars in debt. Now it is equivalent to Luo Sheng indirectly becoming a creditor of the world's top developed countries, and he owes him a huge sum of money. It is also worth mentioning that this debt is not a national credit guarantee in the general sense. The Côte d'Azur has not forgotten that Europe, which is deeply in debt crisis, has a precedent for the bankruptcy of Greece. If it is really unlucky, such as Italy's declaration of bankruptcy, it will be miserable, and this part of the risk will be eliminated before borrowing. There is only one possibility that this debt can become a bad debt. That is, the debtor country is destroyed, and the debtor is dead. Of course, there is no way to collect the debt, but as long as the country is not destroyed, there is an asset evaluation. The bottom line is to change the seller's business to repay debts, whether it is currency issuance rights, real estate, natural resources, etc. All debts can be repaid by valuation. However, the probability of this happening is extremely low, and the nearly $1 trillion in debt is evenly distributed among the major debtor countries. In fact, it is only tens of billions of dollars in scale, especially in developed countries. 2 to 30 billion debts. It is impossible for all debtor countries to collapse and be destroyed at the same time, right? From the perspective of maximizing benefits, Luo Sheng hopes that they will never be the best in their lives, so that they can only borrow the new to repay the old. And Legunli is the most fragrant. In addition, asset allocation has been optimized. You must know that before that, both Shengfeng Capital and Luo Sheng Family Fund had already sold US dollars. Now it is not possible to build ladders immediately. All these money must have a place to rest. Obviously, it is impossible for Hengxin International Investment Bank to have so much money, but Shengfeng Capital happens to have a lot of funds, including Luo Sheng Family Fund. After the whole process, the Blue Coast sells its products to overseas global customers, but these customers do not have so much money in a short time, so they can only borrow money from Hengxin International Investment Bank with national credit as collateral. However, Hengxin International Investment Bank did not lend such a large amount, so it got the primary market to seek financing channels. Shengfeng Capital and Luo Sheng Family Fund managed a large amount of assets. It happened that the money was rich and I didn't know where to go. Now, thus realizes the double cycle of financial plus technology profits. It seems that these buyers have completed the empty glove white wolf. After a long time, Luo Sheng didn't say anything about it, but also borrowed trillions of dollars to spend them. It seemed that the left hand was the right hand. But just like that, the revenue and profits are smashed back and forth, which is intuitively reflected on the debtors or debtor country's balance sheet. When the debt is due, it will be returned with interest. This is different from buying old US debt. While signing the contract here, the news has been spread all over the world by the news of major media. And the content of this auction conference has also been on the headlines of major news websites around the world. Shocked, this person has become a creditor of 21 developed countries and 7 developing countries around the world. He is UK headlines. My country's well-known technology company Côte d'Azur has reached an ultimate $2.66 trillion US dollars business cooperation with buyers from multiple countries to play an active role in controlling the global Sequoia pandemic. Yangwang.com. Luo Sheng's super technological power that overwhelms the world is fully demonstrated in this auction. Guardian. In the near future, Luo Sheng will become a creditor of more than 1 billion people in nearly 30 countries and regions around the world, and you may soon become his debtor, directly or indirectly. Daily Mail. Luo Sheng, is he the savior of this world or the greedy demon Mammon? New York Times. At this time, the European and American media still don't forget to put eye drops in their articles. After reading these foreign media reports, Luo Sheng laughed. He liked the way they saw you were upset and had to come to the door with a large amount of banknotes to beg you for your anger and anger. It's cool. Chapter 823. Foreign guys brave the big A in a residential house in Liverpool, England. At the moment, people living in this city are afraid to go out. Liverpool is one of the most severely ravaged cities in the UK by sequoias. At this moment, the local time is right about 1 o'clock in the morning, late at night. The owner of this private house is a young man who is almost 30 years old. His name is Harvey Gordon. He is a professional stock investor born in a non-financial profession, but he makes a living from professional stock trading. In the middle of the night, Harvey Gordon poured a whole bottle of refreshing drink and stared at the stock software trend chart on the computer. There were a total of 3 display screens showing the market trend. It stands to reason that as an Englishman, Harvey Gordon should look at the FTSE or the S&P index of the United States. However, the trend charts on the 3 display panels are impressively the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index, the Science and Technology Innovation Board Index, and the Hong Kong Stock Hang Seng Index. No wonder this point is still watching the market. Liverpool is late at night, and at the same time China is already 9 in the morning, and today's trading is about to open. Obviously, Harvey Gordon is a foreigner in the bigger market. He has invested in bigger through channels such as QFI Qualified Foreign Institutional Investor and the Shanghai London Stock Connect, which was just opened last year, and is regarded as a small scattered capital in the north. Dear Daro, I love you so much. Harvey Gordon raised his eyes and glanced at the time to see that the market was about to open in a few minutes. The so-called Daro is actually a homophony of Big A. Harvey has moved to Bigger for a month and a half. Lurking among the domestic retail households who eat melons, are also working hard to learn Chinese. The reason why I fell in love with the Big A is because the Sequoia Black Swan and various reverse operations almost made him bankrupt. When he was supposed to be short, he lost blood. He was short when he was supposed to be long. At the time of desperation, the last few remaining capitals were heavily invested in the Big As Blue Star Technology or the Blue Coast Concept theme, and successfully bought the Blue Star Technology stock through the Hong Kong stock market. And the losses in the FTSE index have all recovered. And the investment target he selected, after the recent stock swap, the newly selected target happened to be one of the 3 major suppliers of upstream raw materials for Dab iRobot. Earlier there was already 17.2% of the profit, and then the operation of the old beauty caused a sharp drop in the theme of the white robot concept that day. Harvey Gordon's direct limit on this target was punctured by the floating profit. The next day I woke up and stared at the account of the investment Big A. When the profit fell through one day, Harvey Gordon slapped his thigh fiercely 3 times and kept asking himself why he didn't watch the market that night. However, just when he thought he was about to completely defeat Big A, he staged a tragic and joyous follow-up. A few hours later, a new message on the North American website revealed that the big white robot met the standard, and then the Azure Coast issued an announcement. The situation reversed in an instant. After the opening of the Big A overnight, Harvey Gordon witnessed his heavy position in the call auction and directly blocked the daily limit. This was the first time he had eaten 20% of the word in the Big A board profit. The next step was to open the FIVLink board, and the target held in his hand doubled directly. As of today, Harvey Gordon has obtained 160% of the book value of the target. The total market value of his account holdings is 7.436 million yuan, excluding exchange rate changes of approximately £828,000. Harvey Gordon knew that today must be the rhythm of closing the daily limit again, and could not stop it because of yesterday's bidding news. He has already read the large white robot order of $1.91 trillion, which is a major altruistic view worth at least 10 a new word daily limit. Sure enough, after the ticket in Harvey Gordon's hand rose by 6.25% yesterday, today, the second wave of Anyline board main Shenlan was started directly, and the Anyline board daily limit opened directly. At this moment, Harvey Gordon glanced at several other targets in the account that were also continuing to make profits, and his mood was greatly relieved. Among them, the stocks of Bosch Technology, a mechanical prosthesis research and development company, were opened higher, and the total account funds were smashed. It's more than a few $100,000, which is equivalent to £3,000 to £4,000. Tonight, Harvey Gordon decided to cash out $2.25 million, or about £250,000, for the purchase of white robots plus unmanned vehicles. If it were not for the Sequoia pandemic, he really did not want to sell it now. Position, because he knows that the market outlook is still hot. Most of the targets in hand have extremely low turnover rates, which are often difficult to buy after being sold. But there is no way to make money. You have to have a life flower. If you are infected with Sequoia, you may be gone. Harvey Gordon finally decided to take apart from the concept stocks of Dabai Robotics and Bosch Technology. Although other targets have not risen as much as these two votes, they also concentrate risks when they are too concentrated. He has also learned how the big 8 up down limit is very powerful. If you want to sell the daily limit tickets, you can easily sell them. Some people line up to take the order, but the new word down limit tickets that are killed all the way down to a certain low are true. Don't want to sell. 20 minutes after the opening, Harvey Gordon felt that it was almost done, so he closed the market value of about 800,000 yuan from the target of Bosch Technology, and then closed the market value of about 1.445 million yuan from the target of the Dabai robot concept stock, and then converted into £250,000 to make a profit. His capital flow of about 2.245 million yuan did not affect the fluctuation of funds going northward at all. 10 minutes ago this morning, the scale of capital inflows from northward had exceeded 2.6 billion yuan. In the past month, every trading day of Bigger has been a continuous net inflow of foreign capital, maintaining the buy, and buy style. So far, last month's turnover reached 3.32 trillion yuan, a record high in the month. With the Sequoia pandemic, Bigger has become a great choice for foreign capital hedging. Even dragged down by the global market, many foreign capitals have come in to buy bottoms. From an industry perspective, foreign investment particularly favors the 6 major industries of optical electronics, semiconductor components, biomedicine, medical equipment, non-bank finance, and food and beverage. From the perspective of the theme concept, there is no doubt that there are 3 major sectors: Shishura Blue Star Technology theme, Azure Coast theme, and New Energy Vehicle theme. The influx of foreign capital has accelerated to a certain extent and promoted the rapid oversold rebound of the Bigger market after the Sequoia and Black Swan incident. However, the massive influx of overseas hot money cannot make much waves in these 3 conceptual themes, because whether it is Huacheng Technology, Bochuang Technology, Reebok, and Big Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company, behind these listed companies are the same super strong capital that can be highly controlled Shengfeng capital. Hot money with a strong bank in the ticket is generally not touched, especially if the ticket of Shengfeng capital sits in the bank. The domestic hot money bosses either do not touch it, or dare not go crazy. Because the hot money that has been smashed before has completed the value investment abruptly, once it has been smashed by Shengfeng capital, it will be a quarter without cutting the meat. Either don't come, if you want, just invest honestly, don't think about a day trip. Shengfeng capital is the only capital institution in the entire Bigger market, except for the G team, that can highly control heavy stocks with a market value of more than 400 billion. It is no exaggeration to say that the rise and fall of these targets are internally planned by Shengfeng capital, and the trend of the stock price will not deviate from the fundamentals of the company's performance. The biggest expectation is that the overall growth of the company will go out of a long-term slow cow, the ascending channel. These targets are absolutely not allowed to rise and fall due to hot money and hot money speculation, but all the skyrocketing and plummeting caused by excessive speculation. The final result is a feather. As for the soaring of the three major upstream suppliers of the Dabai robot concept theme, it is not speculative and hype-dominated, but the result of recent solid benefits and performance, which is consistent with the fundamentals. In fact, Shengfeng Capital has already drawn the top internally, and it will increase by a maximum of 7 links. Because internal analysis and judgment is that if the stock price continues to rise at this position, it will deviate from the current value of the company. Yuukansu.com is a speculative element. That is to say, it will be turned sideways by about 200% to the top. When this position is reached, it will be controlled at a high position. Whoever pushes up the stock price will be buried here, and hot foreign money will also be buried here. The reason why domestic hot money tycoons are reluctant to touch listed companies that are highly controlled by Shengfeng Capital is because they are not only strong in the stock market, but also highly controlled in the company itself. Hot money was very clear on the line with Luo Sheng on the stock market, and the result was a miserable loss. And what cannot be tolerated by hot money is that Shengfeng Capital will cut you from time to time. A big hole may come out at any time. There is no way to predict when it will be hit. It may be hit at any time, and the depth of the pit will be different. 1. As long as they enter, they are very likely to become long-term value investors. Because the long-term trend is rising, the average annualized rate of return can reach about 1,520%. This is the most friendly to retail investors who invest in long-term prices, and it is also Luo Sheng's biggest goal. The effect he wants is to invest only anyone who buys his company's stock can become Buffett. The most powerful thing about the stock that people boast about is that he can stably create an annualization of about 20% every year. How can it be more feat to become a Buffett? The answer is obviously that the latter is more legendary. But hot money really doesn't like it. Hot money wants demon stocks that can double or even 10 times in a year or even a month. At 20% annualization, they simply can't stand this slow rate of making money. Another factor that can't be ignored is that almost everyone now knows that it's appropriate to follow Archbishop Luo. It's safe to drink spicy food and get a stable annual rate of return of about 1,520%. For retail investors, don't be too satisfied, and even many retail investors think it's good to be able to beat the inflation rate. Chapter 824 Let you win 99 times first. I only need one time. It is precisely because now everyone knows that following Luo Sheng can be delicious and spicy, and that the listed company that bought him can sleep peacefully every day without worrying about bursting losses. This has led to the pricelessness of these targets. And the result is Shengfeng Capital. Luo Wang's stocks are not active. Huachen Technology Co. Limited in the medical device industry is a typical example. After experiencing hot high-frequency trading in the early stage of landing on the Scitech Innovation Board, activity and turnover have been declining, and the turnover rate of stocks is basically maintained below 0.1%. Volatility. It is rare to have a turnover rate of more than 0.1% once every 5 trading days a week. How does this look like a high-tech listed company on the Science and Technology Innovation Board? What I don't know is that it is bank stocks, or ST unpopular stocks whose stock prices are on the verge of delisting. However, Huachen Technology has been in a unilateral uptrend since its listing for half a year. The turnover rate is so low because investors who hold the target are optimistic and are reluctant to sell. No matter where they are sold, they are selling. Money must be used as a last resort, and everyone will not easily sell their chips. This is also one of the main reasons why hot money doesn't like to touch the stocks of Shengfeng Capital. You can't get in. Whether you place a large order or a small order, The holders don't place a sell order. You hang it for a long time or even all day. I can't make a few hands and play a hammer. Luo Sheng's companies listed on Bigger can be said to be one of the few beautiful landscapes. They are value investments in the true sense. They are high-quality technology white horse stocks. The companies listed on the Science and Technology Innovation Board must have sufficient performance support. Luo Sheng can't stop others, but he hopes to harvest fewer retail investors, and by approving the listing of high-quality companies that have achieved good results, using Shengfeng Capital to control the market and let the investors earn money and start the compound interest effect. This is actually a means of redistributing wealth. Luo Sheng is not a saint, but the situation dictates it. Retail investors have made money in the stock market. They dare to consume only when they have money, so that the economy can survive. With so many companies under Luo Sheng, the overall market is unimaginable. If you want to maintain growth, the entire economic environment cannot be depressed, otherwise each of its major industries will be in depression together, and they must be active to maintain stable and sustained growth. Little is small, big, reluctant. But then again, Luo Sheng allows the majority of retail investors to earn money through his listed companies, but the scale of retail investors following him is relative to the current scale of the entire Big A, which is close to 180 million retail investors. In fact, there are not many profitable people, or even very few. There are more monks and less meat. The majority of retail investors know that Luo Sheng's listed company is good, but they just can't buy it. The first batch of technology companies listed on the Science and Technology Innovation Board were very active in the early days, with a turnover rate of over 20%. But this situation has now changed. In the recent two newly listed companies, the turnover rate on the first day did not exceed 2%, and the highest was at 1.45%. The winning investors directly held the market and did not sell. This is also the opposite of everything. Everyone knows that you just lie down and make money after buying your target, so they all want to get in the car and want to get involved. As a result, negative effects will follow, and speculative capital in the market sees opportunities. Since you can't speculate in the first-year blue-chip stocks and white horse stocks controlled by Shengfeng Capital's strong market, and the popularity has always been so strong, why not go to the second-tier, third-tier, and fifth-tier shadow stocks that are related to your concept? The popular hotspots are there. Small and medium investors who have not been able to get on the bus are too anxious. Then they will create second-line leaders to attract these retail investors to a stir. As long as the atmosphere is up, junk stocks are not afraid that no one will come. What I have to say is that Chinese people are very gambling, no matter whether it is a Ponzi scheme or not. There are countless people who are greedy and don't know the dead and alive, thus creating the birth of one after another. One exception is that the tide has faded and there is feathers everywhere. Facts have proved that the market's speculative capital is still successful. Recently, they have successfully created a new monster stock on the Science and Technology Innovation Board, which barely matches the theme of the Dabai robot concept. The name is Dense Intelligent Control, and there is no performance support at all, and the fundamentals of the company are poor. In less than half a month, the stock's cumulative increase has exceeded 293.2%, and the cumulative turnover rate has reached 158%. After playing the relay race of drumming and passing flowers, the people of the rivers and lakes gave the nickname the Three-Old Demon, whose name is Thunderess. Among the 180 million retail investors, no one knows it. The reason for the speculative capital speculation is that the Blue Coast wants to expand the production of large white robots for the global supply. It is bidding for supply chain partners on a large scale. On this day, Sanzikong has been exploded. Can it win the bid? There are two things. In fact, many investors know that this is a castle in the air with huge risks. But this is not important. What is important is that it has become a demon stock. At the end of the first month of the new year, Tanfang Group, a main board-listed company that belongs to chemical synthetic materials, edge computing, and the concept of unmanned driving of blue pure electric vehicles has also blown up. It is also a company that has no performance support or is in a state of loss, but it has been hit by the market's speculative capital with a FivLink superrising specification. Only Tencent Intelligent Control can hold the demon wind. They all carry the word comma, and the majority of investors also jokingly call it rising every day. Entering February. Technology complex building. Indoor swimming pool. Today's outdoor is quite cold, but the temperature in the swimming pool is very comfortable and the water is warm, just like an artificial hot spring. Luo Sheng came out of the swimming pool and sat down on the lounger next to him to rest. On the chair on his left, Qin Weima sat lazily, showing a pair of long legs. She glanced at Luo Sheng and said, "Have you paid attention to the domestic stock market recently?" "No. I have been focusing on agriculture and food security these days, and am considering doing field investigations and in-depth investigations. It is a big deal to deal with solar storms." Luo Sheng shook his head and said casually, and immediately tore the packaging of the straw, put it into the drink cup and drank a few sips. After a while, he looked at Qin Weima and asked, "What happened to the capital market?" Qin Weima held his chin and said leisurely, summarized in 4 words. The demon wind suddenly rises. From the 19th of last month to the close of yesterday, February 8th, Tencent Zikong has gained a cumulative increase of 515.49%, with a cumulative turnover rate 319.25%. This is only for the Science and Technology Innovation Board. There is also a demon stock of the main board that only started last week, which has more than doubled. Tencent Zikong. Never heard of this company, Luo Sheng said nonchalantly. Hey, there are not so many demon stocks in the market every year. It is impossible to prevent the capital market without speculation. Yes, speculation is also indispensable to a certain extent. It is not necessarily a bad thing to bring atmosphere and activity to the market from time to time. Otherwise, the entire capital market is dead, and it is not necessarily a good thing. The little black room is watched by the China Securities Regulatory Commission, so don't worry about it. Qin Weima waved his hand and said, "But these 2 monster stocks were produced by the indirect influence of the Azure Coast." Hearing this, Luo Sheng turned his head to look at her and said, "What do you say?" Qin Weima briefly explained to him what happened recently in these 2 listed companies. Luo Sheng was stunned. "You mean these 2 companies were not made by hot money?" Qin Weima nodded gently and said, "Data monitoring results show that more than 90% of the purchase amount is contributed by small and medium investors. There is almost no major institutional capital. This time, some hot money and big investors chase in and continue to beat the drums and spread the flowers up. It can be seen that the small and medium-sized investors who were unable to buy our high-quality targets were extremely anxious to promote this speculation, so they turned around and looked for shadow stocks. To put it bluntly, there are too many people who believe in you. The result of many factors such as gambling, the sudden hot spots in the market, etc. But the core logic that prompted this demon wind lies in your magical aura. Things will be reversed. If this goes on, it must go from one extreme to the other." Hearing what Qin Weima said, Luo Sheng, who was lying on the bench, looked at the dome of the indoor swimming pool. After thinking about it for a while, he said, "The layout of the capital market needs to be adjusted slightly. It has already doubled 6 or 7 times, and the first batch of investors have made almost the same amount. It is time for the take profit to give up the position so that others can also make a little ... wash the market." Many investors who have won the lottery and have held them until now have their profits more than doubled. Luo Sheng's biggest purpose in speeding up the listing of his companies is not to keep wealth in the hands of a few people. Obviously, if you don't take profits anymore, it means that profits are about to withdraw on a large scale. If you don't want to go, then harvest. Luo Sheng added, the listed companies of Huacheng and Bochuang completed their top positions as soon as possible, and the market outlook is in a downward trend. The decline is about 40% in half a year, and it is about a year and a half in this position. After the past 2 years, the initial profitable funds are basically almost the same. Then we can increase it. In addition, Shengfeng Capital selects a few mediocre companies to get the science and technology board to neutralize it, get a few junk stocks to go up, kill the current crazy pursuit mood, shock it, and let the capital market calm down. Take Bosch Technology as an example. From 178 billion yuan on the first day of listing, its total market value has now reached 900 billion yuan, which has doubled 5 times in the secondary market. VC institutions holding shares in the primary market. The profit of the stock of China has increased by 60 to 70 times, but it is still in the restricted sale period. If it doubles again, it means that the total market value of Bosch Technology will exceed 1.8 trillion yuan, which is also a doubling of profits. But the potential risk has increased by more than 10 times. The higher the increase, the greater the cost. From real to virtual, investment has gradually evolved into speculation. Once the original shareholders' sales restriction period is lifted, those VC institutions are bound to make a profit, and they dare to die. They have dozens of times the profits in their hands, and the retail investors in the secondary market have dozens of points. Profits are not afraid of falling, and they are not afraid. When the price rose too fiercely and then smashed it down, the whole form of was completely broken, and the corpses of retail investors were everywhere. Uncontrollable trading will go to the other extreme sooner or later. At that time, the entire market will be full of corpses. This is not the situation that Luo Sheng wants. The situation that Luo Sheng really wants is that the financial market must serve the real economy and can tolerate the existence of the capital market. There is a certain speculative atmosphere, but speculation must not be allowed to dominate the entire market. If it rises too much, it must be killed. On the one hand, the financial service entity must be a core strategy. On the other hand, it must not allow a small number of people to earn too much. The wealth is too concentrated. It is already more serious than those who doubled in half a year. Those who work and go to work are lucky. If you are too greedy, who will you cut? Part of the smart funds will surely achieve precise top escape and precise bottom hunting. There are always some great people in the world, and there will also be a group of unlucky people standing guard on the mountain or being smothered. However, Luo Sheng didn't care about these very individual examples. He looked at the overall situation, and it was enough to realize the rotation as a whole. As for the small amount of smart funds that have made hundreds of millions of dollars from stock trading, Luo Sheng doesn't have to worry, because they can't run away. They can't live without the big A in a day. If they make money in the market, as long as the profits are not lost, the vast majority of people will not delist and sell their accounts, as long as they are still in the market. There will always be an overturn. 1 million to 11 million needs to rise by 1000%, and it needs to rise tenfold. This is how difficult it is to create tenfold profits. But 11 million only needs to fall by about 40 to 50%. Evaporated. In the process of 100 shots, Luo Sheng can make these big players win 9 tiny times in a row, and Shengfeng Capital only needs to win once to cut off the profits they have won 9 tiny times before. 110 does not save 1. Chapter 825 Envy, Jealousy, Hate. Luo Sheng did not pay too much attention to the recent events in the financial capital market. He adjusted the general strategy slightly, and left Qin Weimu and Shengfeng Capital to internally study and formulate the final plan for the specific implementation. The tone is set anyway, and speculation in the market can be tolerated, but overheated financial speculation cannot be allowed. At the same time, Harvey Gordon used the money he made from his investment in Bigger to buy a big white. British dealers are now selling it on shopping sites such as Amazon and delivering it to their door. On this kind of joint, online shopping can reduce the risk of contact with infection. Harvey Gordon paid £132,800 to order a Dabai robot. When he placed the order, he couldn't help but scolded the dealer. He knew that the purchase price of the first batch of Dabai robots was about 100,000. The euro range is around £85,000. Counting the transportation costs incurred by the most expensive air freight, the dealer's purchase cost from the Côte d'Azur cannot exceed £90,000. In other words, the intermediary earns about 50% of the profit. Even if the cost of bidding and purchasing new orders is diluted some time ago, it is impossible to make less than 30% of the profit. It is simply a vampire. How much Harvey Gordon hopes that the channels of the Côte d'Azur have not been closed, otherwise they would not have to spend such a large sum of money to be cut again. But there is no way. When the Sequoia pandemic hit, the Côte d'Azur has been closed. Direct offline channels for all international markets. It can be seen that the governments of various countries will not pay for Dabai robots exported to the international market, and dealers will not pay the bills and make a lot of money. Naturally, it is not profitable. It is the local consumers who pay the bill, and countries use national credit as collateral, which actually transfers the debt to the consumers. To be precise, it is to let the middle class and the wealthy class above pay the bill. Harvey Gordon actually wants to buy Dabai through a loan. He is willing to pay interest so that he can cash out a little less and hold it in his hand. Some big A targets are still continuing to rise sharply, and maybe one day's profit will be able to earn back the interest paid. But dealers do not support loans for Dabai products. Furthermore, banks are afraid to lend money at this time. What is the current form? The shortage of dollars does not mean further exposure to risks. Therefore, the purchase of Dabai is paid in full, and it is still impossible for the poor in Europe and America to afford expensive Dabai robots. The big white robots appearing on the land of Europe are either bought by the rich or serve public medical care. Harvey Gordon's current assets add up to more than £1 million. And belong to the standard middle-class people. Although the big white robot is expensive, it can still afford it. This morning, Harvey Gordon was sitting in front of the computer. At the moment, he was browsing the annual report on the Côte d'Azur company. At the same time, he was waiting for Amazon's courier to deliver the goods. The Dabai robot ordered should be available today. Gosh. $1.09 trillion in operating income. When Harvey Gordon opened the annual report data of the Côte d'Azur just yesterday, he was shocked when he saw this number. He remembered that the total GDP of the entire UK last year was $290 million, which is equivalent to the entire UK last year. 13 of GDP. The Côte d'Azur's annual revenue last year was $1,092.132 billion, an increase of 39.83% over the previous year. The surge in sales and net profit directly exploded. This year, it is rare to disclose the company's profit directly to the outside world, and the net attributable to the owner of the parent company, profit reached $206.32 billion. Revenue and profit both exceeded Wall Street analysts' expectations. This annual report data allows the world to witness the horrific growth momentum of the Côte d'Azur company. Every year, people call that the Côte d'Azur will reach the ceiling this year, but it breaks new highs every year and there is no top at all. The Côte d'Azur's annual report once again set the Guinness World Record, becoming the world's first company with an annual operating income of more than $1 trillion, and the world's first company with an annual profit exceeding $100 billion and $200 billion. The employees of the Côte d'Azur are really enviable, jealous, and hateful. How many bonuses they scored this year! I am afraid they have doubled compared to last year. It is unimaginable. Harvey Gordon, who saw the annual report data, was the envy of Kai Guogo. He knew the equity structure model of the Côte d'Azur. The tens of thousands of employees who joined in the early days all have virtual equity, as long as they are formal employees and meet the performance standards, can obtain virtual equity and enjoy dividend income. According to the data disclosed by the Blue Coast, the company's largest shareholder is founder Luo Sheng, and the 30% shareholding ratio has not changed, neither increased nor decreased. The company's core executives currently hold 11.89% in total, and the employee shareholding ratio is 47.7%. In addition, 10.41% is still left as the first option pool and has not been allocated. Once the diluted shares are divided equally, the new option pool will be added. It has no effect on all employees, and the shares held by Luo Sheng will also be diluted proportionally. At present, the number of global employees on the Côte d'Azur is about 1.05 million. As of the most recent allotment, the company's shareholders have reached 87,150, accounting for about 8.3% of the company's total employees. Harvey Gordon, who reads the information in the annual report, is more envious and jealous. The information disclosed in the annual report shows that the salary plus dividends plus bonuses paid by the Blue Coast Company to all employees last year reached an exaggerated $420 billion, which is equivalent to the company nearly half of the income at the end of the year is shared with all employees in surplus value. The average salary of Côte d'Azur employees exceeds the annual salary of $400,000 including dividends plus bonuses, excluding exchange rate changes of about 2.75 million yuan. Even if it is placed in the Nordic region, it is also among the top high-income levels. Coupled with the corresponding stable welfare system, even the citizens of the Nordic developed countries cannot match it. If the Côte d'Azur company is regarded as an independent economy, but the entire population is only over 1 million people, it can generate more than $1 trillion in annual income, which is equivalent to the average employee of each company creating $1 million last year. The output value has completely exploded any independent economy in the world. This is one of the reasons why everyone is squeezed and wants to work in the Côte d'Azur. Harvey Gordon really envied those Côte d'Azur employees. Regardless of how much money he made recently in Big A, his stock doubled within a few days. But the risk is huge. Once you step on the thunder, it takes only a few days. How can work on the Côte d'Azur be steadfast and secure? Ding! Just as Harvey Gordon was reading the Côte d'Azur annual report, he heard the doorbell ringing, and he immediately lifted his spirits and quickly left the computer desk and walked outside the house. Dabai is here. Harvey Gordon immediately put on a mask, took a bottle of spray to the door, and there was a big package at the door. Sprayed a week of disinfectant around the express parcel, confirmed that there was no problem, and carried it to the house. In fact, the Sequoia virus is not so exaggerated. It will lose its activity after 5 or 6 hours in the air. Generally speaking, it will not be stocked after leaving the host for such a long time. The water temperature of 80 degrees Celsius can also make the Sequoia inactive. Harvey Gordon opened the outer package with the expectant heart, and the exquisite packaging box and the eye-catching Côte d'Azur logo appeared in front of him. Among them, Dash is a white exclusive logo pattern. When I opened the box further, I saw a salary increase in front of me, but it was actually a second-hand product. The code of this white was AFX 7300, and it was the former courier robot that was recalled from Xileking.mtl novel. However, the Liu Qi personality established by Xileking has been saved to the cloud, and now this Dabai popular talk has been restored to factory settings. The quality is definitely okay. After all, it has only been out of the factory for a few months, and the appearance has been refurbished. Harvey Gordon knew in advance that this was the model recalled by the Blue Coast in Greater China. However, this is not a big problem. The normal service life of the Dabai robot is 15 years. In theory, there is no upper limit. Which part is broken can be replaced separately. You can follow the future technological progress of the Riviera to change the hardware and software by replacing parts. Iterative upgrade. Harvey Gordon has already seen the activation tutorial. It's very simple, as long as you can activate it with your smartphone. When he took Dabai out of the box, he couldn't help but vomit. It looks like a soft white cotton candy. I didn't expect you to be so heavy. Immediately after flipping through the box, he found the special battery module for Dabai, which was separated during transportation. Harvey Gordon came to the back and waist of the Dabai robot, applied pressure to the inside with his hand, opened the outer panel, and inserted the battery module into the groove to merge again. Then he took out his Azure 5 smartphone, clicked on Dabai's app, logged into his personal account, entered a string of unique codes, and before a moment, his eyes lit up with a gentle blue halo. Dabai, the system is activated, log in your ID information. Harvey Gordon knew that the following was to complete the binding of identity information through facial recognition confirmation and voice recognition confirmation. After completion, it was Dabai's master. He immediately came to Dabai's face and said straightly, "Maurice, my name is Morris, and I am very happy to be the master's personal assistant." Chapter 826. Who do you want a girlfriend with, Dabai? Okay, great Morris, you will be my personal home helper from now on. Harvey Gordon was very satisfied after activating the Dabai robot. When ordering the Dabai robot, he also specially purchased the flagship functional chip of the Home Assistant. For this purpose, he spent an extra £399. He most valued this feature. The chip allows Dabai to master 30,000 cuisines and more than 200 languages and dialects. The main thing he can do is to cook. Harvey Gordon looked at the rather messy house, and immediately looked at Dabai and said, "Morris, you have a lot of work to do next. First tidy up the house. The storage room window is leaking. Remember to refurbish. And the refrigerator is already empty. Remember to go to the supermarket to buy some food and come back. Today I want to eat authentic Chinese cuisine, shredded pork with green pepper, shredded pork with fish flavor, and twice cooked pork." "You are from China." Morris immediately responded, "Good master. Do you have any other orders?" "That's it." Harvey Gordon embraced his arms and stroked his chin, then snapped his fingers. "Oh, yes, I haven't paid you yet, wait." After speaking, I went back to my bedroom. When I came out, I looked down at my wallet, took out a stack of cash bills and a credit card and handed it to Dabai. "This is £5,000 in cash and my credit card. The password is." Dabai took the cash bill and put the credit card into his pocket. Harvey was surprised at this scene, but he didn't see that there was a pocket. "Master, I have to work. You can call me anytime." Go. Harvey Gordon waved his hand with satisfaction, and Morris immediately began to clean up the messy house, doing a lot of sanitation, and being a good home expert. It is worth mentioning that Harvey Gordon also authorized PayPal payment permission to his great white Morris, but he is basically not used at home. In the UK, he mainly relies on cash and credit cards for consumption. European and American countries do not have as developed online payment systems as China, and it is impossible to achieve all commodity transactions with only a mobile phone in Liverpool or London. The failure of online payment to develop is of course obstructed by the interest groups of commercial banks, which have touched their interests and objected to various reasons, and cited the unreliability of online payment. It's all just rhetoric. The real reason is that online payment has developed. Who will use credit card transactions in the future? In the same way, Laos and the United States cannot develop high-speed rail. Many well-known domestic companies boast that the United States has a developed aviation system and does not need high-speed rail transportation at all. As a matter of fact, once high-speed rail transportation starts, the cake of aviation interest groups will be touched. In addition, hotel business will also be greatly affected. When high-speed rail transportation is rolled out, a large part of the business of aviation groups will inevitably be divided. Profit. In the past, the two places were separated by hundreds of kilometers. With the high-speed rail transportation, they would be in place within an hour or two. There was no need for accommodation at all. Of course, hotel and hostel business would be greatly affected. There are too many similar examples. At this moment, Harvey Gordon is also full of freshness, looking at Dabai Morris, who is busy with housework, with interest, wanting to see how he works. Morris took the lead to clean up the messy living room. Empty wine bottles, cigarette cases, ash, pizza boxes, cans, etc. were all put into trash bags, and then he took the bag and took flexible small steps with the other hand and opened the door to remove the trash, throw it in the garbage bin on the side of the road. The next step is to clean the floor and put some of the unwashed clothes of the owner in the washing machine. Harvey Gordon saw him staring at the button on the washing machine and looking motionless, his little finger on his mouth like a human biting his finger and thinking about life. But Morris didn't have a mouth. Harvey Gordon found that he was too personified. He really looked like a person everywhere except he was not. At the moment, Dabei Morris looks very cute, because the button mark on the washing machine is no longer visible, but it doesn't bother him. The brand model of this washing machine was identified by scanning, and it was confirmed that the company it produced was from Whirlpool, and the model was confirmed, so I knew how to operate it. After a while, Dabei Morris realized the correct operation, and the washing machine started to run out of control. When I turned around, I saw Harvey Gordon leaning aside. "Master, please give in." "Well, let's give it a hand." Harvey Gordon readily accepts his request. Step aside. Morris returned to the living room again, scanned around for a while, and then locked the vacuum cleaner. The brand was still unknown the first time, but after scanning and identifying, he quickly knew how to operate. Behind the Dabei robot is connected the vast database of clouds, which of course will be obvious at a glance. Then began to clean the living room. Harvey Gordon also went back to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Watching Dabei Morris hard work, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It seems that I have to upgrade my house to be more intelligent." He has watched a home life video shared by Chinese people through BV Video Online. He has long yearned for a highly intelligent home life. The video is that the owner of the house will automatically turn on the light when he walks into the house, and everyone in the house will use it. Electric appliances are all authorized and controlled by Dabei Robot as the intelligent center. It's time to wash clothes. The Dabei Robot throws the clothes into the washing machine and directly transmits instructions to the attack through wireless signals. It can automatically start to work, including air conditioning equipment, refrigerators, etc., as well as sweeping robots. These intelligent home appliances are all take Dabei as the intelligence center. Harvey Gordon cashed out £250,000 this time, and the purchase cost about £130,000. The expenditures are all calculated. He has booked a multifunction unmanned car from the Blue Pure Electric Automobile Company, which needs £10,000, and the remaining tens of thousands of pounds is the upgrade of household appliances and equipment, replacing all the household appliances in the house, whether it is air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, and televisions. They are all traditional home appliances, which cannot be directly controlled by wireless authorization. Although they can be turned on, Harvey Gordon feels that they are not compelling enough. Although he is not a rich man in the UK, he is also a millionaire. He firmly believes that he will be worth tens of millions of pounds in the future, and he can make a fortune by investing in Big A. Anyway, Harvey Gordon is determined. Followed Luo Sheng. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. After more than half an hour, Dabei Morris cleaned up the living room, bedroom and other rooms of the house. Harvey Gordon swears that this is the cleanest time he has cleaned up since he moved in. Inexplicably, I felt comfortable. Next, Dabei Morris went into the kitchen and washed all the dishes that had not been cleaned for several days, put it in the disinfection cabinet, and cleaned up all the stove, cabinets and toaster. At this time, the washing machine in the kitchen gave a few beeps. After Dabei Morris washed the grease on his hands, he took the clothes out to dry. At this moment, Harvey Gordon, sitting in the living room, comfortably exclaimed, "Damn, is this the daily life of Chinese people? I love it." But the ridiculous thing is that the country is still ordinary fools are fooled by the BBC that the Great Eastern country is still in the steam age, and still firmly believe that God. Did these people have their brains dug out by God when they were born? Harvey Gordon really couldn't understand it. In the case of the Sequoia pandemic, everyone went to the supermarket to toilet paper. In his opinion, it was simply anti-intellectual. Obviously, Harvey Gordon is a European and American with IQ Online, but then again, even though the panic buying of toilet paper makes him feel funny, he understands it. When people feel uncertain and crisis in the world, panic buying is to gain a sense of control. Another is the large volume of toilet paper, which is very eye-catching when it is out of stock. In this special period, empty shelves often easily trigger people's fear of not being able to buy them, and further trigger a run on the purchase. Debi Morris dried the clothes and went shopping. Harvey Gordon said happily, "I can finally have a good meal with peace of mind." Chapter 827 The most mentally handicapped news of the year. Lunchtime. Master, lunch has already been prepared for you. It is recommended to eat as soon as possible. Debi Morris came to Harvey Gordon's bedroom and reminded him that he was reading Blue Star Technologies research report. Hearing Debi's voice, he left the computer desk and went to the restaurant. "Wow! Is this authentic Chinese cuisine?" Harvey Gordon couldn't help but smell the dishes on the table, and couldn't help but praised, "It's so fragrant." "Don't beep too much. Start eating immediately." Harvey Gordon tried to use chopsticks one after another, but all ended in failure. It is difficult to understand why these two chopsticks are as flexible as in the hands of Chinese people. Relax. In desperation, I had to choose Western tableware. "Master, use it slowly, I need to add some energy." "Go Morris, cook spicy hot pot for dinner." Debi Morris found his special charger, and then he connected the socket to his own charging port and stood still to charge. During the logistics and transportation process, the battery was not fully charged, and there was almost no power after working all morning. It is worth mentioning that the Debi robot will charge itself when the battery is low, unless it is to replace the battery, which requires humans to complete. The whole house has been cleaned up and clean, and the empty refrigerator is full. Harvey Gordon swears that he will never manage his own house in such an orderly manner. It's not cheap to buy a big white robot for £130,000, but it is definitely worth the money now. During the afternoon tea time, Harvey Gordon was comfortably watching TV in the living room. He was not watching boring family soap operas or the like, but was paying attention to news reports about the Sequoia pandemic, and at the same time he was fully charged. Debi Morris is helping him renovate the storage room. Harvey Gordon saw a large white robot appearing in a hospital on the TV screen, taking care of infected patients. Just when he heard the TV news reporting that Britain's public medical resources were severely in short supply, he thought of Debi Morris, who was renovating the storage room, and suddenly revealed the greedy face of a capitalist. Harvey Gordon thought of letting Debi robots help him make money, so he leaned back on the sofa and embraced his arms and muttered to himself, "Maybe I can establish a Debi robot club and invite users who have also bought Debi robots to form the team negotiates with public medical institutions." He knows that the large white robots purchased by the United Kingdom from the Côte d'Azur this time have sold most of them to private individuals in a limited number, and it may be less than a third of public medical expenditures. The Debi robot played a key role in the epidemic prevention of Sequoia. According to the data of the past few days, after the dangerous work is handed over to the Debi robot, the number of infected medical staff in the UK has shown signs of decline. The current situation is that medical staff is extremely scarce, and many doctors and nurses are also very afraid of being infected with the Sequoia virus and choose to quit their jobs. If it weren't for the Debi robot to save the field in time, the medical system might collapse. However, the existing Debi robots on duty still cannot meet the huge demand, and there is still a huge gap. It is also difficult for the UK to add more orders from the Côte d'Azur. One is too expensive to buy, and there is no surplus food in the Dali Empire family. The other is that money can't be bought. Countries all over the world are waiting in line. Finally, the production capacity of the Côte d'Azur is not unlimited. Orders will not be delivered until a few years later. Just when Harvey Gordon felt that he had discovered a huge business opportunity and became more and more excited, but after a while, he turned off and shook his head again and again, saying, it's still not possible. He realized that during this juncture, the users who bought Dabai robots privately were at least middle-class people worth more than 1 million, and wealthy people with higher incomes who achieved financial freedom. Although Sequoia will not threaten Dabai robots, it is impossible for these people to really agree to send the Dabai robots they bought to work. If Dabai robots bring Sequoia back, they will be over. They often stand by the river, have non-weight shoes. Although you can make some money, for users who can afford Dabai robots, this amount of money is not bad, and it is not guilty to risk such a big risk to make that little money. Harvey Gordon asked himself. He didn't want Morris to work in the hospital. It's better to honestly seize this wave of the Chinese stock market first. In the future, you may be able to make Morris part-time to make money. As for now, don't make fun of your own life for that profit. Harvey Gordon denied the idea that came out of my own inspiration. If you think about it, if this path is feasible, there will be institutions that have already done it. Both funds and channels are much better than individuals. At this moment, the TV screen jumped to the news reported by the BBC. Oh my ... This. Harvey Gordon stared blankly at the big white robot in the screen that was smashed by a group of people. It was a big white robot bought by a private user just recently, news reporter. The narration voice is broadcasting. At the health summit held in Tucson, Arizona, North America on January 12, a doctor named Thomas Cowan claimed in his speech that leafy caused the large-scale spread of Sequoia. It also claims that there is no outbreak in Africa because there is no leafy. What? Oof. Kidding? When Harvey Gordon heard this report from the BBC reporter, he felt that his IQ had been greatly insulted, and said to himself angrily, so, the logic is ... Africa does not have redwoods equals Africa does not have leaf. Europe has redwoods equals Europe has leaf. So it can be concluded that leaf is equal to redwoods, and electromagnetic signals equals redwoods. There are people who are so mentally retarded and believe that leafy light-guided signals can spread viruses. My goodness. The people who smashed the Dabai robot in the news screen obviously believed it. The Dabai robot was also equipped with leafy light guide technology, so it was attacked by the group. This is definitely the most mentally handicapped news of the year. I am embarrassed to tell my Chinese friends that I am a British. Harvey Gordon jumped up from the sofa angrily. Of course he was angry, because he also had won Dabai. Now I dare not let Morris go out easily. In case of encountering these mentally handicapped people, maybe a group of mentally handicapped people jumped out of the grass, gank, and smashed Morris into a mess, who would cry? Harvey Gordon doesn't care about the mentally handicapped people. What he cares about is that the home robot he has spent more than £130,000 and finally grabbed it was smashed by them. That is not the rhythm of death. Seeing this news, Harvey Gordon almost laughed back in anger. He was really hollowed out by God. He had never thought that people would be mentally retarded to such an extent. Concerning his own interests, Harvey Gordon immediately opened the contract document and user agreement for ordering Dabai robot. He tried to find out whether Dabai robot could fight back on the content of the agreement. As a result, he was forbidden to attack humans, and he could only passively fight or run away, and could not fight back. Harvey Gordon was a little disappointed seeing the terms of this agreement. The Côte d'Azur does not want Dabai robots to be labeled as rebellious to human beings. The reason why they do not conduct leasing business abroad is to prevent such things. Anyway, they are sold. From the perspective of commercial interests, I wish they were smashed. Novel.com. The old ones go to the new ones. Another major reason is that European and American countries do not have relevant laws and regulations for robots to defend and counterattack. Of course, the Côte d'Azur is not willing to be in such trouble. Maybe this is fishing. When dealing with Europeans and Americans, you have to guard against it. Harvey Gordon read the contract documents carefully. Harvey Gordon found that although he had commercial insurance, he could not settle all claims. In other words, the saboteurs can only be sued for violating private property and have them compensate for their losses. But the problem is that those people seem to be poor at first sight. Where can they afford to lose hundreds of thousands of pounds? Harvey Gordon doesn't care if the mentally retarded group will go to jail, even if he is sent in. What is the point of not recovering the loss? Oh, it seems that Morris must not go out indiscriminately, these damned mentally handicapped people, mad for Gar. Chapter 828 Alert. When the news spread to China, a large group of netizens thought it was a prank joke, and finally discovered that this was not sand sculpture news, but a real incident in the British Isles. Some local people mistakenly believed that Leaf Spread's Sequoia angrily came out of the rumors of a machine destroys poisonous death operation. Is the anti-intellectual to this point to be reasonable? Zendi can't help but be amazed by this kind of brain-opening logic. It's impossible for anyone with a little independent thinking ability to believe it. But I'm drunk even if the bankers of corrupt countries listen and believe it, and even put it into action. If it weren't for the poor monk to read this news on a modern EDIS 5 cell phone, the poor monk thought he had traveled to the European continent in the Middle Ages. At that time, Europeans in the Dark Age generally believed that burning Joan of Arc would get rid of the Black Death. How come more than 600 years have passed? There is no need to go where the advanced is. Doi Tan Long Doge. I thought it was a joke on the social media platform, but I didn't expect it to be an official report by the BBC, the mainstream media of the empire, who prides itself on being substantial, rational and neutral. So take a step back and talk about it. Even if the sand sculpture people suffer from the illiterate loss, the BBC staff have no brains. It is obviously unpredictable to continue doing this. There is a reason to say that, seeing everyone's comments in the message area can reflect that our national quality and common sense awareness level are going to blow up to Europeans and Americans as a whole. So why not surpass them? Distressed so much. Would you like to have an expensive machine? Manual funny. In the private office of the Science and Technology Complex, Liu Sheng sat on an office chair and turned a 90-degree angle to face the video screen in front of him. At this moment, he is making a real-time video connection with Yao Jianhong. The two are discussing what happened in the British Isles. Yao Jianhong said, "This question is ridiculous. But behind this question also exposes at least two important points that cannot be ignored. First, this matter has been fully verified. Our relationship with these international partners is a coexistence of cooperation and confrontation. Their original intentions do not want to cooperate in a proper way, but they will definitely jump back when they have the opportunity. That is all they are ready to move." Liu Sheng held his chin with his 10 fingers and nodded in agreement. The incident that Dabai was smashed, it can be seen that there are really some people who are not very good at their brains. You are right. The reflection behind this problem, the thing is that they are trying to cause trouble, trying to throw the scapegoat on us, and lead these people with poor brains to hate us. I agree with your analysis. What's next? Yao Jianhong continued. Secondly, our company is competing with European and American companies. The future is bound to focus on the high-tech field. It is not difficult to see that they may be testing through this matter. Once it is established and feasible, then our company will sell the world's products can be used by competitors to make a fuss. Liu Sheng nodded in agreement again. As for why you chose to take the Côte d'Azur for tit for tat, it's unclear. You make the most money and the threat is the greatest. Even when the competitor is leaving, you are almost dying. Now, it's imminent. Obviously, the other party wanted to take the opportunity to hype, and the purpose was to drive Liu Sheng away from the technology track, at least to slow down the pace of advancement. Liu Sheng analyzed, the 2 points of yours are quite critical. The former determines whether they can objectively evaluate the Côte d'Azur, while the latter determines whether they are willing to participate in the development of human technology by global multinational technology companies with the Côte d'Azur construction. These two correspond to their external evaluation and endogenous acceptance of our Côte d'Azur. They are both realistic barriers that are difficult to evade for the Côte d'Azur to continue to rise in the future. They are also very clear that high technology is the future order, and the ticket to future cross-border competition, especially now that the strong growth depends on the digital economy and high premiums of high-tech products, not traditional natural resources. So they all want to seize the opportunity in the competition of the rules of the game, and they don't want to lag behind others. For this reason, they can do whatever it takes. Speaking of this, Luo Sheng smiled and added, saying, "They are very likely to be very painful now. They are very clear about the situation, but they have to watch me continue to attack and helpless. The most annoying is that it is not yet. If you don't come to me, just a word." Cool. Yao Jianhong, who had a rather serious mentality, also smiled when he saw his mentality, but for a moment he continued, "It seems that the fact that the Dabai robot was smashed is not just an anti-intellectual thing. There must be someone behind it. Pushing, staying vigilant, and being vigilant is the wise move." Speaking of this, we are fortunate not to promote the leasing business of Dabai robots in the international market. Otherwise, the profits made by the Côte d'Azur in the past 5 or even 10 years will have to be lost. Looking at the order size of the auction some time ago, it is close to the daily volume of $2 trillion. If this batch of Dabai robots are covered by Dabai Fund, they will provide leasing business to the global market. As a result, it is not difficult to imagine that once the lease is out, absolutely all will be smashed, and the pushers behind will manipulate the emotions of the whole people more frantically, creating a situation where the Dabai robot and the human are opposed to each other. The reason for engaging in small moves now is that they are bleeding heavily, and they will suffer heavy losses if they all mess up. What to do then? Full of passiveness. If the Dabai robot is allowed to counterattack, it will fall 100% into the opponent's trap. If it does not counterattack, it will be destroyed by a group of mentally handicapped people. Prosecute those people? And then, so what? The loss of Sky has been caused. Thousands of people participated. How do you sue? Are you suing here? How many losses can be recovered after winning the lawsuit? It doesn't make much sense to win the lawsuit without recovering the losses. What's more, you may not be able to win the lawsuit, and the man behind the scenes will certainly not be idle. Maybe it will trigger a large-scale boycott of the Côte d'Azur products by consumers in the entire international market, especially those who smashed Dabai robots. They will be afraid of going to court to compensate for huge losses. It is best to be driven by this factor. The way to do this is to coerce the will of the whole people, and in domestic terms, the law does not blame the people. It can be seen that if the Côte d'Azur is not handled well, it might really be kicked out of the international market. A wrong step leads to a wrong step, and the loss is immeasurable. In the future, you may really have to enclose your own land in the country. The cost of going out again will be 10 times and dozens of times more. After finishing the video connection with Yao Jianhong, Luo Sheng immediately ordered, Xiona, send instructions to Auguste Fron of Horizon Security to prepare for the security protection of integrated circuit chip storage bases. Deploy. Xiona, received. By now, the global current situation is at a watershed change stage. Luo Sheng knows very well that when he wants to make profits in the international market, he must make profits from the products that Europeans and Americans have to ask you to provide. Just like this time the big white robot. Even so, these foreigners are still doing little tricks. In addition, other profits will be difficult to earn again, but this kind of business that makes foreigners have to beg you to provide products is also super profitable. The Dabai robot business is properly closed for 3 years and 3 years after opening. Rhythm. Obviously, the next big business to open for 3 years is to hoard chips. After the solar storm, there will be another wave of having to come to your door to buy your chips. You can harvest another wave, and you can definitely eat for 3 years, even 5 years. For this huge opportunity in the future, what we have to do now is to hoard chips and then hold them. In fact, this is also quite good. Saves worry and effort without committing to intrigue with the other party. If you seize a big opportunity, you can make a lot of blood. Now the normal international business loses some market and profits. Compared with such a big opportunity, it seems insignificant, and it doesn't matter if it can even be abandoned. I don't want to be small, but big, not reluctant. Luo Sheng doesn't pay much attention to the company's daily operations and small matters. These matters can be left to the management. Now the most important thing is to revitalize the basic market of the Greater China market. The next final product is the commercialization of the Virtual Brain Computer project. This project is not only another blockbuster of the Côte d'Azur, but also in alleviating the problem of intensified contradictions in backward production relations brought about by the unprecedented release of productivity. Luo Sheng had high hopes. Everyone puts more energy in the virtual world, and naturally there will be no trouble. The release of the virtual brain machine can effectively smooth this potential conflict. It is its greatest significance. The product itself can bring the company. How much profit comes is of secondary importance. Chapter 829 First entry into the virtual world. The headquarters of the Côte d'Azur, the Virtual Brain Computer Project Department building. In a development room inside the building, Gao Hua's secretary came to him and whispered, "Gao, President Liu is here." Gao Hua put aside his work as soon as he heard it, and left the room after speaking to the engineers present. It is worth mentioning that in terms of position, Gao Hua belongs to the senior director. According to the management position, it is M5. This is already the highest level of the management position. In the previous step, it is the core decision-making layer of the Blue Coast. However, as a senior director at the M5 level at the same time, the gold content is quite different. As the first person in charge of the Virtual Brain Computer project, Gao Hua is another super heavyweight project on the Blue Coast. In fact, many people know that once this project is successfully commercialized, Gao Hua, as the project leader, will inevitably become as a member of the core of the coast. The board of directors must also have his seat. No one who can mix to P8 level or above is not extremely shrewd. They are tacit things. For people of their level, they can think clearly without thinking about them. Gao Hua walked towards Luo Sheng with a smile, and laughed loudly. "Mr. Luo, you can be regarded as a busy person to look forward to. Taking advantage of your air visit today, I have to do all the contributions. It must be clean." Luo Sheng glanced at him and said, "Come on, I heard old Yao say that you have added more than 30 billion yuan in funding. Before that, who vowed to say that 100 billion is enough, more than enough? The company's R&D investment. You eat up a quarter of a project, and other departments have already complained. The large and small projects under the Côte d'Azur lab can be said to be too numerous to enumerate. At present, how many projects are in progress? Even Luo Sheng doesn't know the approximate numbers. The last time through Xiona's report, there were 12,829 projects. The smallest project approved funding is 350,000 yuan. The largest is the Virtual Brain Computer project, eating up 25% of the total R&D budget investment. This is a huge number. There is also fierce competition within the company. There are two ways to get more funds. One is to expand the denominator, which is to make more money. Then the company's overall research and development next year the investment will increase, and it will naturally get more funds. The other is internal competition. After the total R&D budget for the next year is determined, the project leader will have to fight for the specific money. Gao Hua can be said to be the public enemy number 1 inside, because he has eaten the most money for his projects, and has not created a penny of profit for more than 10 years. The constant burning of money is like a giant gold-swallowing beast, like a brave. Had it not been for Luo Sheng to stand up to the crowd to fully support Gao Hua and the Virtual Brain Computer project, the R&D expenditure would be cut to about 5%. Even Yao Jianhong feels that Gao Hua's project burned too much money, no less than the whole company provided him to burn money. Who can stand it? Hearing Luo Sheng's words, Gao Hua said with confidence, "What this says is that if you master the entrance to the virtual world, you will master the future. This alone is priceless. They are jealous that I am in charge of this project so popular. Doesn't it mean that I'm drawing a big pie? How can I get a reward if I don't invest? This is not The prototype is finalized. Hearing this, Liu Sheng looked at him in surprise, and said, "Oh, it's finalized so fast, a year earlier than I thought. Is this what you want to take credit for?" Gao Hua said confidently, "Of course, there is no qualitative breakthrough. How can I dare to alarm the big bosses who are always in control? Don't come to this set, just take me to see if it is out. It really came out a year earlier. Your department has done a great job." Liu Sheng is also very energetic, and the virtual brain can truly be born. In a sense, it is no less than the invention of the Internet by mankind. It will redefine the Internet, which shows its high degree of importance and far-reaching significance. Mr. Liu, please hear. Under Gao Hua's personal leadership, Liu Sheng came to a test room where there were several engineers and scholars. One of the scholars was Victor Vladimir, who focused on studying human brain dreams. The distinguished professor hired by the University of Texas at Austin, he himself is from Vukland. Liu Sheng only had a relationship with him. Gao Hua introduced him to him the last time he came here. The time he met was only half an hour, but he remembered him. When he came here, he greeted Victor and shook his hand for a few words, but in fact, Liu Sheng first noticed several matrix objects in the test room that looked very siffy. Because of the respect for the staff, it is natural not to go straight to things in the first place, but to communicate with people first. This is a matter of detail. Finally, Liu Sheng looked at several matrix objects in the test room and said, "This is the host connecting the virtual world?" Gao Hua nodded and smiled. "Not bad." The so-called virtual brain is not like the VR helmet most people imagine. It is okay to cover the head, but similar to the dormant warehouse in science fiction movies. The designs of these prototypes are quite similar in appearance to the dormant cabins in sci-fi movies. The industrial design is streamlined with a sci-fi futuristic sense. The cabins of several mainframes are open, showing the appearance of a duck with its mouth open. Gao Hua looked at him and smiled. "Mr. Liu, experience it for yourself. Let's go to the virtual world and talk." Liu Sheng nodded with interest. "Let's go." Immediately, Gao Hua ordered the staff present to prepare for the start of the two mainframes during the period. The two went into their respective mainframes to lie down. The groove in the head position can fit the head, and the size can also be based on the size of the head of different people. The texture inside the groove is soft and close to the head, while the outside is connected with various complicated lines. It is through this non-invasive method that the encrypted information can be wirelessly transmitted between the human brain and the cloud-based supercomputer network, thereby realizing a non-invasive interactive experience. After a while, Liu Sheng watched the main unit's top compartment slowly and automatically closed downwards. The top compartment cover looked like a glass cover, but it was actually a curved panoramic screen. At this time, an electronically synthesized female voice came into Liu Sheng's ears, already obtained administrator authority. As time passed, Liu Sheng then unknowingly entered an immersive state, which was actually the process of dreammaking completed by the computer system. The technical team has searched for many solutions in order to realize the real immersive experience of the virtual brain machine, and finally realized the most perfect immersive experience with the magic of DreamNote. Chapter 711 has already described here. More description. Dreams are false, but people who are immersed in dreams are very real about everything that happens in the dream world. Normally, when people are dreaming, their subconscious will soon wake up after they realize that they are dreaming. The technical highlight of the immersive experience of this virtual host is that the experiencer is as immersed in a dream. The subjective consciousness is very clear that this is false, but it remains stable, just like a person's subconscious knows that he is in a dream. But he will not be forced to wake up and leave the dream, or it is up to him to decide whether to leave the dream. Obviously, this is where the experiencer takes the initiative to withdraw from the virtual world offline. At this moment, Liu Sheng realized that the picture in front of him turned as if he had traveled to another world. He knew he was lying in the virtual brain, but he was standing now, and the space was also unusually peculiar, colored in blue. Lord, the existence of the grid is invisible. But Luo Sheng's visual effects clearly feel the sense of space here. And a lot of ... software application icons appeared in front of him. Blue Star Technology Family Bucket, QQ, Dbao, etc. These application icons represent access to other addresses. People who enter the virtual world for the first time may be surprised. But Luo Sheng came to a judgment in an instant. This is his host desktop. To be less rigorous, he is now like a person directly entering the desktop of a computer. Gao requests to access your host interface. Do you accept it? The electronically synthesized girl paper voice just responded. Metalnovel.com. Luo Sheng said directly, let him in. As soon as the voice fell, a space crack appeared on the left. Luo Sheng turned to look over. Gao Hua just walked out of the crack. The crack disappeared, and the desktop space returned to its original state. Mr. Luo, how is it? Welcome to the second world. Luo Sheng laughed at this and said, the special effects of access connection are done well, but on the desktop system, there is such a fancy waste of computing resources. The simpler is better, and the traffic is very expensive. Gao Hua, seeing that the big boss was so calm and spit out, Gao Hua said in surprise, Mr. Luo, this. Are you too calm? Are you not shocked by what happened before you? Gao Hua found that the big boss did not follow his script. He knew very well that when he first connected to the virtual world, he really opened the door to a new world and was shocked, incredible, breathtaking. Chapter 830 Surprise. Gao Hua seeing that Luo Sheng was so calm, Gao Hua secretly admired that it was the big boss, and his heart was really strong. In fact, in a sense, this is not the first time Luo Sheng has entered the virtual world. In his previous life, the virtual world was as sparse and ordinary to the general public as the current internet. This life was only driven by Luo Sheng's own factors, which led to the development of this technology product in advance. To be honest, Mr. Luo, when he first entered the virtual world, he felt that all this is so real. I suddenly doubted whether our world exists objectively or is it another virtual world itself. Gao Hua suddenly sent out such an emotional sentence. Hearing this, Luo Sheng glanced at him and said, why are you suddenly philosophical? Don't think about this kind of thing. Don't have to condense too much. If you think about it, you will only have a pie doll. You will doubt life even though the essence of the objective things we see may not be the same as that. It is just the impression of our subjective consciousness on the objective things, which you cannot prove or falsify. Oh, Gao Hua was curious. Seeing him cast a curious look for knowledge, Luo Sheng thought for a while and said, let's tell you so. For example, I will list one thing randomly. Just say an apple. What appears in your mind is the geometric objects you see with your eyes, the fragrance of your nose, the sweet and sour taste of your tongue, the hardness of your mouth, etc. These feelings constitute your subjective impression of apples. We usually touch the people or things we arrive at like this apple, which is our subjective impression of objective things as our subject consciousness. It is the biological signal transmitted from the sensory organs to the brain, which is no different from the electrical signal produced by the computer and transmitted to the brain. Gao Hua was thoughtful, and Luo Sheng continued, imagine what would happen to you if one day you suddenly lose all five senses. Looking at this issue from the perspective of objective materialism, the material world exists objectively. But as far as your personal experience of subjective consciousness is concerned, the loss of all five senses means that the entire world will no longer exist, which is the same as the sudden power failure of the computer, which is the same as the complete interruption of electrical signals to the brain. Speaking of this, Luo Sheng smiled and added calmly, so there is no need to worry about this, and we have no ability to prove or falsify this hypothesis, because people cannot completely overthrow or explain with doubts. On the issue of color, Zhuangzi in it is impossible to prove whether it really exists. Gao Hua couldn't help but said, when you said this, I remembered the famous saying of the great thinker Descartes, think, therefore I am. Hearing this, Luo Sheng said again, This sentence is the starting point of Descartes as his philosophical system. It is not materialistic or idealistic in itself, but a thorough epistemology. Many people understand this sentence wrong. Most people interpret it superficially as "I think, so I exist." Gao Hua, I would like to hear the details. Luo Sheng, I think what Descartes really wants to express in this sentence is "I thinking confirms my existence." Since the consciousness of even says that this kind of soul exists, there is no need to entangle. Is the world real or false? Isn't it? Gao Hua shook his head with a painful expression on his face and said, let's stop talking about philosophy. We are high-tech and pragmatic technologists. Just let philosophers take advantage of this kind of thing. At this moment, Luo Sheng looked at the indirect desktop environment in front of him. Those application software icons arranged in the air were full of three-dimensionality. Through the administrator's authority, only one icon was immediately flying towards Luo Sheng. In fact, they did not fly automatically. Although Luo Sheng did not make any movements, he sent instructions to control them through brain waves. Simply put, it was a matter of moving his thoughts. Gao Hua walked to him slowly and said, this is the Virtual World version 1.0 desktop system. The development team is currently undergoing an internal test of the interactive version with the traditional internet. After the opening, everyone can interact with the virtual world. The traditional internet has communicated, and our architects have developed a set of holographic panel applications in the virtual world. Is it? Luo Sheng thought about it. The host passed his brain signal command and immediately responded. Only a holographic panel appeared floating in front of him. Holographic projection panel technology has not been developed in the real world, but it is easy in the virtual world. After all, this is software development. Luo Sheng opened Yunj search through the holographic panel, and his operation at this moment is just like using a computer in reality. The network inside the virtual world can be connected to the traditional internet, and data interaction can be realized. The information of the traditional internet outside the virtual world cannot be visualized or three-dimensional, but can only be flattened. The same virtual world data will also be transmitted before transmission. After a kind of data conversion, it can be received normally on the external traditional internet. The interaction bridge between the two requires a set of compilers to establish the flow of information. In layman's terms, a common language is needed to achieve normal communication. The interaction methods of the two are also fundamentally different. You must know that all tools such as computers, televisions, and mobile phones are used to connect to the internet to obtain data. If the human brain can interact directly, it means that it can be separated from these intermediate carriers and directly get the data, images, and videos you want from the internet. It is easy to understand that the communication between the virtual world and the traditional internet is the dimensionality reduction of the former and the communication of the latter. This also involves the issue of data volume. Until novel.com, the traditional internet cannot carry the amount of data generated in the virtual world. The amount of data generated per second in the virtual world is calculated in GB. Gao Hua, just the size of the special effects software that tears a void crack is calculated in terabytes. This is just one user. If it is the torrent of data generated by thousands of virtual world users, it is definitely the amount of data in the sky level, which must be described in scientific notation. Obviously, there are also more stringent requirements for data storage, which cannot be carried by traditional data centers. However, the Côte d'Azur has solved this problem a long time ago, and that is DNA data storage. It is necessary to know that a pill-sized DNA storage device can store the data and information of the entire Blue Star technology group. At this moment, Luo Sheng opened Yunj search through the holographic panel, entered Blue Star video, and then randomly found an 8K HD video to open and watch. I saw him lightly touching the video frame and flicking it outwards, and an independent playback window popped up and expanded into a giant screen. Luo Sheng sat down one after another. At the same time, he was about to sit on the ground for a short time. Inside, A large curved sofa is constructed out of thin air. This scene is even better than the magical brush Ma Liang. Even the pen is saved. In this desktop system, Luo Sheng is the administrator, and everything is centered on his will. Luo Sheng had a thought, and after being parsed by the brain, those desktop application icons also turned into a dense light spot and gradually disappeared. Gao Hua next to him was surprised and couldn't help but said, "I said, Mr. Luo, how come I always feel that you are not entering the virtual world for the first time? This is too proficient. Is this the boss, or is it that the big boss has secretly experienced it?" Chapter 831 Three Kingdoms and Zuzi Zero Family. Hearing Gao Hua's curious expression, Luo Sheng said in his heart, "I can't tell you that I've played it before." Not too much entangled in this issue. It is worth mentioning that although in this virtual world it is possible to achieve a god-level display such as shapes move at will, with each other from the heart, but in fact these shapes are all pre-designed models. Luo Sheng's operation just now was just to call them out. All the displays in this desktop system are not temporarily constructed by him, but just an instant calculation after the virtual model is built. Just show what you imagine is exactly the same. The current technology and hardware can't do this, and the required computing power resources are also limited. First of all, a quantum computer must be implemented on a piece of hardware. Gao Hua came to sit down, and a single sofa appeared under his buttocks to catch him. Luo Sheng beside him knocked Erlang's legs quite comfortably. The two began to communicate. Luo Sheng looked at each other and said, "The virtual world is also a large world. We can call it the second world. It is not smaller than the real world. To a certain extent, the virtual world is as big as the heart is. When it is promoted to all mankind, the first problem encountered is the same as that of traditional internet products. Users and ecosystem construction. Whether the virtual world is active or not depends of course on the number of users. Only when hundreds of millions of users have accumulated can the ecosystem be established." Luo Sheng said in a deep voice, "The ecology of the virtual world is still the same. We have a closed ecology, not an open one, which means that interactive communication with the traditional internet must be connected to a limited extent." Gao Hua couldn't help but nodded when he heard the words. He heard Luo Sheng's meaning. This is to allow traditional internet users to move into the virtual world as much as possible. The interaction between the two is too close, which will not transform the users very much. The biggest purpose of establishing a connection with the traditional internet is actually to seduce those users to the virtual world. Otherwise, what connection? The unavailable is always in commotion. Luo Sheng added, "In the early stage, we still need to use games as the main focus to attract the first batch of users to form a community. Games are the thing that can attract users the most and release the charm of the virtual world to the extreme. How are you preparing for this?" Gao Hua immediately reported, "In the game, several developers are advancing at the same time, including Ubisoft, R-Star, Blizzard, and the newly established game developer of Tangi Digital in China. This is my personal experience. The investment cost a lot of money to make Tangi Digital advance two projects, which can be regarded as a wholly owned subsidiary of the Riviera. The specific projects include Assassin's Creed, Red Dead Redemption 2, World of Warcraft, Three Kingdoms and Zuzibjia and other major projects." Luo Sheng opened a holographic panel and called up a rough overview of the campaign's internal planning information. When even he made a decision, the first launch of the two game projects, Three Kingdoms and 100 Scholars, focuses on the Three Kingdoms project. As for the well-known game IP projects of foreign companies, it depends on the advancement of virtual brains in the international market to make corresponding adjustments. The two projects of Tangi Digital are exactly the two brand new game projects of Three Kingdoms and 100 Scholars. Compared with the well-known game IPs in the world, there is no foundation for the previous work. But Luo Sheng still wants to push these two major projects. The first reason is that the issue of cultural output is considered. The game is definitely an extremely important cultural output carrier. It is second only to the cultural output capacity of film and television content. Pushing your Red Dead Redemption 2 inches vigorously in the domestic market is absolutely impossible. Even if it succeeds in business, the cultural output is a complete failure, and it has become a reverse operation to export the old American culture. The second is the problem of market size. Where the virtual brains can open the international market and enter the European and American markets, Luo Sheng has also raised a question mark about their hostility and fear of the Côte d'Azur. If not, continue to focus on promoting the IPs of foreign third-party game developers such as R-Star and Ubisoft. It will appear passive. The international market cannot be opened or is unsatisfactory, and these big IP works, such as the GTA series, cannot be used in the mainland sale. Some can be sold, but it is contrary to the strategy of cultural export. The result is that the cultural export has not become famous, and it has failed in business. And loose. There is no doubt that the initial focus of the sale of virtual brain machines is the domestic market and the Asia-Pacific market, which is the same Confucian cultural circle. It is precisely because of these comprehensive considerations that the theme of Three Kingdoms stands out and has been developed. First of all, the theme itself is a well-known IP. Secondly, in Japan and South Korea, the three countries are also very popular in Chinese history. It is also the most well-known period in history, especially in Japan and South Korea. To contribute to cultural output and to achieve commercial success, the subject of the Three Kingdoms is undoubtedly the easiest way to open up the situation. First, open up the situation in the domestic market, and secondly, achieve success in the Asia-Pacific market. Only after gaining a foothold can we work towards the global market. This is a step-by-step process. It must be done step by step. Priorities cannot be disordered, otherwise the cart will be reversed. Luo Sheng looked at Gao Hui and asked, can the person in charge of the two projects Three Kingdoms and 100 Scholars connect to the virtual world? Gao Hui, of course. After speaking, he opened a call and communicated with the staff outside the virtual world. About a few minutes later, Luo Sheng's virtual world desktop system sent the assistant's speech synthesis voice. Xamei requests access to your host interface. Do you accept it? Let him come over. After a while, the two looked in the same direction, only to see a special effect of an arbitrary door appeared out of thin air in the desktop space, and a middle-aged man crossed the arbitrary door and entered Luo Sheng's host. Mr. Luo, Mr. Gao. The other party greeted him with a smile, and Gao Hui immediately introduced, this is Xamei, the president of Tangier Digital. He is responsible for both projects. Luo Sheng stretched out his hand and said, sit down and talk about these two game items. Although in the virtual world, everything is illusory, but this kind of mental communication cannot be faked. In a sense, it is a projection of reality communication in the virtual world. Luo Sheng's aura is proper. Xumei is also the first time he has seen this super boss. He is still quite cautious. The aura is unclear, but it does exist. Xumei organized his words and said, the Three Kingdoms project belongs to the action-adventure, open world type, and the background world structure is based on the historical Three Kingdoms period. The project Zuzi 100 Schools belongs to the type of online games with background. The world structure is based on the history of the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, a Qin Dynasty martial arts online game based on the Qin Shi Ming series of novels written by Wen Shiren. Let me talk about the 100 Scholars project. These two projects, Three Kingdoms is the main Asia-Pacific market, and 100 Scholars as an online game type is undoubtedly the main domestic market. As for Assassin's Creed, Red Dead Redemption 2 inches and other popular foreign players, the importance of IP projects depends on the speed at which virtual brains are advancing in the international market, but it is undoubtedly placed in the last position. If you want to stabilize the 2 points of basic disk and cultural output, of course, focus on the domestic market and the Asia-Pacific market. There is nothing to discuss. The CEO of R-Star personally ran to fight for the first release of Red Dead Redemption 2 inches as a virtual brain machine, all useless, impossible, crushed. Beginning in 2012, the Côte d'Azur has prepared these two major projects internally. For the smooth progress of the project, 100 Scholars, Xuanji Technology, an animation production company, has been wholly acquired without spending a few dollars. The premium was 40% and 120 million yuan was spent, which is really a small amount of money for the Côte d'Azur. After the merger, the reorganization was completed and Danji Digital was established and became a wholly owned subsidiary of Côte d'Azur. However, Xuanji Technology has not been delisted, and it still retains independent operations. It is wholly owned subsidiary of Côte d'Azur and Sun Company of Côte d'Azur. After the completion of the merger and acquisition, the IP series of Qin Shi Ming Yu began to stop, because it involved the project development of 100 Scholars over 10 billion yuan, and also involved the grand strategy of cultural output and virtual brain computer projects. The process also experienced conflicts and bargaining between the senior management team airborne from the parent company and the founding team of Xuanji Technology until the two parties finally reached a consensus in mid to late 2017. The fifth part of the Qin Shi Ming Yu series of animations has been produced and the subsequent development of this project will be stopped. The founding team has won the production rights of the sister article, Heavenly Nine Songs, and also bargained from the parent company a sum of money for the development of other IP animations. The initial asking price was 50 million, and the final consensus was 20 million. The parent company gave the money to the founding team and let them develop other projects to continue their domestic animation dreams. Anything to toss. Guangdong is supporting the dream. This has also led to the animation fans of Qin Shi Ming Yu constantly urging them to update. Mysterious Heart is bitter. I can't say if there is a problem. The commercial confidentiality agreement is placed there, but I don't want to announce that this project has been suspended, and the main creative team I have lost the right to develop this IP. Otherwise, the fans' basic disc will be turned upside down, and I can only count as a day by day of vague confusion. Danji Digital has settled the potential lawsuits of 100 Scholars and started to promote the production speed of this project in an all-round way. The parent company does not hesitate to cost, and the initial budget is 10 billion yuan. Excluding exchange rate changes, the production cost is about $1.45 billion. This is not the final budget cost. There is no doubt that this is obviously the most ambitious work of the next generation of games, and it is necessary to push everything to the extreme in this project. In order to achieve this vision and meet the standards of the parent company, not only has it been drafted for 8 years since 2012, but also began to integrate the development team to develop this project with a strong overall. www.metalnovel.com. Currently, the top 3 masterpiece development teams in the industry mostly range from 500 to 1,000 people, and R-Star's development team has reached more than 2,000 people, which is already a very exaggerated number. But compared with the team development lineups of the two projects of 100 Scholars and 3 Kingdoms, it is still insignificant. The development team of 100 Scholars has reached about 5,000 people, and the 3 Kingdoms project has exceeded the production and development team of 8,000 people. The top game development practitioners in China have basically gathered the secret numbers. In recent years, the new works produced by domestic games are all crooked. It is not unreasonable. It is not very good at first. If the industry's most high-quality human resources are drawn away, of course, no good works can be produced. Fortunately, people do not have high expectations for domestic games, but they will not be too disappointed. Without expectations, of course there is no disappointment. However, The domestic practitioners obviously cannot satisfy the ambitions of Danji Digital and the Côte d'Azur. Many international first-line technology experts have been dug into the two projects. Their joining does not lead the development of the project. There is no overall planning. The decision-making power must be made by the Guo Chuang team. It is their industry technology that digs them into high prices, rather than letting them bring in Western private goods. To put it bluntly, it is the tool man who invited them. I want to do this. You use your professional skills to help me realize it, not you to teach me how to do it. Suggestions can be made, but the Guo Chuang team decides whether to adopt it or not. At the beginning, those big experts in foreign countries knew that they had no right to speak and they refused, but the employers gave too much and couldn't refuse. Chapter 832 Never have insomnia due to one game. Luo Sheng, Gao Huangzi. I have entered the 100 Scholars and entered the game world from the perspective of God. They are all developers, so they are not restricted by the algorithm rules of the game world. It can be simply understood that the three of them are now plug-in. It is the so-called details that determine success or failure. The details in a game work determine the player's sense of substitution. Xumei introduced with a smile, but immediately added, Mr. Luo, let's follow the perspective of a player inside. Seeing Luo Sheng nodded in agreement, Xumei enabled developer permissions and randomly selected a player in the game world of 100 Scholars to follow. At present, the game is in the latest round of file deletion internal testing stage, and multiple rounds of file deletion testing have been carried out. This is the 6th internal file deletion test. Each test project team invited some players to experience it in order to obtain data feedback and improvement and optimization. These players are real and can be invited to participate in internal testing. They are carefully selected and signed a confidentiality agreement. They are not some of the big V bloggers in the game circle. Following the player's perspective, this player has participated in 2 rounds of internal testing, and now it is the 3rd time. At the same time, there is another player who was invited to participate in the virtual game testing for the first time. The two of them are located in a mountainous land with a fairy family style. Some of the peaks are hidden in the pavilions, like a fairyland. These two players didn't know that at the moment. Several hanging ratios were secretly observing them from the perspective of God. In this internal test, the two players joined the Taoist camp. The game 100 Scholars is currently there are more than a dozen factions such as Confucianism, Taoism, Legalism, Soldierism, Political Strategist, Yin-Yang Family, etc. Players can choose any one of the factions to start the game when they first establish a character, or they can start the game as a ranger with no school. The degree of freedom is extremely high. My God, it's so real. It's so real that you can't believe it all. If I didn't subjectively knew that this is a virtual game world, I really thought I had already crossed it. The player who participated in the test for the first time stroked the hand, the 3-foot-long sword, with a flick of his finger. The long sword reflected his shocked and excited face. The crisp sound and the strong touch of the collision of the fingertips. The surrounding environment is indistinguishable, and the wind blowing from the face on the top of the cliff is also an obvious feeling that is directly touching the soul. My heartbeat is accelerating now. This game console and this game are truly cross-generational. I have never lost sleep or dreamed because of a game. Only now. Virtual games. I dream. I never thought I would play such an immersive virtual game in my lifetime. The other old player who was with him was much calmer, but when he first participated in the test, he was actually even more excited, shocked and incredible. I'm thinking that this scene is so exquisite that I am curious about the capacity of 100 Scholars. I know this. I heard from the production and development team that it is about 229 terabytes now, and the final official version should be about 300 terabytes. 300.TB. That is more than 300,000 gigabytes of capacity. Correct. IMGAN. Storage technology is developing. Traditional hard disks with such a large capacity will certainly not fit, but fortunately, there is DNA storage technology on the Blue Coast. and the technology can keep up. But the wallet can't keep up. I'm afraid I have to sell the house and car to afford this virtual brain. When the time comes, we will know the official quotation. It shouldn't be sold at a sky-high price. If everyone can't afford it, the Blue Coast must not lose money to Grandma's house. Only in the year of the monkey can the cost be recovered. You can only use one host. I hope it's not too expensive. Now that cloud computing is so advanced, you don't actually need to buy a lot of hardware. You can buy services directly from the cloud. Virtual brains are certainly not cheap, but I think it's impossible to be too expensive. There may be similar internet cafes again. The rise may also be experienced through channels. While the two players were chatting, an NPC character suddenly appeared with a light effort, and fell behind the two of them and said, "Two brothers, the head summons the two, please go to the hall quickly." This NPC is a Taoist disciple, and he left here after he came to report. Let's go, brother. Let's experience the game first. Huh? Head? I heard that the head of Taoism is now a little girl. What is her name? Is Xiaomeng. She is a beauty. Brother, I suddenly had a bold idea. Brother, let me tell you that these NPCs are highly intelligent and not easy to provoke. Although they are fake and virtual, the pain is very real. I was in the Mo family camp during the last closed beta, and I was molested. Let's go to the Snow Girl. Guess what? Tell me the story. Murder, labor and capital were expelled from the Mo family in this way and then pursued and killed by the Mo family disciples all the way from the institution city, all the way from the kingdom of Yan to the kingdom of Zhao, then to the kingdom of Chu, to the kingdom of Qin, and finally went to the Luonet and Zhao Gao. I saved my life, Margot. The last time I tested the labor and management was basically running for their lives. They just played in PUBG mode. Hafnium. Ha ha ha, no? Really? But Lao Tai, are you too deep into the play? If you don't believe me, you can try it, but it makes sense. This game is really enjoyable. Hey, I really want to try when you say that. Anyway, I want to delete the files, and it won't really hang up. Try and dry. Haha. You are going to be the core disciple of the Taoist school when you die. I was ordered to clear the door when you molested the head. You can stop blaming me for being ruthless. Yes, haha. But then again, brother, you are now in the novice stage. In this game world, Xiaomeng's force is a bit terrifying, and her temperament is high and cold. I am very worried that you will give her a second. I almost died last time. I was given a second on the spot. And I doubt you can get out of the hall. I admit that I have the element of gambling, but death is the fun of the game. Can it be reopened? But can't it be exciting? Then what are you waiting for? Let's go LSP. I love to hear that there is nothing. The two of them didn't know that they were being secretly observed at this moment, and Xu Mei and Gao Hua were dumbfounded when they heard the communication between the two players. You never know what magical actions the player will make in the game. The three of them did not follow the perspective of the two players, but ended there and left the game world of 100 scholars. Returning to the console interface, Luo Sheng asked, how is the feedback from the players participating in the closed beta? How do you say this? Xu Mei thought for a while, looked at Luo Sheng and smiled. Frankly speaking, Mr. Luo, whether 3 Kingdoms or 100 Scholars, these two projects are cross-raised, but after all, it's caught up in the tune of the times, and the feedback from the players is perfect. The real immersive virtual game experience is enough to cover up any shortcomings on it, so that even if there is a big shortcoming, the player will be greatly affected. Thank Feng's acceptance and forgiveness. So the player's feedback is indispensable, but we believe that the reference is limited. The development team's current goal is very clear. It is perfect on the existing basis. It is a point to improve every day before the launch period, worthy of the historical opportunities of these two projects. In the end, Luo Sheng didn't respond to his words, but just nodded with a smile, because this attitude was the most reasonable and appropriate way to respond. Of course, this is only limited to the exchanges between Chinese people, and everything goes without saying. What Xu Mei said was just right. After all, if you can get the position of president, even if you are the president of a subsidiary, you can only sit securely if you have an IQ position. First of all, it is the biggest contribution to the silent explosion of a wave of virtual brains. Of course, Gao Hua next to him was happy when he heard it. He was in charge of this project, which raised his superiors. Secondly, it also shows that the two projects are bound to succeed. This is a hero of the times. A good job is also the icing on the cake. Whoever catches these two projects will be successful as long as they complete the tasks without fault. It seems to be the big boss and the immediate boss. Humility does not take credit, the credit goes to the boss. Finally, it also indicated that the development team will continue to explode, and will not be lazy to deal with things just because of the icing on the cake. We are doing things seriously, please rest assured that the boss, sleep at ease. It's all for this reason. Of course, Luo Sheng has nothing to say. If he is to praise directly in case the final project is smashed, he will not hit his face. If he criticizes, he has to find the reason, otherwise it is the bones in the egg. I have already gone in and looked at it again, and I can't fault it. The best way is to wait for the result. When the initiative is in your own hands, there are a group of human spirits under their hands. Every action or decision is watched by countless eyes. It is human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. They will also be aware of their words and behaviors and react accordingly. How to deal with them is just right. This big boss is really not so good. After a few minutes, the three people went offline from the virtual world. The hatch of the virtual brain automatically opened up, and Luo Sheng also returned to the real world and got off the virtual brain. Gao Hua, who was also offline, also walked towards Luo Sheng, who saw him and asked, "Has the cost been diluted? How much can it be suppressed?" After just experience, Luo Sheng has determined that there is no problem technically, and now there is only one last problem left before the public sale cost. If the cost cannot be suppressed and it is a niche product that most people cannot afford, then productivity will begin to be released, robots will enter all walks of life, and more people will be unemployed. They cannot afford virtual brains and have nothing to do. I'm sure to make trouble for you. The greatest significance of virtual brains is to bring these people into the virtual world to indulge in them, find a place for spiritual sustenance, and prevent you from doing things for you. Strategy and strategy are intertwined, affecting the whole body. Therefore, if the cost cannot be suppressed, it cannot be released. Then the robot will not be able to promote the industrial revolution. You must continue to reduce costs until you can achieve a relatively low cost that most people can afford. Chapter 833 Some RN Ways to Pry Open Consumers' Wallets. The two came to an office in the R&D laboratory to have a further conversation. Gao Hua looked at Luo Sheng and replied, "The current manufacturing cost has been compressed to the range of 40,000 yuan. Basically, we have put the energy in the cloud. All the modules have been put up. The manufacturing cost of 40,000 yuan. Luo Sheng muttered to himself in thought. In terms of cost reduction, the cloud computing of the brother company Blue Star Technology Group provides a complete set of the most advanced cloud service support for virtual brains. Regardless of the large matrix of the virtual brain, there are no hardware modules such as CPU, memory, and hard disk inside the host. These hardware are the latest generation of semiconductor technology, using 5 nanometer level process technology, DNA storage technology, etc. One word is expensive, and the general public simply cannot afford it. Fortunately, Blue Star Technology's cloud computing service is powerful enough to bring all these hardware together in the cloud, so the virtual brain is only used as a client interface, and users connect to the cloud-based super central computer through the host. In this way, users' barriers to entry can be lowered and more people can afford this product. Users only need to access the virtual world through the terminal virtual brain to access personal desktop systems, data and various applications. service. All this is actually not much different from using a traditional personal computer. It seems that the cost of this aspect has been passed on to the Blue Coast company, but the cloud computing solution is a complete set of service solutions, including cloud resources, transmission protocols and cloud terminals, and realizes on-demand services such as desktop, application, hardware, and computing power. The service model of flexible distribution is provided to users. Due to the concentration of services on demand and flexible distribution in one pool, the use of resources is improved through the elastic increase and decrease of demand at the bottom and peak. Like a traditional personal computer, when the user is sleeping and resting, the device is also turned off. This window period cannot be effectively used, which is a waste of vacant resources and unnecessary sunk costs. It can be used perfectly through the cloud. When a user here goes offline, the resources allocated to him will be returned to the resource pool and then allocated to the next user who sends an access request. Similarly, the advantages of cloud computing will also be revealed. For example, system upgrades and vulnerabilities repair are centralized in the cloud, without personal operations. On the cloud, viruses have no attachments, and personal data is stored in the cloud. The mechanism is backed up, personal data will not be lost, all applications, data, and various interfaces can be managed and controlled in a unified manner, so as to ensure that enterprise-level data will not be lost, and many other advantages. Luo Sheng finished thinking and said, "The cost of 40,000 yuan for the terminal is not cheap, but it is not expensive. It is at a price that ordinary consumers can afford. It is almost the same, and it will not be able to squeeze a few cost prices down. The key is whether the dilution of the entire operating cost can meet the campaigners' expectations." Gao Hua said with a smile, "We obviously don't do any off-sale. I believe that in the eyes of most people, such high-end technology products will cost hundreds of thousands of sets. It is expected that we can put them there and we can be confident to receive value-added services. Each user spends tens of thousands of yuan to buy a brain computer host, but to access the virtual world, they have to purchase cloud computing resources, and various charging models such as monthly, quarterly, and annual fees are introduced. Desktop systems should also be bought. When users buy a brain computer host, we provide a basic free desktop system that can support most of the functions, but more advanced functions have to be unlocked for a fee. First, use free data to bring in people hooks. You can create an advanced application to experience 1 week of irregular activities for free, and defeat the user's wallet defense layer by layer. If you are not afraid of the user coming, you are afraid of not coming. When you come, as long as you get in the car, there are n ways to pry open the user's wallet. This is actually the housekeeping skills of the Blue Coast and Blue Star technology. The ecosystem construction in the fields of social networking and smartphones has accumulated rich experience and routines, which can be copied in the ecosystem of the virtual world. It's just changed to a more compelling place, but the taste is still the original one, the formula is still the original one, and even the users are basically the original users. In the end, Luo Sheng made a final decision and said, "You internally discussed a final pricing plan and reported it to me, and the summer conference was officially launched." Gao Hua was energetic, and immediately nodded in response. "No problem." Luo Sheng stayed in the virtual brain computer project department building for a few minutes and then returned to his CEO's office. He came to the desk and turned on the work computer to call up the virtual brain computer upstream and downstream supply chain. The first generation of virtual brains has been finalized, and the next step is the issue of high-volume production. Xunxin Electronics' production capacity has now kept up. Suppliers in other links have received the advance payment from the father of the first party on the Blue Coast. It's no problem to keep up with the rhythm. Follow the dad on the Azure Coast and drink spicy food. Dad's business is always the first priority. If the order of dad is delayed, the supply chain system will be eliminated. This is big meat. You don't, relatively speaking, Customer orders are just mosquito legs. After a rough understanding of the supple chain links, there is no problem. Luo Sheng opened the deployment of Blue Star Technologies Nebula Star Cloud. Blue Star Technology Group has completed the upgrade of the third-generation Nebula's system in China. The center has been upgraded to DNA storage technology. In the past year, about half of its data centers were closed, and the remaining half replaced DNA storage data centers. But the storage capacity directly increased by 1 billion times the amount of days, which is equivalent to the original base. Increased storage capacity by 10 orders of magnitude. This is an epoch-making storage technology that focuses on the future. The latest generation of data centers uses DNA storage technology, which means that data can be stored for more than 5,000 years. And unlike traditional storage media such as hard disks and tapes, DNA storage does not require frequent maintenance, and storage capacity is expanded 10 orders of magnitude, but the overall operating cost has not increased. Instead, the overall operating cost has been reduced by about 28% due to the closure of a large number of previous generation data centers, which is a reduction of nearly a third of the expenditure. Many foreign media and the industry do not understand Luo Sheng's decision, because no matter how you look at it, the data generated by all humans currently occupy less than 1% of the storage ratio, which is a waste of resources. They don't even know the birth of virtual brains and virtual worlds. The amount of data generated every day will increase exponentially, and the demand for storage will increase exponentially. This crazy expansion is obviously to welcome the arrival of the virtual world, but also to welcome the arrival of the fourth human technological revolution. By that time, human demand for data storage will only soar further. Chapter 834 Likit All Sears Shenqing, headquarters of Venture Capital Fund. Nowadays, venture capital funds are also well known in the investment industry. Liu Wen, who is in charge of venture capital funds, can be regarded as a capital boss in the industry. The capital he can best obtain in the circle is his early investment in Luo Sheng and investment Blue Star Technology got on the car of Shengfeng Capital. In just 17 years from 2003 to the present, the asset scale of venture capital funds has increased from more than 40 billion yuan 17 years ago to more than 600 billion yuan today, a 15-fold increase. Among them, investing in Blue Star Technology has brought it 7 to 8,000 times of profits. At the time of Blue Star Technology's IPO, the venture capital fund still held 5.18% of the shares and was the fifth largest shareholder. After the lifting of the ban on major shareholder stocks, venture capital funds have reduced their holdings 3 times. The first time was when Blue Star Technology broke through $1 trillion. It reduced its holdings by 0.45% and cashed in $4.88 billion. The second time was at a market value of $1.89 trillion. At that time, it reduced its holdings by 0.22% again, and cashed in $4.09 billion. The third time, when the market value exceeded $3 trillion, it reduced its holdings by 1.05% and cashed in at $32.8 billion. A total of 1.72% reduction in 3 times, and a cumulative cash profit of $41.7 billion. In the past few years, Blue Star Technology has hit the gold pitch several times, and the venture capital fund participated in 2 dips, including the most recent one by Sequoia. The golden pit hit by the pop. At present, the venture capital fund still holds 4.01% of the shares of Blue Star Technology, and is still the 7th largest shareholder among the 10 largest shareholders. It is no exaggeration to say that the achievements of Liu Wen Venture Capital Fund today are actually dependent on his key shot betting on Luo Sheng, but this time the shot surpassed all his records. Nothing more than this excellent investment, and thus achieved a venture capital fund of more than 600 billion in assets, killing a lot of peers. At this moment, in a meeting room of the headquarters of the venture capital fund, Liu Wen is discussing with the senior management of a large domestic company. This company is listed on Bigger and has a market value of more than 300 billion. Trouble. Exports account for more than half of the company's revenue. Due to the Sequoia pandemic, its performance is far below expectations. Venture capital funds hold 10.02% of the company's shares and are the third largest shareholder. Obviously seeking financing. At this moment, Liu Wen's secretary entered the reception room for the first time and interrupted the conversation between the two parties. Liu Wen couldn't help frowning. "Mr. Liu, you have a call." Liu Wen interrupted the secretary rather displeased. "Have you seen me talking to President Liu? No matter who calls him, he will call you later." Mr. Liu, who was sitting opposite, bowed his head and drank the tea casually, behaving quite calmly, as if waiting for Liu Wen to scold his subordinates before continuing to talk. The secretary hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Mr. Liu, this call is from Mr. Liu Sheng. I didn't tell him to call him later. Liu Wen was stunned as he said, and immediately turned his head to look at the secretary and quickly said, "What did you say?" "Mr. Liu called?" The secretary nodded. "Liu Wen, why didn't you say it earlier?" "Secretary, President Liu." Liu Wen turned his head and looked at Mr. Liu and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, I'll talk about this a bit longer, I'm not with you." President Liu. Seeing Liu Wen taking small steps and quickly disappearing into his field of vision, Mr. Liu was very speechless. Just now he felt that his weight is very heavy here. "I didn't expect to be slapped in an instant. It doesn't matter if I was so negligent. Obviously it was fake, but I could only give it up with a wry smile." Thinking of the name of the big brother, Liu Wen said. Mr. Liu asked himself if it was Liu Sheng himself. "If you call him, you will have to answer the question as soon as possible, let alone Liu Wen, who is relying on investment Liu Sheng to take off." Although very understanding, 1 yard goes to 1 yard. Liu Wen's utilitarian dog-licking behavior still makes Mr. Liu upset. "I just heard that Liu Wen's mouth is full of affection." Now that it's a business from beginning to end, Mr. Liu seems to have imagined Liu Wen talking with Liu Sheng in his office with a dog's face, and he couldn't bear it. She was trembling cleverly, with a look of contempt. "Let's go. Talk about it another day." Mr. Liu got up and didn't stay too much. On the other hand, he contemptuously thought that he would have to come and beg others in a few days, not to lick them. Thinking about it, he was inexplicably annoyed. Mr. Liu left the venture capital fund headquarters with a complicated mood. On the other side, in Liu Wen's office, after he came in, he answered the phone with laughter and laughter, apologizing again and again. "Mr. Liu, I was negligent just now. I am extremely sorry for keeping you waiting." Actually, it didn't take long. But Liu Wen didn't dare to neglect at all. He was regarded as a noble existence. The most important thing was that he clearly remembered that this was the first time Liu Sheng took the initiative to call him in 7 or 8 years. At this moment, Liu Sheng was sitting in the boss chair of his private office, holding a landline phone and leaning against the chair with a smile. "I should be the one who said sorry. It's quite abrupt to take the liberty to bother. I hope it doesn't cause you trouble." Liu Wen laughed and hurriedly said, "No matter where, no matter how urgent, things are not as urgent as Mr. Liu. You are anxious. I don't know what is going on with Mr. Liu this time. Venture capital funds can help you and do your best. It's over when you lick it, and you have everything you need in the end." The so-called nothing in the Three Treasures Hall, for the existence of a big brother like Liu Sheng, Liu Wen would like him to call every day. If he can ask himself for a favor, he would be more than happy. Valuable. Well, anyway, Liu Sheng can hear from the lines in his words that it is really comfortable to lick, and I can judge that there is a high probability that Liu Wen will not be wrong this time. After a while, Liu Sheng smiled and responded, "Then I will be blunt. There is a new project on the Côte d'Azur recently. We plan to hand it over to a third-party partner to do it. We will have to raise a certain amount of money to do it. So I thought of Liu. It's you. If you are interested, please lead Mr. Liu to take the lead in bringing in a few more VCs to come in and sing a good show." Liu Wen was overjoyed when he heard it, and laughed heartily. Absolutely no problem. As long as it is Mr. Luo's business, there is nothing that venture capital funds are not interested in. I am afraid that the entire investment circle is not interested. Right? How much money is probably raised? What this says can only be described in 2 words: blind. After all, the word Luo Sheng is guarantee. It is worth mentioning that Liu Wen's first thought was to directly say that venture capital funds can be directly contracted. But then I think that since Luo Sheng said that he had to bring in a few investment institutions to come in, he said that he would eat alone. Not right. Liu Wen still has this kind of consciousness and judgment. At this moment, Luo Sheng smiled in his heart, and immediately replied, "It should cost more than 300 billion yuan. Our plan is that Mr. Liu, you bring a few friends in and use the funds to establish a new type of internet cafe with a national chain brand. This brand can be made into a listed company in 2012, and it should be able to achieve a market value of more than 500 billion yuan." Liu Wenyi was slightly confused when he heard these words. "Mr. Luo, why did you think of setting up a sunset industry like internet cafes?" Luo Sheng smiled faintly. "That's because I didn't come. Now I am here, and it will be a sunrise industry in the near future. It will not be a problem to continue the fire for 15 or 20 years. This is a big tone to break through the rhythm of the sky." If someone else says this to Liu Wen in this tone, he will definitely treat him as a neurosis. But the person who said this is called Luo Sheng, and that is another matter. Liu Wen couldn't help but curiously said, "Mr. Luo, what new big move is your company?" Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Sell a pass first, if Mr. Liu can trust me." Liu Wenxian didn't want to interrupt him directly. Yu Reed vowed to say, "Of course I can trust it, no problem. You don't need to say more. My venture capital fund paid 100 billion yuan, and the remaining 2,000s of billions. As long as Mr. Luo can trust him, my venture capital fund will help you get the investors in place, and how to deploy and execute them. Your company will send someone over to draw up a plan. We will just run errands." Ha ha ha. Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Mr. Liu has said everything for this purpose. So happy cooperation." Liu Wenbai, who had finished the communication, felt happy. Although he didn't know the investment logic of Luo Sheng's sudden going to the internet cafe, a sunset industry. He couldn't figure it out anyway. But who cares? As long as the name Luo Sheng appears, he will not be afraid of investment. Luo Sheng is the hardest logic to do this. There really is no harder logic than this. After a while, Liu Wen called the assistant to his office. As soon as he arrived, he ordered, "What happened to Mr. Liu? Please tell him, the venture capital fund has new investment targets, and there is not enough liquidity. Let him find someone else." As soon as the assistant left, Liu Wen once again pondered what he had just discussed with Luo Sheng, and secretly said, "Luo Sheng is not the one who lacks money, but this project does not involve funds, so what he wants to finance is not money, but to fuse something else. What does he want to fuse?" After thinking about it, Liu Wen has a high probability of understanding Luo Sheng's purpose. Since financing is not money, the answer is obvious. What does not raise money is a series of unique resources such as human relationships, and connections. Thinking of this, Liu Wen nodded secretly and said, "Yes, it should be so." This explains why he specifically mentioned that he would have to bring in more investors to set up the stage to sing together. I probably want to understand. Liu Wen knew what to do next. Chapter 835. The layout in full swing. A week later, the technology complex building, and King Su came to Luo Sheng's office with the document, and said, "Liu Wen came to the company headquarters today and the financing has been completed." "It's done so soon?" Luo Sheng glanced at King Su in surprise, and immediately took the material in his hand and opened the list. And King Su said with a smile, "Your big name is investment protection." In their eyes, this kind of investment is a business that makes a profit without losing money. Of course, they are rushing to invest money. Luo Sheng was also non-committal about this, and continued to browse the data report. Liu Wen is indeed attentive to things. After all, can he not care about making big money? This time, in just 3 days, he invited some friends to have a meal. Through his influence and connections in the investment circle, Fan settled the financing funds. As many as 30 participating institutions, among which a venture capital fund and a VC institution, invested 98 billion yuan, accounting for nearly a third of the financing scale, followed by Hillhouse Capital, IDG and other investment institutions. In addition, Liu Wen also brought in the Social Security Fund, and invested a huge sum of 32 billion state-owned assets. The total financing scale of more than 30 institutions is 312 billion yuan, which is solved by one meal. At the dinner table, everyone heard Liu Wen say that Luo Sheng was looking for him for this project, and heard the name Luo Sheng without saying a word. They closed their eyes and gave the money. Luo Sheng closed the information and said, "Well, give them all the company's planning and layout, and let them follow the plan." However, it is worth mentioning that Luo Sheng is of course not idle and kind-hearted to take them to make big money together. The virtual brain machine will be released soon. Although the development team has reduced the cost as much as possible, the threshold is still very large. Many people even connect an Azure machine. 5x smartphones have to save months of wages before they can afford them, let alone virtual brains. But this is not incomprehensible. In the early years of the new century, the price of computers at the time was also an expensive product that could not be afforded compared to the vast majority of people at that time. The problems between humans and virtual brains are similar. However, the internet cafes that have sprung up like mushrooms are still accelerating the internet's vigorous development. The release of virtual brain machines is facing the same problem. Obviously, internet cafes have pointed out the way forward for early development, and there are successful experiences ahead. Can learn from. The general public cannot afford virtual brains, but if a business provides rental services similar to the business model of internet cafes, there is no doubt that it can greatly reduce the threshold for the general public to enter the virtual world, or even no threshold. Hundreds of thousands can't come out. Dozens of dollars are always okay, right? The purpose of this financing is to create a new type of internet cafe chain brand composed of virtual brains and computers of a national nature, and to bring more people into the virtual world. In the following days, with the arrival of consultants from the headquarters of the Blue Coast, Liu Wen and other capital institutions quickly established a brand new company, Xina Internet Cafe, through their personal connections. A large-scale super internet cafe company was born. In a third-tier city in China, it is now approaching dusk. A large number of workers filed out at the door of several large electronics factories in that city. It is now time for get-off work. Among the workers, a few young people ate a fast food after get-off work and walked towards the city. The destination they went to was a local internet cafe called Yuang Wuji to open the internet. What the hell? This. When one of the young men came to this internet cafe, he found that several renovation workers were dismantling the internet cafe's signs and decorations. Isn't this Nima? I only charged 100 yuan yesterday. The young man glanced around for a while, and saw that the familiar network manager was working together, and he went over and asked, "Man, what's the situation now? Can you go online?" The network manager replied, "I'm afraid it won't be possible in a short time. It's under renovation and upgrading." Decoration? I'm not honest with you guys, but I remember chatting with you one day that the owner of the internet cafe upgraded his equipment because of the fire in the chicken game last time. As a result, the game is now half cold, and I lost my grandma's house. Still spend money to upgrade? Don't tease me. This young man obviously doesn't believe it. Even if he is an ordinary netizen this year, he knows that internet cafes are already in the sunset industry and are not making money. Who would foolishly invest in more cost upgrades? Soon after he finished speaking, he saw several network administrators and a few strangers in the internet cafe carrying a computer host and monitor came downstairs. and sent them to a truck, obviously to be towed away. When the young man saw it, he turned his head and said to the webmaster, "Brother, you are lying to us. What kind of upgrade is this? It's obviously a runaway, and the money we charged has to be refunded to us." The webmaster saw the dissatisfied expressions of several old customers, and sighed helplessly, and had to explain, "This is the way the internet cafe has changed owners. The original owner has already sold it. If it closes, we will still be here. For airplanes, we will drywall without pay." Real or fake? It's true, buddy. If you have a balance and want to refund it, you can go to the cashier upstairs. A refund is available, but the amount given is not refundable, and the account points will be eliminated after the refund. The network manager explained patiently that this is not the first batch of customers he explained today. "Well, how long will it take to renovate? I heard it will be a few months away." "Ilgo, refund the money after so long." Seeing these customers heading upstairs to the internet cafe, the network manager was dumbfounded, but he didn't care, and continued to work on his own work. At the same time, in a working room inside an internet cafe, the original boss and several other men in suits and leather shoes were together at this moment. The two parties quickly completed the signature and seal of a document and exchanged contracts. "No problem. All the assets of this internet cafe are yours." The original owner of the internet cafe smiled and shook hands with the other party. After signing the transfer contract, he was inexplicably relieved. If Mr. Wang wants to engage in this industry again in the future, he can join our Xinu internet cafe chain brand. "This is my business card and the contact information above." "Ha ha ha, it's okay, no problem. I will definitely call you if I have a chance," Boss Wang said with a smile, but said inwardly, after finally getting rid of it, "The idiot only jumped into the pit for the second time." He has taken over this internet cafe from the last boss for more than 3 years. He thought that the fire in the game of eating chicken would renew the firepower of the internet cafe industry, so he invested a lot of money to upgrade the internet cafe. As a result, I was not happy for a few days, and the popularity of the game of chicken eating was not as good as one day. As a result, the money invested in it was lost. After 3 years, not only did not make money, but also lost 700,000 to 800,000 in the total account. Now it's finally hard for someone to pick up the disc and let it go. Only when there is a brain hole will he jump in again. You read after a few words of greeting and left here. With the passage of time, the computer hosts, monitors, servers, chairs and other facilities inside the internet cafes have all moved away one after another. The hired internet cafe manager Lin Tongfen took the leaders from the headquarters and wandered around the empty field. The headquarters allocated 3.72 million yuan as decoration expenses. The overall style and planning and decoration should be executed by the construction party according to this manuscript. Remember not to change without authorization. Understood? No problem. Anyway, I will do what the above asks for. Well, how many employees are there now? 7 webmasters, 2 cashiers, a foreman and a rice cooker, plus me. Total 12 people. The network administrator increased by 15 people. The cashier increased by 1 person, and a foreman was not enough. Another person was responsible for the night shift and the day shift. The salary was increased by 30% according to the original salary level, including board and lodging. The staff dormitory was allocated to 4 people. The employees in the dormitory are subsidized 300 per month per person, and 760 per month per person for their own food expenses. Roughly that's it. In addition, the employees hired must sign a formal labor contract. The previous boss just suppressed it. The ID card, the procedures are not standardized at all. Xinu has to have clear rules and regulations to take over all of this. Understand? The machine will not arrive until a few months. That's all. I'll leave it to you here. The leaders from the headquarters walked around this internet cafe for a while and then left. The city acquired 3 internet cafes. This was the last one. After the arrangements were made, they ate something casually that night and left this place overnight. city. There are 6 or 7 responsible cities and more than 20 cities waiting to process, integrate, and sign transfer agreements. Time is also very tight. Chapter 836 Shock and attention from outside. In the evening, the computer monitors and other hardware equipment of the Internet Cafe UUG were all emptied and transported away by a few trucks. Several network administrators were also tired and unlovable. After the door of the Internet Cafe was closed, several network managers, cashiers, foremen and others all came to the office on the second floor. Manager Lin Tongfeng was sitting on a chair and sorting out the contract documents that had just been printed out. When everyone was there, he said, "From today, our Internet Cafe will be officially renamed as Xinu Internet Cafe 100,709, with the ending number it means that we are the 709th company. You have probably understood some of the circumstances and don't say much. This time we have changed to a new owner with strong capital. Xinu Internet Cafe is a newly established national chain brand. The goal is to be listed." A webmaster present curiously said, "Brother Lin, what is our new owner?" Lin Tongfeng said, "You only need to know that you are the owner of the money." In fact, he doesn't know what kind of great bosses are. Lin Tongfeng is just a part-time job. Although he is called a manager, he is just a manager who manages the normal operation of an internet cafe. The level is far from that level. In the end, Lin Tongfeng took out a dozen ID cards from the drawer and returned them to the people, saying, "Everyone keeps your own ID cards. Now they will be returned to you. They will not be pressed to internet cafes." In addition, this is Xinu.com. Let's take a look at Kaz formal employment contract. If you want to continue working here, sign it. If you don't want to do it, you can settle your salary today. After talking, I distributed a copy to everyone. In fact, the contract was not too thick, no more than 3 or 5 pages. Everyone was curious to take a look. Before that, they had never signed a formal labor contract, that is, withholding an ID card. They also knew that there was no guarantee at all. If something really happened, they could only admit that they were unlucky, but there was no way. It's good to be able to mix and eat. It's impossible to work in the factory. A webmaster present was surprised when he saw this content. "Brother Lin, really? Is there any social security?" Lin Tongfeng smiled and said, "Of course it is true. Lao Wang is a self-employed business owner. In fact, it is tax evasion." Now the new owner has standardized the operation of the company. Not only does it have social security, but also look at the contractual agreement behind. Carried out a series of welfare upgrades. Looking back, all the network administrators present were surprised and showed surprise faces. The first is the improvement of accommodation treatment. The simple and large single room in the ordinary rental building is replaced by a rental apartment, and it is a 2-bedroom and 1 living room, with a total of about 60 square meters. 2 bedrooms will be changed to 4, and the number of people looking for decoration companies will increase. In one compartment, each person has an independent single room. 4 people share common spaces such as living room, bathroom, air conditioner, refrigerator, washing machine and other basic household appliances. This is a worldwide difference from the previous 6 or 7 people squeezed into a large single room to live in the upper and lower bunks without any home appliances. It is impossible to resign just by seeing this salary. Everyone did not hesitate to tick the package option. But the company's dormitory only subsidized 300 yuan. This 300 yuan is absolutely impossible to rent a house under this condition, and fools want the 300 yuan subsidy. I also chose the food provided by the company instead of food subsidies. It was all young people, especially a few network managers, who could not cook by themselves. After asking for food subsidies, they would either order food or eat fast food in outside restaurants. After about a few minutes, everyone signed the new formal labor contract, and several network administrators were thankful that they did not leave. The new labor contracts have been confirmed in terms of salary, and all of them will increase the monthly salary by 30% from the original salary. Previously, they were paid dead wages. Now they are divided into basic salary, attendance, bonus, housing supplement, meal supplement, social security, etc. There is no subsidy for meal supplement and housing supplement, including room and board, while attendance is a full attendance bonus. If you are late 3 times within the month, there will be no full attendance bonus. In the future, you will have to check in on time for attendance. The bonus is divided into monthly bonus and year-end bonus. The salary of the network manager is a fixed salary of 2,200 yuan month. The current basic salary has risen to 2,340 yuan, and the attendance bonus is 200 yuan. The monthly bonus is divided into 5 stars, from 1 to 5 stars corresponding to 180 yuan, 280 yuan, and 380 yuan, 580 yuan, 1180 yuan. In fact, no matter how the design is, how the division is so fancy, but the general ledger of Xenius Financial Department is very clear, and the total income paid to the network administrator is about 35,004,000 yuan on average. The design of these 5 stars can realize the reduction of employees' salary expenditures, and at the same time give the internet cafe manager a certain degree of authority, because the rating is determined by the internet cafe manager based on the performance of the employees, or the bonus will not be issued or even deducted from the salary. In theory, everyone can get a 5-star bonus, but in reality, only the manager knows that there are hidden rules, and it also restricts the manager's power. Only one person can receive a 5-star bonus every month, only 3 times a year at most. This is to restrict the manager and someone below to share the bonus. Otherwise, it is possible to always give the bonus to the same person. New employees have no bonuses for the first 3 months. After 3 months, as long as they don't make any major mistakes, they can get a minimum bonus of 180 yuan in principal. After 3 months, they can get a bonus of 280 yuan in principal, and another 3 months are 480 yuan. The bonus is basically 680 yuan every month after 1 year. Internet cafe managers can't arbitrarily decide the amount of bonuses given to employees. This is not clearly written into the labor contract. It is a hidden rule. You can understand it as long as you do it for a long time. It can be seen that the salary of an ordinary network manager after 1 year of service is 3,120 yuan per month. After Huli's fancy operation, he was still earning 3,000 yuan a month. The current network manager is actually a waiter, and he knows a little about computer assembly. If a customer encounters a problem, he restarts DEFA. If he restarts the machine, he can ask the foreman to do it. In this third-tier city, the salary is worth 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. Relatively speaking, Xenia Internet Cafe's salary increase and other benefits have already killed the peers. You must know the average of the average waiter in this city. The salary is around 2,200 yuan, which is far higher than the average salary standard in the city. If this salary is thrown out, a large number of people will come to apply for jobs. Even if the salary is reduced to 2,500, they are not afraid of not being able to recruit people. The most indispensable domestic is this kind of low-end labor resources, not to mention the immediate robot industry revolution coming. In addition, the network administrators of the internet cafes will be provided with internet fee benefits every month, and the amount is linked to the star rating. For example, if you get a 3-star bonus of 380 yuan that month, you can get an internet fee of 380 yuan. The network administrators are young people who have internet access needs, but the bonus internet fee benefits are prohibited from reselling. If it is discovered that the monthly bonus and internet fee benefits will be cancelled, the basic salary of cashiers is 150 yuan more than that of ordinary network administrators, and the salary of foreman is 700 yuan more than that of ordinary network administrators. Of course, The Internet Cafe manager is the highest paid. The total monthly income is 12,700 yuan and enjoys an independent set of about 75 square meters. The well-curated housing in the community also has a meal supplement of 2,000 yuan. In terms of year-end bonuses, regardless of the cash register, the cleaning aunt, the cooking aunt, the network manager, and the foreman, they are all paid on a monthly average salary, which is equivalent to an extra month's salary. The manager's year-end bonus is equivalent to his 3 months' salary. After signing the contract, everyone left work contentedly. They were all fortunate not to resign, because they didn't say that they had no bonuses for the first 3 months when they stayed as old employees. And the bonuses actually paid by these employees are based on 1 year's working experience. A monthly bonus of 580 yuan is distributed. This is not the decision of Lin Tongfen, but the regulations of Xenius headquarters. The purpose is to create poor pay and help manage new employees recruited later. Yu Kansu sees that the treatment of colleagues is more motivated, so he has a little more supervision. All major star-chain internet cafes across the country's employee benefits are uniformly implemented in accordance with this system, but the specific wages fluctuate according to the economy and consumption level of the city. For example, in the first-year international markets like Shanghai and Metropolis, it would be unreasonable if the basic salary was 2,200 yuan. With the passage of time, Xenu Internet Cafes has integrated the internet cafe industry on a large scale across the country, and there has been no small movement. Some media organizations learned of their shareholders and capital through the inquiry of the Tanyangju APP, and they were finally exposed by the media. Internet cafes, an industry that has almost been ignored by the mainstream vision, has become hot news and attracted more attention. The outside world was shocked that the registered capital of Xenu Internet Cafe alone reached an exaggerated 2 billion yuan. It is just a chain internet cafe. Even more surprising is the astronomical figure of 318.5 billion yuan written on its total assets list. And I saw the names of venture capital funds, Hillhouse Capital, and other institutions in the investment community that have appeared in the Xenu Internet Cafe shareholder list. I even saw the name of the Social Security Fund. This is state-owned. The jaw dropped to the ground, and the 24K titanium alloy dog eyes flashed blind. Obviously, with the continuous exposure, Xenu Internet Cafe has become the focus of everyone's attention. At this time, everyone has a question. What is the sacred Xenu Internet Cafe? It has caused so many top capitals and smart funds to be enthusiastically sought after, and even social security funds have followed suit. The people who eat melon know that something big has happened behind this, but it hasn't surfaced yet. But it's a big thing. Just wait for the melon to be eaten. Chapter 837 Price Confirmation. With the exposure of Xenu Internet Cafe, more and more people and media organizations are eager to know what great changes have taken place in the internet cafe industry. The headquarters of Xenu Internet Cafe was completed in the office building of the central building in Shenqing. The incident was exposed. After that, he was surrounded by media reporters. The bigwigs of venture capital funds, Hillhouse Capital and other top capital institutions in the industry have also been interviewed in some public occasions about this matter, but the bigwigs' mouths are so strict that they can't get any value at all. The breaking news. In fact, even if they wanted to break the news, they didn't know much about it, because they didn't know much, and the biggest thing was to say Luo Sheng's name. The more this happens, the more itching makes people feel like a cat, and the more they feel that there is definitely a big deal in it. As a result, many media organizations go directly to chain internet cafes to collect information, but the information they get is of little value, either during renovation or upgrading. Consultation with those internet cafe managers did not get useful value because they didn't know,
then not to mention ordinary network management staff. To say that the one who cares most about this matter is the 100,000 or 200,000 large and small internet cafe owners across the country. The strategic vision of Wandian Chain posted on the official website of Xinu Internet Cafe is those internet cafe owners. Our lingering words. As practitioners in this industry, these internet cafe owners should think more about it, and when they see the emergence of Xinu, they realize that the entire industry is about to usher in an inflection point. This is anxious and perplexing to them. On the one hand, we are extremely anticipating; on the other hand, panic. Xinu Internet Cafe's grand strategy of Wandian Chain is rapidly expanding, and it has aggressively merged and integrated the resources of major internet cafes nationwide. This gives the owners of internet cafes large and small in two directions. On the one hand, they can sell the hot potato in their hands. Now Xinu Company is taking over large-scale mergers and acquisitions, which is a good opportunity to get rid of. You may miss this opportunity. It's even more difficult. You know, the days of internet cafes are more difficult than most people think. Many internet cafe owners are losing money. Some internet celebrity internet cafes opened by major internet anchors were initially more popular, but they soon declined severely and continued to make profits. Ability is worrying. Big data will not deceive people. Take this year's data as an example. A total of more than 1,200 internet cafe-related companies across the country have newly registered, but more than 7,000 have been revoked or cancelled during the same period. In other words, this year's net cafe-related companies have dropped by 5,800. The industry as a whole has shown a clear negative growth trend. But on the other hand, I'm afraid that I'll sell it off after I get out of my hands. If the internet cafe industry takes off because of this inflection point, and dies before dawn, then I can't regret the rhythm of breaking my thigh. Obviously, this is a dilemma, but it is a choice after all. The result is that some internet cafe owners choose to take this opportunity to transfer and cash out, and some internet cafe owners choose to join Xinu's Wandian Chain grand strategy and become a small shareholder with no real rights in Xinius Company based on asset consideration. These joined bosses bet that Xinu Company will be able to successfully go public in the future. The shares in their hands are the original shares after the consideration. Once the listing is successful, the shares in their hands will be stocks in the primary market, and their value must be after the issuance and circulation in the secondary market. The premium is several times to calculate. Moreover, as minority shareholders, they have no sales restriction period. They can cash out through secondary market transactions on the day of listing, or they can continue to hold for the increase. They can decide by themselves that they will also receive dividends. Of course, the premise is that Xinu Company wishes unwilling to take profits out of dividends. Those who are willing to join, although there are also elements of gambling, it is not without logic. The biggest logic is to see that the major shareholders of Xinu are all top capital institutions such as venture capital funds and Hillhouse Capital. In fact, if you have a better mind, you will know that Xinu is 100% going to be listed, and even the Social Security Fund is in it. Is it possible to not be listed? As long as the listing is successful, you will be able to make a lot of money, because the consideration is the original stock, the stock in the primary market. In the following days, Xinu internet cafes were expanding wildly, and the owners of more than 200,000 internet cafes realized afterwards that this was a blast to take off. The result was that Xinu's phone number was blown up, all begging and crying to join. The content of interpretation over time spread, and it became more and more clear. Fools know that this can make a lot of money. Joining the Xinu internet cafe chain is equivalent to the big as shareholders subscribing to stocks, and the successful approval is equivalent to winning the lottery. As long as the big A wins new shares, it often means 100% stable profit. The hotspot in the physical industry also brought emotions to the stock market, and the cloud gaming sector went up inexplicably for 2 days. Day by day, internet cafes announced their closure and upgrades. Internet cafes in first,
second and third tier cities were basically integrated by Xinu. The original boss happily signed the contract, and he was just as excited as the investors who signed the new shares. These bosses basically don't have to do anything after joining, just waiting for Xinu's IPO to make a profit. It seems that these bosses have picked up the great bargain, but in fact they have also contributed capital and assumed certain risks. This is the second large-scale financing. You must know that buying virtual brains in the future is an astronomical expense. There is a large-scale expansion here, and after the renovation and upgrading, the virtual brain computer equipment is waiting to be shipped, but until now, internet cafe managers, including Hillhouse Capital, venture capital funds and other capital institutions have not known. Now I trust Luo Sheng blindly and continue to advance the project. I have to say that this is the least logical but logically hardest reason for investment. On the other hand, the upstream and downstream supply chains of virtual brains are all vigorously produced and supplied in large quantities, and then delivered to the Riviera, where the final assembly is completed at the company's headquarters, and a virtual brain computer goes out of the production line and enters inventory. At the same time, the Virtual Brain Computer Conference is also in full preparation. The time comes to May, the video conference of the core decision makers of the Riviera. At this moment, Luo Sheng is in his home to start a video connection with Gao Hua, Yao Jianhong and others. It is worth mentioning that this is the first time Gao Hua has participated in a meeting of core decision makers. Everyone knows in their hearts that Gao Hua has actually entered the core decision-making level of the supergiant on the Blue Coast, and now it is a name. Yao Jianhong said, "The launch of the virtual brain machine has been prepared, and it has been announced to the outside world. Will be held as scheduled in a week." Gao Hua then said, "Regarding the pricing and sales of brain computers, we have reached an agreement." "Mr. Luo, you will pass it if you nod your head." Luo Sheng replied, "Talk about it." Gao Hua nodded and replied, "We have prepared two versions. One is the deluxe version to meet the needs of some rich and niche people, that is, memory, hard disk, processor and other hardware are all available instead of cloud leasing services. Pricing 1.22 million per unit. A DNA storage disk alone costs hundreds of thousands. Wherever ordinary people can afford it, choosing to buy a version that supports cloud services is not enough. However, there are always some local tyrants who are not bad for money. If you have money, you are a fool, and you can earn one. Gao Hua continued, "The other is the regular version. The official guide price is 49,999 yuan. Although the price is twice as expensive as Azure 5X, the profit may be about 1,000 yuan less." Luo Sheng said nonchalantly, "This problem is not a big problem. The total profit of expanding users and expanding the denominator will definitely exceed that of mobile phones. Besides, there are many smartphone brands, but there is only one virtual brain computer in the world. We have a monopoly on all profits. With the corpses of Intel x86, the corpses of all game consoles, and the corpses of all VR devices ascended to the throne. From now on, as long as the internet does not disappear, this will be an eternal cash cow, and the strong will always be strong, whether it's the Côte d'Azur's own console, Sony's PS console, Microsoft's Xbox console, or Nintendo's Switch console. VR devices will all become history. These terminal devices are all vulnerable to virtual brain machines, which are epoch-making high-tech products." Luo Sheng didn't think much before making a final decision. "Okay, I agree with this price." Chapter 838. Not satisfied with changing the world, let's create a new world. How about the current capacity? When Yao Jianhong heard Luo Sheng's question, he immediately replied, "The production capacity has reached the expectation. More than 4.72 million virtual brain machines have already come out of the production line. A new production line is also steadily advancing. It is expected that the end of the third quarter it can officially enter the mass production stage. and the existing production capacity can reach the annual production capacity of 3,000 units. Is it about 30 million production capacity? Luo Sheng nodded silently and added, well, it should be almost enough. The positioning of this new virtual brain machine is mainly to take the lead in the domestic market, followed by the entire Asia-Pacific market, and finally consider expanding to the global market. Luo Sheng also wants to make a global simultaneous sale. The capacity supply is absolutely no problem. Although the world is now facing the sequoia raging, the number of unemployed people in North America has exceeded 10 million, and other regions are also extremely bad. Although the domestic export trade has been hit, the production capacity of the entire society has not been cut off. Instead, because export trade has been affected, everyone is waiting to take orders and find work. However, it is a bit unrealistic to expand the virtual brain machine to the European and American markets. Whether the Dabai robot can be sold all over the world or the Europeans and Americans have to buy under the pressure of Sequoia, Luo Sheng said solemnly. Whether the European and American markets can be opened up must of course strive for negotiations, but don't have too much expectations. If you don't have expectations, you won't be too disappointed. The existing production capacity is already sufficient to supply the Asia-Pacific market. As for the larger production capacity, the European and American markets must be negotiated before further mass production. This is very expensive, and the inventory backlog of tens of millions of units is very hurt things. At the same time, Luo Sheng is holding a core video conference here, and the outside media have focused their attention on the Blue Coast. The reason is that the company has already announced the announcement of the new product launch. This is the second time that the new product launch has been held during the summer. What has attracted the most attention of many fans, media and industry insiders is the Côte d'Azur's decision for this launch. Slogan: not satisfied with changing the world, we create a new world. The masses of people who eat melon see the slogan of the newest products on the Côte d'Azur, and they all say that it is still the same, and as always shows the momentum of being a global technology giant. Only the Côte d'Azur dared to use this kind of slogan. Like the slogans of previous new products, it would be a violation of the advertising law to put such slogans on other companies. The vast majority of people did not expect that the Côte d'Azur would make another big move this summer. You must know that this year's economic environment is extremely bad. Of course, many people know that the Côte d'Azur will not have a good life this year. Along with a good one and its supply chain partners, it is nothing more than the so-called one person's success. In addition, other industries are basically all stubborn. Other companies are either on the verge of bankruptcy waiting for the government's bailout or their performance is cut in half, but the annual report disclosed by the Blue Coast is a blind eye. Performance has soared by about 40%, and revenue has exceeded the historic $1 trillion. In the 15 years since the Côte d'Azur company has released new products, every publicity slogan gives people the first impression that it violates the advertising law, but the most beautiful one has never been found. The slogans shouted this time are the most exaggerated in history, and it is obvious that this time they are going to be enlarged. The expectations given to people have also soared. Although the Blue Coast has sold off, the summer conference is obviously not the Azure 6 that consumers expect, nor is it a big white robot. From the content of the announcement, it is a brand new product. The market also gave Luo Sheng a lot of face. When the news was revealed, it happened to be during the stock market trading in the afternoon. Stimulated by this news, the concept stocks of the Blue Coast rose to respect. The first brother of the Science and Technology Innovation Board, Xunxin Electronics, led its subordinates. All the kids thought of the daily limit tide. The share price of Xunxin Electronics continues to hit a record high. It has more than doubled by 157.15% from the issue price. The total market value once reached 3.7359 billion yuan. Compared with the total market value of 9 trillion yuan for the entire Science and Technology Innovation Board, Xunxin Electronics has exclusive ownership, with a weighting ratio of more than 40%, It is absolutely a science and innovation brother. Xunxin Electronics cannot rise if the Science and Technology Innovation Index does not rise, and vice versa. If it weren't for the motherboard to have a blue pure electric car clinging to it, it would be no doubt that the big ass brother, the general public in the outside world, is now unconscious. The stock market squatters know later, and the main funds in the market have already foresight. However, Xunxin Electronics did not seal the daily limit, and it only lasted less than 10 minutes before being smashed by Shengfeng Capital. It's okay for other listed companies to set a 20% daily limit, but a big weight such as Xunxin Electronics means that the market value has soared by 6 to 700 billion, and if there are 2 more daily limits, it will increase by 2 trillion, which is simply incredible. I don't know how many people have to bury it. Today, a lot of big capitalists brought a group of retail investors to a rush of speculation, and then they were all buried on the top of the mountain by Shengfeng Capital. In the late trading, it rose and fell from the 20% daily limit to the final closing and only rose by 3.13%. Whether it is retail investors or hot money on the top of the mountain, either cut meat tomorrow, or wait a month or two to unwind, and honestly be a minority shareholder of Xunxin Electronics for a period of time. Although the vast majority of hot money in Bigo is unwilling to provoke listed companies that have strong capital control of Shengfeng Capital, there will always be a few unbelieving heartbeats every other day. So, when you are here, don't rush to leave. Embrace time and invest in value together. There are more than a dozen points in the quilt. It is very painful to cut the meat, and I can only vote for the price. There are about 12 hours left before the virtual brain computer conference. At the moment it is around 9 o'clock in the evening, in the location of Xinu Internet Cafe, 100,709 inches in a third-tier city in China. This chain internet cafe was transferred more than 2 months ago and was renovated 10 days ago. Today in the evening, all the network administrators and the 2 foremen including the manager Lin Tongfen were there. In addition to the original network administrators, there are also newly recruited people who are also present. They all know that today the headquarters will be transporting machines. The renovation and upgrading of the venue has been done long ago, and the machines are in place. Anyway, all network managers, including Lin Tongfen, were puzzled by the style and layout of the interior decoration of the internet cafe, because they found that the layout style did not look like a keyboard host display. Curious? Don't know, but you must do it, and continue to be curious when you are done. 1 minute and 1 second passed. At about 9:45, Lin Tongfen and others saw a dozen trucks approaching their store. The building next to the internet cafe was a large supermarket with a square. Now there are 20 or so aunts who are dancing in the square. Xiali, go talk to those aunts, let them give up the open space. First go to the supermarket to buy a few boxes of drinks, and each one will give them a bottle. Lin Tongfen took out his wallet and took it. A $100 bill. The parking lane on the side of the road is not enough. Okay. Not long after the communication of several network administrators and the delivery of a bottle of drink to each of the aunts, the aunt who danced the square was embarrassed, and asked Deba to park the truck. It was not too early, it was almost 10. Clicked. After the vacant land was let out, trucks drove into the square. In addition to that, a minibus came. This battle was also quite eye-catching. Those aunts A, B and C all stopped and watched curiously and whispered. With the dozen or so people who got out of the minibus were all frontline technicians wearing uniform work clothes. 18 hours ago, they were in a city more than 1,000 kilometers away. Now they transferred to the minibus and came to this city. Tomorrow we have to run to another city. Lin Tongfen quickly greeted them. These technicians were all sent from the headquarters. Tonight, I have to install the machines of this chain of internet cafes here, and then the other 2 in the city, which have to be done today. Tomorrow, I have to run to another city, as busy as possible. However, there will be a technician who will be responsible for the maintenance of the 3 virtual brain computer chain internet cafes in this city. You are reading www.uukansu. Com will stay here for about a month and a half. In addition to maintaining equipment operations, the main task is to simply train network administrators, including foremen, how to deal with basic equipment failures. It is enough to have a simple understanding of the equipment. If there are problems that cannot be solved, the network administrator can contact the headquarters and let professional technicians guide him how to deal with it by remote video communication. Now the communication technology is so advanced, just a mobile phone can be real-time connect. If there is a major problem that cannot be dealt with, the machine is left the first, and the headquarters will directly send someone to maintain it. At the same time, the headquarters will regularly send professional and technical personnel to each store to investigate one by one every quarter. It can be seen that the degree of professionalism and standardization is unmatched by traditional internet cafes. At this moment, the driver of the first truck was seen slowly driving to the gate of the internet cafe. Okay, stop. The truck stalled and the staff immediately went to the back of the car and opened the cargo compartment. Lin Tongfeng also greeted the network administrators in the store to help him. He glanced at the cargo compartment and found that they were all very large rectangular boxes. It's more than a meter long and it's all wrapped tightly. The network administrators thought that there were multiple computers in each packaging box, and they didn't know that it was a virtual brain computer, and the packaging box did not have the logo of the Blue Coast, so the package was strictly invisible. The person in charge who was dispatched stepped aside and solemnly urged, "The machinery and equipment in the box are worth 5 to 60,000 units, so be careful." When the network administrators heard that there were at least about 10 computers in each box, which was a rhythm of 5 to 600,000, all of them felt clever and moved them carefully. Chapter 839 Shocked Webmasters. Huh? Isn't this the Cote d'Azur logo? Inside the internet cafe, after several webmasters used a knife to tear open the logistics package, they saw that the inside was a more exquisite box with a single-tone minimalist style, and the only icon was the Cote d'Azur worth more than $300 billion logo trademark. What is this? Why is it not a computer? Opening the exquisite cabinet and seeing the virtual brain machine inside, several network managers looked at each other in a puzzled manner. Lin Tongfeng, the manager of this chain of internet cafes, also had some question marks in his mind. At this time, the person in charge who was sent down opened a can of refreshing drinks and filled a few tons and tons cleanly. He just heard the doubts of the network manager and said, "This is the new product released by the Riviera tomorrow morning, Virtual Brain Machine." Lin Tongfeng and the network manager were surprisingly surprised. The product of the Cote d'Azur conference tomorrow, Virtual Brain Computer. The network manager called Chen Li reacted in shock, thinking about the word virtual brain machine repeatedly in his mind, and suddenly felt a sense of shortness of breath, and couldn't help saying, "Is this the legend that you can directly connect to the virtual world to play games? Your virtual brain machine? This is definitely the ultimate dream of countless players and game nerds." Elements such as virtual worlds and virtual games, whether they are popular concepts that appear in novels, science fiction movies, and future imaginations. It can be said that there are not many young people who do not know this concept. But everyone regards this high-tech concept element as a lifetime series. Now the breakthrough tells you that this is a brain computer that can connect to the virtual world, and the equipment is right in front of you. It is conceivable how shocking Chen Li, a small network manager, is known. The person in charge sent down calmly nodded and said, "Yes. It's almost as close as you imagined in your mind. It's a virtual tour. Before he finished speaking, he was stunned by the small network administrator's sudden slap in the face. Chen Li was stunned for a moment and said excitedly, "I'm not dreaming. This is true. The Blue Coast always drops God!" Everyone. The person in charge sent here shook his head dumbfoundedly, and immediately reminded, "Although it will be published in a few hours, you guys should not spread the news randomly on the internet at this time, or go to Manager Lin by yourself. To settle the salary, As soon as the words came out, several network administrators who wanted to be impatient to be sent to Moments immediately nodded their heads to indicate that they would not spread it blindly. Get up all your energy and install the machine as soon as possible. The 20 or so network administrators at the scene obeyed the orders of a dozen technicians, disassembled a virtual brain computer from the package, and began to install and debug, and each of them performed their duties in an intense and orderly manner. The person in charge and Lin Tongfen, who were sent down, took out a document from the briefcase in a studio next to the cash register and handed it to Lin Tongfen. All the machines are set up tonight. The official opening in 3 days will be planned. Charges etc. can be implemented according to the requirements on the materials. Okay. Lin Tongfen nodded and took a look at the information briefly. The first day of opening activity is a 24-hour free experience for customers on the day of opening. Customers who register as a member on the day of opening will enjoy a free gift with a recharge of more than 100 yuan. That is to say, the amount of credit for the amount of 100 yuan or more is increased. After registering the membership card, 3 membership levels will be launched, namely Junior Member, Senior Member, and Diamond Member. Different levels enjoy different discounts, and they will enjoy permanent discounts. Temporary card consumption is 42 yuan. Junior membership card consumption will permanently enjoy a 5% discount, 39.9 yuan. Premium membership card consumption will permanently enjoy a 20% discount, 33.6 yuan. And Mason membership card consumption will permanently enjoy 6 discount, 25.2 yuan. The membership card level is upgraded by points, and the points are accumulated through recharge. The minimum amount for a single recharge is 100 yuan. The way to obtain points is the single recharge amount times the corresponding integral coefficient to obtain the actual points data. For example, the single recharge limit is 500, the corresponding coefficient is 1.2, and the calculation formula is 500 times 1.2 equals 600 points. The recharge limit is divided into 5 levels, corresponding to 5 integral coefficients. Single recharge amount times integral coefficient in order: 100 to 200 yuan times 1, 201 to 500 yuan times 1.2, 501 to 1000 yuan times 2, 1001 to 2000 yuan times 3, 2000 yuan or more times 4. Obviously, this set of points accumulation algorithm is to encourage customers to recharge as much as possible, because the more benefits they get. For Xini Company and its chain internet cafes, in order to get the funds back quickly, they don't care how much discount customers will get, or how much they will send. Customers have no pricing power, so how can they discount the 42 yuan per hour basis? The consumption is actually not cheap. Even if it is a 40% discount for Masonry members, it costs 25.2 yuan, which is also not cheap. You should know that the current traditional internet cafes are about 5 yuan an hour, plus the recharge rebate, and it is cheaper. The comparison between the two has been upgraded by nearly 8 to 10 times. But the competitiveness and attractiveness of the virtual brain machine lies there. Yes. Plus the number of people has no threshold, the market can sell it at this price. Not to mention the national population base or the base of internet users. The base of game users in the country alone exceeds 600 million, even if there are only 100 million users who spend 1 hour at the price of Masonry members every day, and hedge equal rebates. These 100 million users only have to create 1.26 billion yuan for Xinu every day, which is 460 billion yuan a year. There is no doubt that this is an astronomical figure. Obviously this is only a conservative estimate. It is undeniable that this gadget is addictive. Refer to the internet cafes that were popular in the past. This gadget will only be more exciting than the internet cafes of the year. After only playing for an hour, just started it, and then it was off. Play with a hammer. In addition to the sales of internet fees, other value-added service income sources will naturally be provided. However, The traditional internet cafes providing services such as drinks, milk tea, coffee, snacks and fast food are certainly not beneficial because there is no way to eat while lying in the virtual brain, and dozens of dollars an hour is definitely a treasure every second for most ordinary consumers, and they will definitely not waste time eating when the machine is built, unless it is very money is another matter. Wouldn't it be better for the rich to buy one and go home? However, after Xina has accumulated its user base, it can slowly find other ways to monetize, such as accepting the advertising business of game developers, etc. As long as there are users, there are data, and data can tap potential business value. The confidence comes from its grand strategy of 10,000 stores chain. Anyone who has registered as a member of Xina Internet Cafe can use their membership card to spend in any chain internet cafe nationwide, and the price is also uniform, no matter in the first-tier big cities, or in the third and fourth-tier small cities. The Masonry members enjoy 25.2 yuanhua, and high-level meetings enjoy 33.6 yuanhua, a proper card. The development of the coastal and inland areas is uneven, and it seems unreasonable to have a unified price. However, the advantage of large scale is enough to offset the hedging, and it is also conducive to the cultivation of brand value. No matter how strong Xina company is, it has the first mover advantage, and it is impossible to monopolize hundreds of large and small cities across the country. This is obviously unrealistic. At that time, there will be individual businesses and relatively small chain brands that will emerge one after another to get a share of the pie, and Xina is obviously the leader at the top of the pyramid, and it is enough to ensure that it is the leader. With the points system, members can be upgraded accordingly, and the registered members will be automatically upgraded to junior members after successful registration. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com upgrades from a junior member to a premium member to reach 20,000 points. According to the points calculation formula times coefficient 4, a customer only needs to charge 5,000 yuan to become a senior member. Upgrading to Masonry membership requires 1.2 billion points. According to the points calculation company times coefficient 4, a customer only needs to recharge 30,000 yuan to upgrade to Masonry membership. You can spend the least amount of money to upgrade to a premium member or Masonry member through each recharge of more than 2,000 yuan. If you want to get the biggest discount, of course, you can directly upgrade to a Masonry member with a one-time recharge, because you can immediately enjoy a 40% discount. If you don't have enough points to recharge in batches, you won't be able to enjoy the discounts when you consume. It is foreseeable that the number of Masonry members is definitely the least, and the most should be senior members. For most ordinary people, if they want to play often, they will also calculate this account. Junior members are too bad. Mason members can't afford to hurt them. But senior members who can enjoy a permanent 20% discount can charge 5,000 yuan at a time. Yes, gritted teeth can still get the money. The chain of internet cafes owned by Xina are all common. This is very important. It can greatly eliminate consumers' fear that the money rushed in after changing places will rot. All Xina internet cafes can be used with Alina cards. As a result, more consumers are willing to recharge a few thousand yuan at a time. It's no better than worrying that a few thousand yuan will be bad if you rush to work and live in another city. The internet cafe managed by Lin Tongfeng has a total of 176 machines. The scale is not big or small. At about 3:30 in the morning, all the machines were finally installed and debugged, and there was only one left before the launch of the Blue Coast. It's about 6 or 7 hours. Chapter 840 Come, always drop God. Incoming. Chen Li is watching the live video with his mobile phone. He is sitting in the living room with 3 other colleagues. All of them are watching the same screen with a mobile phone. Obviously, they have moved into the new dormitory. Although they were exhausted from installing the machine last night and staying up late to work until 3 or 4 in the morning, Chenlis network administrators went straight through the night. Because I was so excited that I couldn't sleep, The machines were installed and tested and debugged last night, but they were not activated. The secret key is still in the Blue Coast company. The same is true for other chain internet cafes. It must be coordinated with the Blue Coast conference process. This frustrated Chen's idea of entering the virtual network to see the world, and couldn't sleep. When I returned to the dormitory, I chatted with a few colleagues and friends. I was still waiting for the press conference on the Riviera. Fortunately, I will have a rest 2 days after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow will officially open for work. It's not a big problem to stay up all night. Will affect the follow-up work. At this moment, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning, and the officially designated live broadcast room had been opened. Chen Li and his 3 other colleagues were staring at their mobile live broadcast screens and chatting excitedly. To be reasonable, I really want to go to the Galaxy Hall to watch this press conference live. Virtual brains, there is nothing where the dream starts. The live broadcast at this moment is a long-range aerial view of the DJI drone overlooking the scene, with an unobstructed view of the entire Galaxy City from the high-altitude camera. As soon as the camera turned, we switched to the entrance of the main gate of the Galaxy City. The ordinary fans and audience who bought tickets, industry insiders, and media professionals all entered one after another. There were domestic faces, many foreigners, and the Azure Coast Guards. The staff, bustling and lively. Everyone is paying attention to this feast of science and technology. As the camera advances together and finally reaches the floor where the Galaxy Hall is located, fans of the Côte d'Azur will not be unfamiliar with this multimedia hall that can accommodate more than 7,000 people. The camera switched again. The scene inside the hall was presented in the live broadcast screen, and the background music was gone. The current screen is the synchronized live broadcast screen. The video just now was shot and edited 10 minutes in advance. Audiences from all walks of life participating in today's conference have already arrived in the hall. At about 9:20 in the morning, the main lights in the hall were turned off, and the auditorium area was lit up with screens, or mobile phone screens or laptop work computer screens. It is worth mentioning that among the many notebook work computers, more than half are borderless notebooks launched by the Côte d'Azur. Regardless of whether the product itself is excellent enough, or whether it relies on the super brand of the Azure Coast to obtain a premium, it is an undisputed fact that AzureBook has suddenly emerged in the PC market. Today's press conference officially started at 9:45. As time passed by, getting closer to this time point, some murmurs and discussions on the scene gradually decreased, until that moment when everyone was basically satisfied. Quietly looked towards the front of the stage. Manager Luo, it's time for you to play. In the background, a staff member reminded him that another person quickly walked towards Liu Sheng, who was already waiting at the exit with a small remote control. He took the small remote control from the opponent, and then walked steadily towards the center of the stage. Oh, wow! In the originally quiet scene, the audience sitting in the auditorium either looked at the stage silently, focused on the laptop screen, or looked around. When I saw the face of the person walking out of the backstage, the quiet hall suddenly cheered and shouted, and the hardcore fans present screamed. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was also instantly ignited by this scene, with various lengths on the public screen. Such barrage such as 6666 and Forever Edition are frantically refreshing. The audience in the audience stood up and applauded one after another in the atmosphere of repeated applause, and looked at the hot man on the stage in unison. The hot man standing on the stage is the idol in the hearts of the die-hard fans present, the beacon in the hearts of countless tech entrepreneurs, the headline news in the hearts of the media, the wealth in the hearts of investors, and the living in the hearts of countless people. The legend. He was also the undisputed absolute protagonist of the audience at this moment. He walked out of the backstage without saying a word to ignite the atmosphere of the audience. The barrage in the live broadcast room has been brushed up with various cards. At the end, Liu Sheng, who came to the stage, looked at the front audience with a smile and pressed his hand gesture, and said, "Thank you for joining us. Please sit down." "Thank you again." Everyone took their seats one after another, and the applause and cheers gradually fell. Luo Sheng's appearance surprised everyone, and it was a great surprise. The sense of anticipation for today's press conference immediately soared tenfold, because according to the usual practice, as long as the new products launched at the conference he presided over have a milestone leap, it is absolutely proper to watch. At the moment, those who are following this conference are full of expectations, except for competitors on the Blue Coast and rivals who see Luo Sheng upset. Everyone can't help but think of the publicity slogan that the Côte d'Azur's new product launch announcement made a week ago that violates the advertising law. They are very curious about what new world the Côte d'Azur's new products will create today. This is the moment everyone is looking forward to. On the stage, Luo Sheng continued to advance the conference process according to the rhythm he was most familiar with, and the quiet hall was only his voice at this moment. As we all know, the slogan of the Côte d'Azur at the beginning of its establishment was "Technology changes life, innovation changes the world." After 15 or 16 years, we have made this mission beyond imagination. The major types of technologies we created the lives of human beings have had an abyssal impact, from the smartphone ASU to the smart education tablet YIP to the next generation host and last year's Dabai. People are surprised that any of the above-mentioned products that Luo Sheng has acquired is enough to create a multinational giant with an annual revenue of more than $100 billion. But they are concentrated in one company. This is the legend. We have also almost redefined the offline retail experience to make it more personalized and interactive. Our retail store has become part of the community. It is open and beautiful, and a space for inspiration. Luo Sheng pressed the small remote control in his hand, and a picture of an offline single flagship store in Shenqing appeared on the big screen behind him. For example, this store in Luzhui is open to thousands and tens of thousands of customers. Everyone can come to experience various activities on the weekend. Our offline store welcomes 800 million visitors every year. I am very happy that so many customers can experience our products in person. As Luo Sheng elaborated, the hand holding the small remote control was also waving body language with nowhere to rest. The barrage all said that holding the Archbishop's hand and watching him would not be able to advance the press conference. Just last month, we achieved a very important milestone. As of the last month since the launch of the first generation of Azure phones in 2006, we have sold a total of 1.5 billion units. After speaking, I pressed the small remote control in my hand, and the big screen behind me showed a sales statistics chart of Azure mobile phones of past generations. The figure below is 1.5 billion, which is particularly eye-catching. There was obviously warm applause from the audience, which is the applause for this excellent product. This picture explains how crazy the market is for this product. The average annual sales volume exceeds 100 million. It is important to know that the Côte d'Azur does not release new products every year. The picture shows the cumulative sales of the first generation of Azure X to the current generation of Azure 5X. The cumulative total sales of Azure 3 released in 2009 exceeded 473.2 million, which is far ahead of other models. When Azure 3 was released, it was known as redefining Azure. It can surpass the previous generations of products and is firmly in the market today. In addition to the excellence of the product itself, it is also inseparable from the great market environment at that time. Although it was during the global financial turmoil at that time, the Côte d'Azur was not regarded as a thorn in the eye or a thorn in the flesh by Laum at that time, but was positioned as a less satisfied partner. At that time, I wanted to talk about contradictions. I had some conflicts with Qualcomm, because Qualcomm lost badly on the gambling agreement. Knowing that the loss went to my grandma's house, no one would have thought that the Côte d'Azur would take off so quickly. Noisy, but cooperation did not stop. It was the Azure 3 era that opened up the North American market, And all major markets around the world did not stop it, as U3 relied on its unparalleled competitiveness to sweep the world and usher in a wave of machine replacement. Until 2011, the company's operating income exceeded $100 billion for the first time this year, hitting $137.75 billion. The United States began to frantically suppress it, and the external environment was getting worse every year. The subsequent generations of new products have not surpassed this model. It seems that as U3 is the peak period of the smartphone business of the Côte d'Azur. But obviously it is not. If this is the peak, then the profit and revenue of the smartphone business sector cannot continue, set a new high. The inability to surpass the predecessor is due to the harsh external market environment and the continuous doubling of the price of the subsequent generations of products. The standard version of ASU 3 is only more than 4,000 yuan, and it has entered the era of 10,000 yuan since ASU 4. The foldable screen 5X model is sold for nearly 20,000 yuan. The continuous soaring prices have also blocked the entry barrier to a certain extent, and the quantity cannot be surpassed, which is normal. The rapid development of the Côte d'Azur and the annual increase in income does not mean that the global economic level and the income of the general public can also keep up. After Liu Sheng announced this number, he paused for a while and continued, 1.5 billion, this is an astonishing number, which is almost equal to the fact that everybody in the country has an ASU mobile phone. The birth of this product has changed the lives of human beings. Ways of studying, ways of working, ways of entertainment, ways of shopping, ways of ordering food and arranging transportation, ways of connecting with each other, ways of capturing life moments. After a pause again, he paced on the stage and stopped to face the direction of the auditorium. Liu Sheng said, if the Côte d'Azur is changing the world in the past 15 years, then we hope for the next 15 years. The Côte d'Azur has a grand vision to create a world. From today's launch of this product, it will usher in a new era. Chapter 841 Crazy. The fans present involuntarily held their breath and stared at the front of the stage. Under the gaze of the audience, Liu Sheng moved a few steps from the middle of the stage. The floor in the middle area was slowly opened, and a virtual brain passed through. The elevator was brought to the stage from the inside. At this moment, the audience who saw the virtual brains on the stage put a question mark in their minds. Obviously I don't know what it is or what it does, but its appearance is very sci-fi, and its industrial design style is as always with the genes of the Côte d'Azur. On the stage, Liu Sheng stood in front of this virtual brain and stared at the device intently. This is the largest terminal device ever launched on the Côte d'Azur. Are we not a supplier of miniaturized mobile terminal devices? Audience, grab our lines. At the end, Liu Sheng said to the audience, we all know a common sense that our subjective impression of the objective material world is derived from our 5 sense organs, namely, the vision of the eyes, the hearing of the ears, the smell of the nose, and the taste of the tongue, as well as the sense of touch of the body. Only through these 5 senses can we form a subjective impression of the world. In fact, they are all biological signals transmitted from the sensory organs to the brain, which are no different from the electrical signals produced by the computer and transmitted to the brain. Just imagine if one day you suddenly lose all your 5 senses. What will happen to you? A small universe will explode. Of course, awakening the 7th sense will not. Hearing little universe and 7th sense. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. It turns out that the idol also looks at Saint Seiya. After a while, Liu Sheng's voice came again. Then try again. Since the 5 senses of the human body are biological signals transmitted to the brain, what will happen if we can parse these 5 brain electrical signals, then decode them through a compiler to complete the digitization and then interact with the neural network? Everyone looked at each other, some were thoughtful, some were surprised, some were curious, but most of them were unclear and sharp. Barrage, this involves my knowledge blind zone. Luo Sheng's expression revealed a mysterious expression, and he said concisely, there will be an illusion. Realization of artificial illusion. Hallucinations? Luo Sheng methodically said, the term illusion, literally interpreted, refers to the intuitive experience that occurs when there is no corresponding objective stimulus. It is characterized by a feeling. Due to the lack of corresponding realistic stimuli, the objective test results prove this kind of feeling is illusory, but in terms of my own experience, it does not feel illusory, and it is extremely real. So what's the point? And how does it relate to the new products we released today? That's a big deal. Hallucinations and dreams are important logic for us to open the door to the virtual world. There was a sudden exclamation from the audience. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, everyone was in a boundary that seemed to understand and not understand. It seemed that they had already caught a glimpse of what Luo Sheng wanted to say, but he was not sure. Shocked. At this moment, everyone's mind is full of such thoughts. Is it? Luo Sheng elaborated without delay: by compiling and decoding the human five sense signals digitally input into the digital network world constructed by 0 and 1. All digital signals in the network world are converted into brain signals and fed back to the brain neural network for perfect interaction, so as to realize the human brain's immersive perception of the digital world. In short, this set of equipment is a bridge to communicate with the digital world. As you think at the moment, we will enter a colorful fantasy world constructed by 0 and 1 in this way. The virtual world can also be said to be the second world. It is equivalent to your brain can directly interact with the internet. This is the new product we are going to launch today, Virtual Brain Machine. In the end, the scene fell into a quiet atmosphere unexpectedly. The director of the backstage also gave the audience a close-up of the street at this moment. At this moment, the audience was staring at the front with their open mouth and jaw dropped to their knees. The scene was quiet and sudden, but also suddenly hot. In the silence for less than 3 seconds, the sound of shocking sounded from the frying pan in an instant, and everyone stood up for the second time. The scene was completely uncontrollable and generally sensational. My God, am I not dreaming again? Mama asked me why I wanted to kneel and watch the live broadcast. Virtual fantasy world. Ah, my backhand is to pinch the thigh together fiercely. Nima hurts. Ha ha ha, this is not a dream. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Ma. It turns out that the previous propaganda slogans really did not violate the advertising law. Is it really 2020? Isn't it 2200? Say a good lifetime series. Virtual games. You can really play virtual games in your lifetime. I never dreamed that it would be in 2020. Archbishop, God will always drop. Archbishop, God will always drop. Archbishop, God will always drop. When Luo Sheng made the official announcement, the audience on and off the court was no longer controlled, especially the game house, technology enthusiasts, and electronic product enthusiasts were all excited and crazy. Has reached fanaticism. This is the ultimate dream of every game enthusiast. Only as one of them can you understand their mood at the moment, and understand that they are almost mad at the moment. Luo Sheng on the stage hesitated to speak again, because he found that he had hosted so many press conferences. Every time he held the audience perfectly, and controlled the field easily. But today's conference, at this moment, it feels a bit unholdable. In desperation, I had to let the thousands of fans present to digest the news and release their emotions first. But Luo Sheng was very satisfied with the reaction on the scene. Seeing the big from the small, the reaction on the spot let him know that the virtual brain is 100% going to be popular. Also excited are investors in the Liu Wen Capital Circle. At this moment, the big names of venture capital funds, Hill House Capital and other investment circles are also paying attention to the press conference. When they see this scene, they can finally rest assured, knowing stabilized. Xinib company raised more than 300 billion yuan. But Luo Sheng did not take a share in it. In any case, The investors are a little unreliable. For the more than 300 billion yuan raised, it is still going to buy a virtual brain machine on the Blue Coast. It's a blood loss when it gets hot. But Luo Sheng must have made a steady profit. Don't worry now, just lie down and count the money. On the contrary, I am very happy that Luo Sheng didn't come in and take up shares, otherwise he would definitely have to share the biggest piece of cake. Everyone would make a lot of less money in. However, investors like Liu Wen did not know about the solar storm 3 years later, and Luo Sheng did not stupidly tell them that it is of course impossible for virtual brains to be EMP protective measures to increase additional cost pressure. I was thinking of ways to keep reducing costs. When the storm hits, all the belts are scrapped. In the next 3 years, Xinu Internet Cafe will definitely make money steadily, but it will definitely not be able to recover the cost in 3 years. Once it is destroyed by the solar storm, it will be a stable and profitable one. For cash cows, investors can only continue to place orders on the Côte d'Azur. If you make too money in the same place, you will get zero loss if you don't buy a share. Wouldn't it be nice? Luo Sheng is not the one who suffers. But then again, the probability of big investors like Liu Wen paying the bill is not high. It is inevitable that bigger will welcome the registration system. No accident. Xinu Internet Cafe will be listed next year. Xinu Internet Cafe will be listed for 2 years before the storm. Around that time, the investors are basically running. Therefore, it is very likely that the big as poor retail investors will take a turn for the better. It's the turn to drink at most soup's slag, but always take the biggest one. Regarding the matter of picking up and standing guard, retail investors may be late but will never be absent. At this moment, Luo Sheng was pacing back and forth on the stage. The applause had lasted for 2 or 3 minutes without stopping, and everyone's excitement remained undiminished. If they were not allowed to release their emotions, the conference could not go on, and the sound of the microphone could not cover the thunderous applause and cheers of the audience. Time passed every minute, and as the audience finally digested their excitement, Luo Sheng continued to advance the conference process. Chapter 842 Crazy Offensive Friendly Quotient Ren. At the press conference, the audience in the Galaxy Hall was still very satisfied, especially the fans and audience present. The excitement on their faces was undiminished, as if it only needed a little opportunity to easily ignite their inner excitement again. On the stage, Luo Sheng walked slowly with his hands spread out and said calmly and orderly, As an authoritative outlook for a series of great scientific and technological concepts in the last century, Star Trek has officially been broadcast for more than 50 years. In this half a century, long enough to evolve a generation of civilization, whether it is holographic vision or virtual touch and other technologies have long gone out of the legend, and it has made us think about the world for half a long time. Speaking, Luo Sheng pressed the small remote control button in his hand, and a poster picture of the world's first virtual idol singer appeared on the huge background behind him, and then said, "The Hatsune Miku concert is a veritable optical miracle. 3D printers have become sparse and commonplace. Azure's 360-degree panoramic camera has become standard as soon as it is launched. This is our time, now it is in progress, and humans are moving towards the virtual world. The pace may be faster than you think." Everyone nodded repeatedly to express no objection. It was indeed faster than everyone believed. At the moment of the announcement, no one could believe that this day had arrived, and everyone still believed that this was still a lifetime series of technology. Luo Sheng walked slowly toward the virtual brain computer prototype placed on the stage for display. At the same time, the device itself opened automatically, and the lid opened slowly and automatically like a duck opening its mouth. Everyone stared at the internal close-ups given on the big screen intently, and many game houses were already drooling. Luo Sheng reached out and touched the surface of the virtual brain. The polished surface reflecting the metallic cluster was smooth and without resistance. With a slow pace, the palm of the device was moved against the surface of the device. In his next words, suddenly with a sigh, The audience both on and off the field felt the invincible aura of a victor. Immersive virtual games have always been the dream props for players to enter the ideal world, but as everyone knows, the battles between major international companies in the past 10 years have been raging. If you sing, I will appear on the stage. The battle has been played round after round. Now, those children who are waiting for toys have grown up. Some of them have entered the middle and high level of those dream companies. From the rise of Samsung Electronics to the sudden emergence of the Blue Coast, to the crash of Nokia, and the past, the sunny kingdom of the fairy wind is still struggling to support. Luo Sheng's voice came into the ears of every audience present, whether it was fans on and off the field, especially the domestic audience. When they heard these words, they got goosebumps inexplicably, as if it's the same as watching a comic. This aura is really invincible. Speaking the most invincible and domineering words in a calm tone. Archbishop, I have a showdown. I have to die. Now is expansion time. Nokia, you scold again. JPG, Sony, thank you. I feel offended. Samsung is shaking 2333. My lord, times have changed. People suddenly discovered that the once legendary giant Nokia was beaten up by Luo Sheng's Blue Coast. Now it has been acquired by Microsoft. Now it is relying on the foundation of communication technology, and it is uneasy to eat. They are all facing Hua's soldiers approaching the city. When Nokia was acquired by Microsoft's mobile phone business, a saying was widely circulated: we did nothing wrong, but we didn't know why. We lost. Yes. The carriage did nothing wrong, nor did the dinosaurs do anything wrong. The times have changed and the environment has changed. Technology is metabolizing, and those who cannot keep up with the pace will naturally be eliminated. The reality is so cruel. In the past, Luo Sheng's cell chip business was packaged and sold to the Côte d'Azur. It was a pain in Sony's heart forever. Now there are hardships. In a sense, Sony believes that it has made a home game console first-party competitor. The shopping mall is like a battlefield, awkward and strange. The glorious achievements of the Côte d'Azur today, everyone knows that the cornerstone of this superb usiness technology empire is buried under the corpses of many dead enemies. Nokia is the most typical example, stepping on the corpses of old multinational giants as stepping stones to reach the top. Today, Luo Sheng does not need to cover up too much. They are all such a big man. The annual revenue of the Côte d'Azur exceeds trillions of dollars. Even if he wants to, he can't help it. It simply came to a showdown, acknowledging that labor and capital were the best, and refused to accept it. At this moment, Luo Sheng said in an orderly manner: It is in such a situation that the virtual brain computer project was planned for nearly 3 years and finally was officially launched in 2012. There are uncles with stubble on their chins. A superb young man, who has thought about the future with him, her and them for 10 years, and now finally dedicated this device to the world, bringing the world the greatest expectation in his lifetime. Oh, wow! As soon as Luo Sheng's voice fell at the press conference, there was a sudden resounding of prolonged applause, and everyone felt that they suddenly ignited, looking at the man on the field like a pilgrimage. His eyes were full of worship. Live Barrage, the blood is boiling. It would be even better if it was equipped with a BGM. Technological breakthroughs one after another, fierce competition again and again, suppression and countermeasures again and again, as if there is no end to the speed of burning money. After more than 10 years, it finally came out. On the stage, Luo Sheng slowly turned around and sat comfortably in a slightly flat area on the side of the virtual brain. Facing the thousands of spectators and the crowd outside the camera, he continued to tell, in the hardware battle among major international manufacturers, after Microsoft's Ki became the fastest-selling electronic product in human history, the term human-computer interaction became popular overnight like Supergirl. Both Google and Sony launched headsets. The purpose of this type of equipment is not just to improve the visual experience. Google is thinking about integrating the video sync transmission function into the small piece of plastic less than 2 centimeters, and has unabashedly launched a personal TV function on Google Plus' Hangouts, while Sony will focus on objects and human faces. Recognition is the focus of development, focusing on the realization of the combat power detection mirror function of the Namek. This is reminiscent of a classic joke: all the children in Magnesium want a set of tights and red panties, and all the children in Japan want to get into Gundam. With the upgrade of hardware equipment, the software disputes in the same period are also going on quietly. Square's CTO Hashimoto announced their new Luminous engine at the E3 exhibition that year. This is almost the pride of the Japanese game industry. The engine of World War I, like its technical promo Agnes philosophy, is full of desperate taste, just to shout, on art. I am quite young, but we all still remember that he spent $135 million crazy that year, almost consuming Sakaguchi of Final Fantasy, deep in the soul produced by the world's top CG masters. The picture quality almost scared Hollywood stars at the time. At that time, it did trigger a big discussion about the replacement of actors by virtual characters under CG technology. As a result, we also know that Square will almost go bankrupt because of this movie, and finally facilitated the merger with Enix, and let Sony pick up a big deal. Whether it's Sakaguchi or Hashimoto, they haven't looked back on the same vision as My Destiny, It's Men. The barrage in the live broadcast room has been brushed up. Well, stud, this is the old traditional art of Benzie Children's shoes. Developers in Japan have caused discomfort inexplicably. Are they boasting? Still laughing? Square will felt offended anyway, but the platform business dared not say anything. No way. Do you want to let Final Fantasy land on the Virtual Brain Machine platform? Traditional home game consoles can already announce GG. It will be a few years at most. The future will be the world of virtual brain machines. As an industry practitioner, this is even more clear. So far, no one can compete with the Côte d'Azur in this field. Luo Sheng got up again and walked back and forth on the stage. At the same time, he said, when it comes to technology, the people of Magnesium have something to say. They have been leading the leading manufacturers in Europe and the United States with the expensive Unreal Engine. I have kept it in my eyes for many years. Until novel.com. Even if you are not familiar with Virtual Arena, at least you have seen the advertisement of Paradise 2 on the subway. The smooth and flowing light rendering is as beautiful as the algorithm of its engine. It makes people fall from ear to ear. Magnesium friends of the country, if you continue to praise it, it is best to increase your efforts. The WoW are very happy. Luo Sheng explained half of Jiazn. Unreal has long made a lot of money as an engine businessman, and their eyes are farther than others. It was in 2010 when Azure was just selling crazy. It opened its UDK as was. The free development kit of the end has opened up the future game mobile terminal market ahead of time. Unreal 4 further abandoned Unreal Script and opened up more popular C++ as the basic language, and its intention to promote the use of the group is obvious. Speaking of this, Luo Sheng shrugged and spread his hands. Of course they are all legs. Friends of Magnesium? It's true that we actually wanted to buy Unreal at a high price a few years ago. Today, it seems that we don't need it anymore. I don't want to target anyone. I just want to say that the friends who are still alive have already. There is no one who can fight. Luo Sheng said this is lonely as a master. Global friends and businessmen are full of question marks. I don't want face. Oh, ha ha ha. The audience at the scene was filled with excitement and laughter from Luo Sheng's inflated speech. Although these words are not generally crazy, and friends and businessmen are extremely uncomfortable after listening to them, it seems that there is no good way to say that you are not angry. After Luo Sheng gave a few major friends business ren, he also felt almost the same, and then calmly added, okay, then we will use this real machine for a live demonstration. Let everyone get a glimpse of what this virtual digital world looks like. Chapter 843 Half an hour has passed since the conference lasted. While Luo Sheng announced the presentation in front of the stage, The backstage work team was making progress. In front of the stage, Liu Sheng came to the virtual brain and pointed to one of the cables with a diameter as large as a cigarette and said, "This line can convert the information of the virtual brain into digital signals and enter the traditional internet." Simply put, the projection of the virtual world on the two-dimensional screen allows us in the real world to observe the scene in the virtual world on the screen through interaction with the traditional internet. We can also communicate and interconnect through the interaction between the traditional internet and the virtual world. So amazing! Both the live audience and the audience in the live broadcast room were staring intently. Liu Sheng gave a brief introduction. Under the witness of everyone, he personally entered the virtual brain and lay down, and the cover slowly fell and closed. The audience was silent, and the audience seemed to lift their hearts. Everyone knew that the moment of history was coming. At this time, the main screen on the stage was black, but it was not turned off. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, when the screen lights up again, it displays a countdown. The audience unconsciously followed the numbers on the screen and shouted out their voices, and the atmosphere became more and more fiery. 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0 inches. The screen reappeared, and the reporters at the scene locked this historic moment in the lens. In 2006, Liu Sheng used his fingertips to swipe the first generation Azurex mobile phone to open the door to the mobile internet world. Today, 14 years later, the presentation of a scene opens the door to the virtual world. Everyone present was staring at the screen picture on the stage intently, and the scene displayed was a hall of rooms, which was surprising. What's happening here? As the camera shifted, the picture of Liu Sheng sitting comfortably on a sofa came into view. A holographic floating screen jumped out in front of him. Inside the screen was the live broadcast of the press conference. The audience saw themselves. The real-time picture is inside. Explain that this is not a good special effects video, but a real-time calculation screen. At this time, Liu Sheng stood up and walked a few steps, tilted his head to look at the camera and smiled. Welcome to the virtual world. The scene you see is the personal host interface. The personal desktop system in the virtual world is full of personalization. Users can choose different styles according to their personal preferences. For example, this is an indoor home style or an outdoor beach style. After speaking, everyone saw Liu Sheng popped up with a holographic interface again, and introduced, "We have made more than 5,000 different styles of desktops to provide users with choices." Under the witness of everyone, Liu Sheng clicked to confirm and replaced the style of a cosmic starry sky, and then the scene turned into a cosmic starry sky like the sky revolving around the Earth. Liu Sheng also became weightless. There was a space station in the scene, and he was flying towards the space station. Entering inside, he saw various desktop icons floating around. They are all client logo icons of major internet products familiar to the audience, such as BlueSpace, QQ, Cloud Song Search, Debao, Battle.net, Steam, etc. The scene transitioned again, becoming a DreamWorks style, with cute robots walking around, and their work clothes had the logos of major clients. The audience at the scene saw Liu Sheng continuously demonstrating the operation of the host interface. The stunning scenes made the audience off-site exclaiming and sensational, causing bursts of applause and cheers. Fuck, is this a picture of real-time calculations? This is the desktop scene of the virtual world. With a three-dimensional desktop, you can also directly enter the desktop. What a very interactive experience. Imagination is the only obstacle that restricts the virtual world. There is almost omnipotence in it. Is this the second world? I'm already At this moment, the host interface of the demonstration is in the style of DreamWorks. Liu Sheng directly continued to push forward the press conference in the virtual world. He called up a virtual brain computer, and then the modular fragmentation and separation kept a rough outline suspended in the air. Let's introduce the main hardware composition of the virtual brain machine. This is the central processor, DNA storage hard disk, Every time Liu Sheng reads a module, the corresponding parts floating in the air are automatically framed. The virtual brain machine adopts the most advanced semiconductor process so far, and is currently the only commercial product that uses a 5-nanometer process. It represents a product with the highest technological level of mankind so far. Liu Sheng methodically said, 97% of its technologies are applied for the first time. These modules are expensive to build. Taking DNA storage disks as an example, the cost is about 160,000 yuan. What? One hard drive is more than 100,000? That set of equipment is not too expensive. No one can play with tens of millions. Although the audience had already prepared themselves and knew that this stuff was definitely not cheap, Liu Sheng's words successfully killed more than 80% of the people. The live broadcast room has been disturbed by the barrage screen. An excellent product should be enjoyed by most people in the world. For this reason, we put the CPU, memory, hard disk, and these components. Liu Sheng took all the core components from the host reject. The remaining parts are reassembled into a new virtual brain machine. The core components that were stripped out floated in midair, and Liu Sheng threw them into another superlarge device. Introducing, these expensive hardware are assembled into a super central computer and placed in the cloud. Novel. Come through the cloud, we provide users with on-demand services and flexible allocation of desktop, application, hardware, and computing resources, so that the cost of virtual brains is greatly reduced. Some viewers who were originally dead-hearted rekindled when they heard this. Through cloud computing solutions, it is equivalent to eliminating expensive hardware costs. Paying for cloud services is equivalent to buying services and buying them in installments. This can indeed greatly reduce the barrier to entry, and you can experience this advanced technology product without paying sky-high prices. What is the price of such an epoch-making high-tech product? When everyone saw Liu Sheng on the screen, they couldn't help holding their breath when they heard this. Everyone hoped that the Archbishop would raise his hand. At this time, Liu Sheng stretched out his hand and called up a floating holographic interface with a quote number on it. 49,999 yuan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits. What? Only 50,000 yuan? An audience member at the scene counted and was shocked. After being dull for 2 seconds, the audience burst into thunderous applause again. Thousands of fans on the scene stood up and applauded for the price, and the barrage in the live broadcast room was instantly screened by the barrage of buy up. If it's 500,000 units, most people won't buy it. It's not that they don't want to buy it, but they really can't afford it. This price can afford a house in some ordinary county towns, and most people still buy it. Sorry. But 50,000 yuan, although not a small amount for most ordinary people, is not an unattainable figure. The point is, in the eyes of most people, this set of equipment has to be bought for hundreds of thousands, right? The official offer is definitely a surprise. Chapter 844. See you in the virtual world. The real world demonstration of the virtual world lasted about 7 or 8 minutes before it ended. Liu Sheng came out of the virtual brain and the equipment sank to the bottom of the stage. The Côte d'Azur logo appeared again on the big screen, and the audience once again stood up and gave warm applause. Once again proved that as long as there is Liu Sheng's new product launch conference, it will inevitably exceed people's imagination. Before that, no one would have expected that the Côte d'Azur would release such a super big move, nor would it have expected such a big surprise. Liu Sheng pressed the small remote control in his hand. This device will bring a truly immersive experience to the world. It has endless potential waiting for the world to develop. The Blue Coast will simultaneously announce a complete set of software development kits. Developers from all over the world are welcome to join this ecosystem. To say that the best way to interpret the virtual world experience is virtual games. The audience has noticed the numerous game lists arranged on the big screen, and the majority of game players are still excited to see this scene. Ranked in the first echelon are 3 virtual games: 100 Scholars, 3 Kingdoms, and Skyhole. These 3 games are all invested by the Blue Coast and developed and produced by domestic manufacturers. They are online games, open world, and open survival games. Products can be sold simultaneously and can be played immediately. Ranked in the second echelon, many game players are familiar with the super masterpiece, but the release time shows, so stay tuned. Final Fantasy, Assassin's Creed, Red Dead Redemption 2 inches, GTA 6, Resident Evil, World of Warcraft, Cyberpunk 2077 inches, etc. There are a total of 20 included in the list. Works. Luo Sheng smiled and said, "This device will bring players a real interactive experience through another world." Let's take a look at a demo screen of 100 Scholars. The screens shown below are all real game scenes. After Luo Sheng came to the side of the stage, the big screen began to reflect the game demo screen of 100 Scholars. The excerpt was the Mohist Organ City headquarters. Numerous game houses fell into the ultimate visual scene on the spot. Only after seeing the virtual game on display did they understand how far the current console game is. The host in his hand suddenly stopped fragrant. Many foreign gamers who are paying attention to the conference are also excited. A player from the Magnesium country who watched the conference at home in the middle of the night scolded excitedly when he saw the characters in the demo screen. "Damn female boxing." Fortunately, this is produced by the Huago game developer. This has to be said about female boxing with foreign characteristics. The major international game companies that are engaged in trembling and suffering are unspeakable. Whether it is a fist game or an international company such as Ubisoft, they dare not play games now. The female characters are too beautiful. Once the design is too beautiful, there will definitely be a group of female fists who will jump out to protest, saying that you objectify women, discriminate against women, etc. A series of hats will be buckled. This new game is basically unable to see the beautiful sister paper. LOL of the fist game is simply not a heroine, saving trouble. Our stars. Cyberpunk 2077 inches has a wave of hard steel, and the result is a series of female boxing warnings. Blizzard's Overwatch was also warned by the female boxer. New games will basically not give birth to new game goddesses. Virtual characters such as Tifa in Final Fantasy that are not as well known as first-line international stars will almost never have any more, which makes many European and American players uncomfortable. Nowadays, if you want to see beautiful girls in games, it seems that only games produced by Asian game developers can be seen. The real game scene was demonstrated on the scene for about 3 minutes and then ended. The audience applauded again. Luo Sheng came to the stage again. "We can only show limited content during the limited time of the conference. We leave more content to the players to explore in person. We hope that you will like this game like we do." These new products. Today, I will not open the corresponding experience area, but I can recommend everyone to go to a place where you can quickly experience the virtual world in person. Luo Sheng paused, looking at everyone's curious eyes, and mysteriously smiled. "I don't know how much you know about Xinu." Yes. The Blue Coast has established a long-term partnership with the company, and they have already started it early. It is the first enterprise in the country to promote virtual internet cafe services by adopting the strategy of 10,000 store chain. The fans in the audience exclaimed again, and the barrage in the live broadcast room was also fried. It feels like waking up from a dream. It turned out that Xinu, which was on the news some time ago, was actually playing this one. The media professionals on the scene also suddenly realized. It is no wonder that there will be so many top capital financing of more than 300 billion to deploy the sunset industry of internet cafes, which turned out to be Luo Sheng actively promoting behind the scenes. This is not difficult to understand. Luo Sheng methodically said. 3 days later, the virtual brain machines will be officially sold nationwide, and they can be purchased at offline retail stores. We are also cooperating with major commercial banks to provide installment payments. After purchasing the products, we will provide them on-site installation service. At the same time, on the day of sale, All major chain virtual internet cafes under Xinu Company are also open for operation. Hurry up and find out if there is a Xinu internet cafe near your home. The strongest advertisement. When Liu Sheng just revealed the news, many netizens who eat melon started to search for nearby Xinu internet cafes without his reminder. You are reading www.uukarnasu.com. Haha, we have one in the downtown area. It will open the day after tomorrow, and you can experience it for free on that day. For many people with a monthly income of about 3 or 4,000, this is definitely great news. Originally, they can only envy and hate. Even 50,000 yuan is not easy for them to take out. They have to save money. For a while, there is already an internet cafe, which means there is no threshold. Soon after Liu Sheng announced the news, the keyword Xinu Internet Cafe continued to soar. Obviously, everyone is searching. The product is currently only available in the domestic market. The international market is expected to be launched in the Asia-Pacific market by the end of the year. We are also working hard to promote the issuance in other regions, but the specific time is currently undecided. We also very much help to be able to synchronize globally. It's very difficult to sell, and everyone knows it, so I won't say more here. What? When Liu Sheng said the news, the mentality of European and American players who followed the conference directly exploded. Some game enthusiasts died on the spot, and the Reddit forum exploded directly. From now on, I can only watch the Chinese people playing with envy and hatred, drooling and staring. Give people great expectations, and then break it. Can this be tolerated? In a crowd of European and American audiences, Liu Sheng has already made the final speech for the conclusion of the conference. Thank you all for your participation this morning, including the viewers on the internet, and also special thanks to everyone who works on the French Riviera. It is you who made this miraculous day a reality. See you in the virtual world. As Liu Sheng left the stage, the audience gave warm applause for the last time, and they all left the stage one after another. The barrage in the live broadcast room was swiped by See You in the virtual world at this moment. Chapter 845 The reporter provokes public anger. Côte d'Azur headquarters. 10 minutes have passed since the press conference. A group of reporters gathered on the first floor of the Galaxy Hall and surrounded Liu Sheng. Today, he was in a good mood and accepted a temporary interview. Although the virtual brain can be used to connect to the virtual world, Mr. Liu, some people think it can be improved, whether it can add nutrient solution to the host, which can maintain the nutrients needed by the human body for several days, allowing users there is no need to quit eating and drinking in the middle. Has your company's R&D department considered upgrading and improving in this direction in the future? The question was a domestic media reporter. Liu Sheng nodded to show that he had listened to the other party's question, and replied without thinking, "This is a good question. In fact, our development team has already envisaged such a solution, and has determined that it can be achieved through the input of nutrient solution to allow users to be immersed for a week or even longer. The virtual world, like the plot in the Matrix, we can achieve. But we finally rejected this solution, because prolonged immersion in the virtual world will make people lose their social functions in reality, and more importantly, if things go on like this, it will cause the body's other organs and tissues except the head to gradually degenerate, which may not be seen by 1 or 2 generations. But as genes continue from generation to generation, perhaps the offspring of humans will have weak limbs and developed brains. Don't you think this is ugly? And it will affect physical and mental health. Although letting users in the virtual world for a long time create more income for us, it is not conducive to the future of the entire population. Therefore, we will not only not join this technology, but will strictly prohibit third parties from joining the technology and cooperate with us. The Xinu Internet Cafe or any third-party profit-making enterprise in the future will prohibit minors from entering the virtual world through such business premises. The reporter who asked the question suddenly said, "That is to say, virtual brains are harmful to the health of underage minors? Luo Sheng replied, "It's hard to talk about physical harm. Virtual brains don't cause physical harm to the human body. It is a non-invasive connection, instead of digging a tube into the human brain or putting a chip in it. So this is because minors are easy to indulge in it, and self-control is much worse than that of adults. We hope that minors will focus on learning. But we are not completely blocking young people from the virtual world. The youth mode of the IP Smart Education tablet will also be applied to virtual brains. If parents buy virtual brains, they will give children up to 3 hours a day network time." Luo Sheng nodded when he finished speaking, and the reporter who asked the question was also satisfied. This answer can be said to be very caring. Not only did he answer the main question, he also answered more details. At this time, a female reporter from the BBC media present at the scene asked first, "Mr. Luo, although the emergence of the human brain and internet connection is a major advancement in science and technology, in fact, this technology has also caused many people's attention. Worry, through your introduction during the press conference. This technology seems to be able to monitor the brain and extract data. If data can be extracted from the brain, all subsequent privacy will disappear. Perhaps a thought in your mind will be known. Is it true that the virtual brain machine can extract and snoop the privacy in the mind at will?" Luo Sheng glanced at the BBC reporter and said, "Well, what you said is correct. The interview is over." This reverse answer caught the BBC reporter off guard. Why didn't it follow the script? Didn't it start with a variety of methods to refute and explain technically and morally, and then draw conclusions? The BBC has already thought about it. At that time, we will invite a human brain expert in the industry to line up with Luo Sheng, and then come to the conclusion that the virtual brain will seriously spy on the thoughts of the human brain. The BBC reporter said in his heart, "If you don't take such a game, I have no way to go, and even my thoughts are messed up by you." A group of personal bodyguards beside Luo Sheng heard this, and there is no need for him to say anything. The bodyguards were very decisive and used their bodies to forcibly open a clear path. Luo Sheng stopped answering any questions and went straight to the door that had stopped, drove away. The reporters at the scene kept tweeting and stopped responding. Witnessing that luxurious business car took Luo Sheng away, a group of reporters present surprisingly unanimously issued angry death stares at the BBC female reporter, and the latter directly huddled together, annoyed the public. No one will be interested in whether you have had a nightstand with someone, Hanpa, who has no brains. Know what Hanpa is? Damn, I haven't mentioned my question yet. I don't know which colleague in the reporter group was irritating, which caused a kind of colleague to ridicule the group, and the BBC female reporter dared not speak. The big guys are gone. So the curse is gone. It was obvious that the big guy was in a very good mood today, and he accepted the interview happily. And from the interview, you can see that everyone is looking forward to it. They think they can get more news today. As a result, there is such a silly female boss. Irritated. Obviously, this is a meaningless question. Taking a step back, even if it can monitor the brain and extract data, the Côte d'Azur would not be interested in a small movie that a certain mass consumer watched online yesterday, let alone will spread out. In the internet age, private information has long been used by internet companies that can't find a way to realize it for profit. On the contrary, the Blue Coast and Blue Star technology protect their users' privacy very well. It is really a poor plan and a rich conscience. The Blue Coast and Blue Star technology are already poor and only have money left. On the contrary, they care about reputation and cherish feathers. This thankless thing is the least likely to happen. Users obviously feel that there are basically not many spam messages and sales calls using your mobile phones. But users of other mobile phone manufacturers are annoyed by various harassing calls and SMS push messages. The virtual world is operated by the Riviera, and users are looking forward to this second world, which is believed to be much cleaner than the current internet world. Because of the OO's closed-loop ecological construction jewel in the front, Although the fees are too expensive and have been criticized so far, the Côte d'Azur is not just lying down and taking money and doing nothing, but is very concerned about the maintenance of the entire closed-loop ecosystem. Whether it is a third-party development, the user is still satisfied. Developers make money in the ecosystem, and users are satisfied with the experience. For the Côte d'Azur, this is an obvious problem. Isn't it just a big meal and a choice of meat? The female BBC reporter who just aroused the anger of the public and her partner walked out of the Galaxy City. When youcanzoo.com came to the door, he suddenly asked his partner, Ben, the partner named Ben heard her curiously asking what Hanpa means, and immediately glanced at her like a silly look, and explained, as far as I know, Hanpa was given by the Oxford Dictionary at the beginning of this year, included, it means idiot. What? The female BBC reporter was trembling and cold at first, and her anger reached the rhythm of turns and turns. Stay away from virtual brain machines. It will allow encrypted information to be transmitted wirelessly between the human brain and the cloud-based supercomputer network to monitor the state of the brain in real time and extract data information. BBC. Shock. Players all over the world are crazy. The reason is that this company has released a future game artifact. This game artifact is ... The late but late UK headline. Fantasy becomes reality. The Côte d'Azur has released virtual brain computer equipment. Players can enter the virtual game world, but also achieve real touch. World Wide Web. Côte d'Azur has launched a new product of virtual brain and computer, and the connection of the human brain to the internet has become reality. From then on, you may get rid of the shackles of mobile phones, computers, and TVs and enjoy the virtual world. Quaking Net. The industry earthquake. The Côte d'Azur released a virtual brain machine. Once this technology is applied on a large scale and a three-dimensional virtual world is established, the game will cross a new milestone. The virtual game world can be more real than VR games. 17,173 Game Network. As soon as the press conference is over, major news media have carried out overwhelming reports, and the influence is rapidly fermenting and spreading. The advent of this new product is a milestone in a sense, and its influence has been recognized as no less than a human invention. The Internet. Chapter 846 Opening. Overwhelming popularity. Just as the media reported overwhelmingly about virtual brains, the popularity of the Internet remained high, and thousands of players and netizens were searching for the location of the nearest Xinu internet cafe near their homes. The two concepts of virtual reality VR and augmented reality AR, which have always been regarded as emerging sunrise industries, have completely fallen out of favor. The release of virtual brain machines is disastrous news for these two industries. Capital almost ebbs in an instant. The most direct response is the stock market. Today is Thursday. The Virtual Brain Machine Conference officially started at about 9:45 in the morning, and the big A at the same time opened at 9:30. The press conference lasted until about 10:20, which was exactly 10 minutes before and after the Virtual Brain Machine debuted. At the same time, all virtual reality VR and augmented reality AR concept stocks listed on Big A were affected by this bad news. The Impact staged a collective dive. Currently in Big A, there are a total of 116 stocks related to the two major concept stocks of virtual reality and augmented reality, such as Sudafige, Zongada, Xinhui Communication, Heikang Weishi, Ofeguang, Song Auto Acoustics and so on. Many listed technology companies have bet on these two industries to varying degrees. After all, the industry is optimistic. Although Luo Sheng has not set foot in this industry, he is still playing well. In the early trading, most of these companies opened higher, because the new products released by the Blue Coast benefited the stocks of many technology sectors, and technology stocks benefited to varying degrees. Funds will definitely flow into this hot spot. As a result, at about 10:30, 116 virtual reality and augmented reality concept stocks were not spared from a crash. and large-cap stocks with hundreds of billions of market value such as Go Acoustics and Haikang Microvision that were connected with these two concept themes. They couldn't hold it. They all fell 4 or 5 points. As for those listed companies that focus on these two major areas as their core business, they will directly block the limit before 10:30. These companies have small plates, all in the 10 billion market value range, and most of them are below 10 billion. The dealer has been in ambush for a long time, waiting for the good to increase the shipment. As a result, all of them are scared to pee now. They hit the market and fled without any hesitation. It is foreseeable that the market outlook is waiting for investors with a series of new word limit values, and none of the ones that have not run away before the limit will not run away today. As soon as the virtual brain machine came out, these two emerging industries that are optimistic about the science and technology industry were directly sentenced to death. Are they now waiting to be delisted? Bigger is already the age of the registration system. This is the general trend. IPOs are accelerating, and the delisting of junk stocks will also accelerate. Companies that have not been listed before will also use backdoor listing operations when they want to raise funds. The registration system makes the listing process simpler. It is more lenient, and the operation method of backdoor listing can no longer be used, and the shell is not worth a lot of money. In the future stock market, junk stocks with poor performance will only speed up their delisting faster and faster. The dealers in ambush will not dare to be bigger and run as much as they can. As of today's close, 62 of the 116 stocks have directly blocked the limit, all of which are full of greenery. As long as it is a listed company that focuses on virtual reality or augmented reality, whether it is an equipment owner, a system platform provider, a back-end accessory provider, or a hardware provider, merchants are still holding equity. Investors, all have fallen out of favor, and capital is fleeing frantically. The companies that originally planned to invest in these two areas all turned around. Companies such as GoErk and Haikang held an ad hoc meeting that afternoon, and the decision makers unanimously agreed to cut related businesses. Can't play anymore. To play is to play with the concept of virtual brain machine. After this round of sharp decline, the majority of investors have added strange new knowledge, and decisively added a new knowledge point to their minefield notebooks and kept it in mind. In the future, in the emerging technology industry, Liu Sheng had better control his own hands without reaching out and not investing indiscriminately. No, Liu Sheng didn't play AR or VR. He thought it was a Tuia. As a result, he was already GG before it started blowing. Although this is metaphysical, the facts have been verified time and time again, and investors have to be superstitious. VR and AR concept stocks on this side triggered a frantic escape of funds due to this bad news. Hundreds of stocks stomped down, but on the other side they were chasing frantically. Market funds, hot money began to frantically search for virtual brain computer concept-related stocks during the midday. The trend was to turn the bigger shares upside down and catch a leader to make a stir. After searching for a long time, I found that there were no leading stocks listed. There was no way. Funds began to flow into the concept theme of the Blue Coast on a large scale. However, there are a few companies that work with the concept of virtual brains. For example, Xunxin Electronics is the most conspicuous, but this target has a stronghold named Shengfeng Capital. It was a bit ruthless a few days ago. The hot money is vivid and lingering, and the wave has attracted many people on it, and it has not yet come down. However, today many large hot money players have gone out of their way, and now the large influx of funds are mainly retail investors, and large hot money players are afraid to come in and speculate. As a result, Shengfeng Capital did not suppress it at all today. First, it was almost killed a few days ago. Second, today is a major day as a virtual brain computer conference. The stock market can't be the opposite. A 6 or 7 point increase will be a bonus. Make the atmosphere. The performance of the stock market is not good. This is not to slap Liu Sheng in the face. Of course, it is impossible to dismantle his own platform. Today, even if our market funds do not come in to push up the stock price, Shengfeng Capital will take a step forward to highlight the market atmosphere. In the secondary market, there is no leading stock of virtual brain computer concepts that can be traded, but capital cannot be indifferent. Many capital institutions have quickly found several important unlisted virtual brain computer industry chains in the primary market. Supplier 2. Moreover, it was discovered that the equity structure has the shadow of Shengfeng Capital's investment, and it is the major shareholder in it. These suppliers have become the sweet pastry in the eyes of capital overnight, and they began to frantically lobby their senior management to start the next step as soon as possible. Round of financing. In the eyes of capital institutions, these are the leading stocks with a market value of 100 billion yuan in the next Science and Technology Innovation Board. After 3 days, it happened to be the weekend. After 3 days of fermentation, the popularity of virtual brains has been pushed to its peak. Xina has established 7,500 chain internet cafes nationwide, with an average of about 200 virtual brains devices per internet cafe. In fact, Xina Company has the capital and strength to realize the simultaneous opening of 10,000 chain internet cafes before today. Its 10,000 store chain strategy is to build 50,000 chain internet cafes nationwide. The reason for the failure to break through 10,000 chain stores was that they could not get enough supplies. The Côte d'Azur's production capacity in the first half of the year only gave Xina 1.5 million units of equipment. The purchase of these equipment cost about 70 or 80 billion yuan. It has raised more than 300 billion yuan, and the remaining money can open more than 10,000. The Blue Coast does not supply goods, and Xina Company has nothing to do. On the one hand, its own direct stores want to sell it. On the other hand, Xina Company is only a dealer in the eyes of the Blue Coast. Save some food for others. When he gets bigger, he will bargain with you. This is not the result Liu Sheng wants to see. This time the production capacity is less than 5 million units. It is already very effective to allocate 1.5 million units to Xinu. The remaining 3.5 million units, of which 3 million units are sold by its own direct sales stores. The other 500,000 units are left for others to eat. Not surprisingly, as long as Xinu's internet cafe business explodes, the owners of traditional internet cafes will definitely be excited. This industry also needs the existence of these individual businesses, and the entire industrial structure can develop healthily. Of course, the most important thing is that only in this way can Liu Sheng have a firm voice in this industry. Early this morning, Chen Li and a group of internet administrators of Xinu Internet Cafe 100,709 inches left the dormitory. Today is about to usher in the first opening. When I came to the Internet Cafe, you read, found that the downstairs was already full of people, and hundreds of young people had been at the door of the Internet Cafe early in the morning. Without exception, all people are rushing to experience the virtual brain machine. Now everyone knows that today is the first day of the opening of the Xinu Chain Internet Cafe for a 24-hour free experience. In addition, it also attracted a large number of grandpas and aunts to watch. People like to watch the excitement, and the gathering effect is obvious. As the network administrators finished the salute, the manager Lin Tongfeng officially announced the opening. Under the noisy atmosphere, the chain of internet cafes was officially tailored and opened for business. At about the same time, the other two internet cafes in the city also same. In fact, more than 7,500 across the country are like this. Don't squeeze everyone, go upstairs, be careful, don't have a trampling accident. Chen Li shouted with a loudspeaker, watching the hundreds of people file in and sweating, and behaved for 3 or 4 years. This is the first time I have seen such a popular network manager. Today, all 27 network administrators are in place. Normally, they are divided into 3 shifts, 9 people each for night shift, morning shift, and evening shift. However, it is obviously not enough to attack by not all people. There were only 176 machines, and these 300 or 400 people rushed in. If there are too many monks and little meat, if there is a machine robbing incident, it may be bad if there are not enough manpower. They are all young people, strong-spirited, and fighting fiercely. If they don't agree with each other is very likely to happen. Fortunately, the manager Lin Tongfeng had already thought of this aspect. The more than 170 machines alone were worth 8 or 9 million yuan. The entire internet cafe invested more than 10 million yuan, so he didn't dare to be careless when seeing so many people. In order to prevent them from contacting the police decisively, the 2 police cars parked under the internet cafe building are very deterrent. They can be caught on the spot when things happen, and the rhythm of the police is released in seconds. Chapter 847. One bold idea. What? It's full. No beauty. I heard that it has been expanded to the 3rd floor, and the scale has doubled, so why? A young man ranted frantically at the cashier counter. At this moment, the cashier counter and the internet cafe were full of people, especially the cashier area. Sorry, although the venue has doubled, the virtual brain machine occupies more than twice the space, and there are only 176 machines in total. You can wait, the cashier at the counter said helplessly. The renovated internet cafe has a lobby lounge area, and all the sofas are full of people at the moment. The network manager is wide enough to turn on the air conditioner, and it's too hot to suck. Chen Li, who was walking in the crowd, heard someone yelling, and then yelled in response, "Don't panic, don't panic, it's already turned on, and the central air conditioning will be delivered immediately." The internet cafes were very popular, and the scene was noisy. Groups of young people and their buddies flew up to chat, and the loudspeakers continued to resound. Host 036 called the network manager. Host 076 called the network management. Host 152 calls the network management. Chen Lixing had no love, and walked towards the machine number 76 closest to him, came to the customer and asked, "Dude, what's the matter?" Han Cheng, network administrator, I heard that the mobile phone can be connected to the brain computer. How to get it? I am afraid that there will be an important call. Then I don't know. Chen Li nodded and asked, "Does the phone have NFC?" Han Cheng took out an Azure 5X folding screen mobile phone. It has NFC function, but I haven't used it. Chen Li said, "Unlock your phone and I will tell you how to operate it." Han Cheng unlocked the phone and handed it to the other party. Chen Li turned on the NCF function and placed the phone directly in the groove on the left edge of the virtual brain, which is a place for customers to put their phones and carry on items. Afterwards, Chen Li operated on a display screen next to his brain for a while. After completing the wireless connection, he said, "Okay. You can connect as I do in the future. If someone calls you, you can go directly in the virtual world. You can use WeChat, QQ, Blue Space and so on to start a call in." Han Cheng smiled and said, "I know how to do this. I have seen some guides on the official website a long time ago." "Thank you, brother." Chen Li smiled and replied, "You are polite. Have fun." Host 58 calls the network management. As soon as Chen Li heard the voice, when he got it done, he headed to Unit 58. Han Cheng also resisted the excitement and anticipation and lay down, and the top cover chamber immediately closed automatically. Virtual world, I am coming. As the host computer interacted with Han Cheng's brain signals, the virtual brain machine converted the digital signals into 5-sense brain electrical signals to stimulate his brain neural network. He was surprised to see that the scene before him suddenly shifted. As soon as the scene turned around, he came to a blue-toned three-dimensional space. He saw a series of three-dimensional application icons on the ground, some of which were still floating in the air. "This is the virtual world?" Han Cheng looked around in surprise for a moment, looked at his hand and looked at himself. He clearly remembered that he was lying in the virtual brain. After squeezing his hand, he still feels pain. Nima is so real. At this moment, Han Cheng saw countless brilliant stars appearing in front of him and converging into a human silhouette. At first glance, the figure was like a girl's paper. After a while, the stars gathered together like fireworks blooming, A blue hair sister paper made a cool appearance and stood tall in front of Han Cheng. Han Cheng saw the shape of the sister paper in front of him, subconsciously surprised. Jiao? The iconic sky blue long hair and eyes are not the avatar of Xiaolan, the intelligent voice assistant of the Côte d'Azur. The most important thing is that Han Cheng discovered that this Xiaolan seems to be the AI assistant Jiao on his mobile account, because she is dressed in the outfit that he matched with the avatar of his voice assistant. He still remembers this outfit. Also spent 10 yuan to order. Jiao is Han Cheng's nickname for her, and the official nickname of the Côte d'Azur is Xiaolan. Brother Han Cheng, welcome you to the virtual world. We can finally face each other. Jiao suddenly rushed over with excited little eyes and grabbed Han Cheng's arm. Han Cheng turned his head to look at Jiao, looking up, blinking his eyes with a sweet smile. He swallowed secretly, and said in his heart, "Fucking giant truth, don't be so arrogant, this attack wave is a bit difficult." No matter the senses of smell, hearing, sight, and touch are exactly the same as the feelings in reality, there is no difference, which subverts his perception of immersive experience. This horse riding is an immersive experience. Seeing Jiao looking up at him with a sweet head, Han Cheng suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. The idea just flashed past and he quickly said, "No, calm down. She is just a string of zeros and ones. It's just the code that constitutes it. Don't be fooled by the appearance. Although the truth is huge, the reality is all fake." Calm and calm. She was only sent by the Archbishop to cheat me for money. Please calm down. Han Cheng asked. Jiao, why are you here? Jiao loosened his arms, slender hands behind him, wandering around Han Cheng, chuckling. Brother Han Cheng's Azure connects to this host through NFC and Jiao can come in. Brother Han Cheng, if you have any questions in the virtual world, you can ask Jiao. Jiao is the best guide. Han Cheng shouted in his heart. This level of intelligent anthropomorphism, oh my god, is no different from a living person. You don't want to design such a real and dreamy Côte d'Azur, can you? I really can't stand it anymore. I don't want to go back to the cruel real world anymore. At this moment, after a fierce inner struggle, you read www.uukansu.com. Han Cheng felt that he should go to play games to calm down and divert his brother's attention. I came here today to play the survival game Hall of Skyrim. Han Cheng likes survival games very much. I have played the game Ark, Survival Evolution many times. This time I wanted to experience survival games in the virtual world. A newcomer who is not very familiar with it yet. Han Cheng looked at Jiao and asked, Jiao, how do you enter the game in Skyrim Havoc? Can you open it for me? Of course. Jiao Tanshan smiled and snapped his fingers. Han Cheng saw the client logo application icon of Skyrim Catastrophe appearing in front of him out of thin air, causing fission, and dazzling light overflowed from the crack. Come. After the icon shattered, a void vortex appeared in front of Han Cheng. Jiao said with a smile, Brother Han Cheng, step into the door of the void and you can enter the game world of Skyrim Havoc. You can also be in the game world. To start contact with Jiao, you can also use other internet applications such as WeChat to communicate with the outside world by calling up the holographic panel. However, Jiao cannot interfere with the rules of the game world, so he cannot appear in the game world. But we can communicate by voice and call Jiao's name is fine. Han Cheng made an okay gesture. Okay, I went to play games. Immediately stepped into the door of the void. Arriving in an empty space, the voice of the system came into Han Cheng's ears. Data loading, please wait. Loading is complete, please select game mode. A holographic panel pops up in front of Han Cheng. There are two options, single mode and multiplayer networking. Han Cheng did not hesitate to choose multiperson networking. So-called fighting with others is endless. Chapter 848 Liu Sheng. The authority to open the hook is Wang building a new host. Waiting for players to join. Han Cheng saw player 325 through the panel information. The newly created host requires a minimum of 25 people to start it. You can also start the mode where you can join new players midway. The upper limit can be 1000 players. After the game is started, the timeline will not stop until all players quit. Players who join in the middle will suffer because other players have been developing for a while, but this is also a game mode. Players who quit midway can enter the game again as long as the game is not completely over and is closed. About to enter the world of Skyrim Havoc. 3, 2, 1. As the system's countdown voice ended, the dazzling gaze forced Han Cheng to close his eyes subconsciously in the scene of the void. And he appeared in another scene when he opened his eyes again. Entering the game world will have an independent timeline. Players will feel that the time flow in the game world is significantly slower than the real world, and the time flow of different games is also different. This is actually a deceitful behavior of the virtual brain on the brain nerves. People who enter the virtual world will deceive their vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and perception, just like a dream. And they have spent a long time in a dream. It's noon after waking up, but the dream of the virtual world is more real and not easy to forget. Han Cheng entered the game world and clicked on the panel information to take a look at his character attributes. Now he is playing an ordinary citizen and a frustrated single dog. No way, Arthur. You have to be targeted for playing a game. Han Cheng was dissatisfied with the identity of the role he played. At this time, the sound of the system sounded in his mind, and Han Cheng knew the sound of the system, and the NPC in the game would not be aware of it. The super solar storm will hit in 3 hours. X-rays and high-energy particle streams will paralyze satellites in orbit first, disrupt the ionosphere, and shortwave communications will be completely interrupted. Task objective: survive in the chaotic and disorderly world after the catastrophe of Skyrim. At the same time, the technology complex building. There is also a virtual brain in Luo Sheng's underground library laboratory. He also entered the virtual world and entered the game world of Skyrim Havoc. He happened to enter the survey host where Han Cheng was located, and came to his game world. However, Luo Sheng didn't come to play games because of idle pain. He came to simply put, he is now an observer and the administrator with the highest authority in the entire virtual world. The strongest authority, Wang. Entering Han Cheng's game world will not interfere, and no player will be able to detect his presence. At this moment, Luo Sheng happened to follow Han Cheng to observe his every move, but Han Cheng did not know all this. Xiona, how many players of Skyrim Havoc are online at the same time? How many foreigners are online? Luo Sheng asked. The virtual brain machine has just been released today, and it is also the first day of the opening of a chain of internet cafes under Xinu. It is extremely popular, but the content that can be experienced in the virtual world is still quite limited. Now there are only 3 games that can be played. It is 100 Scholars, 3 Kingdoms and Skyhole. Most people are experiencing virtual games. After a while, Xiona responded, there are a total of 528 games being played in Hall of Skyrim. There are 357,525 players in the game, 13,546 players in the idle state of the game lobby, and 45,463 players in the match. 2,628 players are foreigners. Virtual brains are currently being released in China, and foreigners can be seen everywhere in first-tier metropolises such as Shanghai. The identity of foreigners can be identified so quickly, of course, through the back-end recognition of the Internet Cafe system. Foreigners must show their credentials to unlock the machine, just like going online. Obviously, the foreigners in the game are some foreigners in China, and they basically go to the nearest internet cafe to experience them, and some of them are diverted to this game. Luo Sheng used the administrator authority to call up the information of Han Cheng's game console. The console mode of this game allows to join in the middle of the game. He immediately said, well, there are currently more than 300 players in the game, all of them are Chinese. Corona, let all the foreigners who are being matched meet the rules of the game in this game. Arrange the Ming Xiona, OK. Starting the plugin. In the virtual world, only Luo Sheng can do whatever he wants. Han Sheng didn't know that while he was playing a game at the moment, he also became an experimental observation made by the boss. Luo Sheng is now using his authority to do this experiment secretly, including even the survival game of Hall of Sky was born for the real Solar Storm 3 years later. At this point, even the development team of this game does not know that there is such a secret task. Only Luo Sheng and a few people know that this survival game is not only a game, but also a simulation experiment field, a subtly natural disaster survival guide. The matter of solar storms cannot be directly disclosed, and popularized knowledge on prevention, which will cause social unrest and panic. Therefore, Luo Sheng and the prevention team of related departments chose virtual games to popularize natural disaster prevention knowledge, which not only achieved the goal, but also blocked the negative impact as much as possible. Behind a player is often a family, a group of relatives, which can save many people. At the same time, you can observe human social psychology and group behavior through virtual games, and what choices they will make when facing natural disasters. Although this is a game, all the data and prop indicators in Skyrim Catastrophe are strict scientific arguments are supporting it. It is equivalent to a preview in advance and has great reference value. Since the official launch of Skyrim, every game will be retained as a sample for statistical analysis through supercomputers. The purpose of course is to provide a reference for decision makers, so as to make changes when the real storm comes 3 years later. Effective coping strategies. At present, the number of active players in Heroes of Skyrim has reached a huge number of 4 to 5 million, while the current entire virtual world has only about 1.5 million users, and this game actually accounts for nearly a third. The main reason is that the content of the game is too small. At present, only 3 games can be played, while the other 2 games have to be charged. Only Hall of Skyrim is a free game. This game is not developed for the purpose of making money at all, but the outside world does not know it. As Xiona used the Super Administrator Authority to temporarily modify the matching algorithm, Han Sheng's game was soon full. More than 600 foreigners were matched into the game in a few minutes, and the number reached the upper limit of 1,000. What the hell? Why are there so many foreigners here? Han Sheng was suddenly confused and saw the system prompting new players to enter the game. After opening the information panel, the public chat room inside the game suddenly became lively. They are all written in English. Han Sheng cannot understand English, but the system has a translation function, so communication is not a problem. Hundreds of foreigners flooded into this server, and the public chat channel became popular all at once. As for Luo Sheng, who is now like a god, watching the game's continuous advancement with great interest, as the sunstorm hits and the order collapses, the player and the NPC in the game have officially opened the road to survival. After some time, contradictions gradually aroused. Public chat channel. It's really fucking, the foreigner who is raised by a dog is too insidious, and the labor and management kindly divided his materials and he killed him. He waited for the labor and management. When the labor and management come back, they can't kill you. Mad. The player passenger number 5 inches has died. The player got angry at the rhythm, and then rejoined the game decisively. At present, the game has opened a mode that can be joined in the middle of the game, and he can come back for revenge. After the player hangs up in the game, he can respawn without actively ending the game, but after respawning, playing the game again as a new player will be randomly born and quickly restarted. The macro mechanism of the game of Hall of Skyrim is that resources will continue to be consumed. If the order is not restored and production is reorganized, the resources will become less and less with the passage of time, and NPCs will also consume resources, especially precious consumables. The influence will enter the inward volume trend, but players can change this trend. With the passage of time, the game gradually opened the Dark Forest mode. Foreign players follow the rule of Doomsday Survival, naturally plunder in the game, and at the same time release the desire to kill. The game gradually began to differentiate. Public chat channel. This group of foreigners who stepped on horses is lawless. They burned, killed, robbed and abused, and even NPCs were not let go. These despicable foreigners, brothers first form an alliance to kill these dog days. Public chat channel. Yes. Make an alliance first. Clean up the foreign troubles and then decide who is the big brother. Public chat channel. This is a private channel for Chinese players to enter 1131. First confirm your identity. Voice verification is required to confirm your identity. The text answer is invalid. Foreigners will search for cloud songs. The voice answer must be answered within 3 seconds. As long as it is a Chinese question, it can be answered in seconds. If the time is exceeded, it is judged to be a foreigner's insider. If the person is not kicked out of the channel, if you find someone, you can just get it. Luo Sheng, who was observing from the perspective of God, was also excited to see the situation in the game evolving to this point. Interesting. At this point in the game, foreign players do not trust each other for their own battles. They firmly believe in the laws of doomsday survival and their human nature is the least credible, while Chinese players are on the contrary and start to embrace solidarity. Because Luo Sheng intervened in the matching algorithm secretly, it specially made foreign players more powerful, which increased the difficulty of the game for domestic players. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. Soon, domestic players set up the Red Army and began to cling together. Han Cheng also opened the public information panel and entered the 1131 private channel. Receptionist, the newcomer, the one from ID Xiaoyang Jun, is that Chinese? Listen and speak by voice. Han Cheng, what's the matter? It's a domestic product, that's right and wrong. Receptionist, I heard that your accent is from Sichuan and Sichuan? Then you have to follow the rules. Now there are a lot of foreigners who learn Chinese. They check the numbers. They can't answer within 3 seconds and kick them immediately. Han Cheng answered in seconds. Pagoda Town River Monster. Receptionist, this is not a traitor, it's your own. First, to join the Red Army, all your supplies must be confiscated. If there is no resource group to allocate, the restriction is a difficult time, and the collected resources must be turned in. Then you have to obey the organization's arrangements and can't do it alone. Han Cheng made a question. Receptionist, where is your current location? Send me your coordinates privately, and someone will be sent to meet you to the base headquarters immediately. Han Cheng posted. Receptionist, where do you stay first? Respond to the secret signal temporarily, ask Luxun, and answers Ashuran. Han Cheng, Uji put grams, calcium. It is worth mentioning that the birthplace of each player is random, and it is difficult for other players to discover it without actively revealing it. However, the macro mechanism of the game gradually increases the probability of collisions between players as the duration of the game increases with the continuous consumption of resources. Luo Sheng, who was observing secretly, became more and more confident. He suddenly became more and more confident in China. He saw the big from the small and looked at the leopard. The natural disaster really broke out. He believed that under such an environment, the Chinese people are absolutely among all mankind. It is the most competitive and viable one. Chapter 849 Unity is Strength. After a period of time in the game, Han Cheng and other players quickly established a foothold in the collapsed city. More than 200 domestic players chose to group together to seize the ground to establish a stronghold for collective management and development. There are about 800,000 NPC citizens in the city where the game is located. Population is an extremely important macro mechanism for this game. Normally, it will accelerate the consumption of resources and lead to a bad living environment and eventually fail. It can also be passed through the positive cycle of resources through organizational capabilities. Natural disasters. How to evolve depends on the player's choice. As the game continues to progress, domestic players control a site and its population and resources in the southern part of the city, and foreign players also control their respective population and resources in the northern part of the city. Foreign players began to become emperors of the earth, and they expanded their territory wildly to rule and exploit NPC citizens for profiteering. Of course, the greatest pleasure was to kill other players and plunder their population and resources. It can be said that the sites controlled by more than 600 foreign players are fighting every day, and a game of human nature is being staged all the time. On the other hand, the territory controlled by more than 200 players in China is actively defended under the leadership of a player called Kang Xu Beyond. After the group is held together, foreign players cannot attack, and they have not chosen to establish alliances. They are all respected by their respective development. Individualism. After the Red Army united the alliance, it began to operate in an orderly manner, and all players felt full of substitution. After Han Cheng joined the Cardinals, he played a logistical role. Another group of players collected some equipment to restore ground power to the Alliance-controlled site. In addition, the water pump also collapsed due to power failure. Running water became less and less, and food was refrigerated. It is also gradually corrupting because of the power failure. If the player does not intervene, as the game time progresses, survival resources will continue to decrease sharply, and the NPC population on the controlled territory will also begin to create chaos, leading to a further vicious circle. The game has continued to the present and finally has divided, and there has been a choice of social systems. Domestic players and foreign players respectively represent two directions. It was also at this time that the Western hedonistic thought and the Eastern hardworking spirit started a fierce collision, individualism and collectivism. Domestic players hope to rebuild order and resume production to solve the survival crisis. Foreign players choose to plunder, which leads to accelerated consumption of survival resources in northern cities, and naturally drives players to further plunder to maintain high consumption. The NPC citizens in the city are called Diamond by the players because they are too troublesome. On the side under the control of the Red Army Corps, under the leadership of Kang Xu Bian, public departments such as monitoring posts, propaganda departments, and prisons have been gradually established, and top-down control and governance have been completed. Obviously, this is the essence of knowing that there is credit in the barrel of a gun. The territory controlled by the Scarlet Corps has a population of about 300,000 NPCs. In the middle of the game, the frequency of NPC riots under the cooperation of domestic players came down. Players also gradually gained lead reputation points. Next, Han Cheng and other domestic players received the system's prompt, and the citizens in the ruled area began a large-scale petition, hoping to get food and water and other life guarantees, and hope to get job opportunities. Okay, such a request is not excessive. Once a stable order is obtained, production can be resumed. As the game continues, the consumption of survival resources in the territory controlled by the Red Army has gradually eased, the unemployment rate has gradually decreased, and the crime rate has gradually decreased. As a doomsday survival game, Hall of Skyrim was literally completed by more than 200 domestic players such as Han Cheng. It was a perfect practice for the problems encountered in the development, and finally the ending problem was achieved through development. A completely different situation from the north of the city. The northern part of the city controlled by foreign players is still a broken wasteland world, while the southern part has restored order and a prosperous situation has emerged. In this game, when foreign players are still struggling with survival resources, accelerating consumption and plundering each other, the resources and food on the Red Army have begun to backlog, and the industry has also developed, and more advanced weapons can be manufactured. Not only the new population has increased, but the NPC citizens who are hostile to the chassis also come in as refugees. In this regard, the Red Army Corps is also correct, and those who come are not rejected. What kind of human torture, what natural selection, the law of the jungle, etc., are not a problem here in the Red Army where supplies continue to overflow. The only thing to do is to build more storage centers, otherwise there will be no place for the resources produced. output. With grain in hand, don't panic in my heart. With the gradual increase in the development strength of the Red Army Corps, more weapons and equipment have been produced. Under the leadership of Kang Tsu-bian, the end of keeping a low profile, every player is armed to the teeth. Get started. The Red Army Corps is located in the south of the city, so they put forward the slogan of Northern Expedition to liberate the city. At this time, the previously established propaganda department worked. Before the army pressured the border, the battle of public opinion took the lead, leading to an uprising or strike in the NPC citizens of the territory controlled by foreign players, which made the already lack of resources for foreign players even worse. Luo Sheng, who was observing secretly, was stunned. Yes, there are rules and methods and routines. The game has no strict time limit, and the degree of freedom is extremely high. The time for different players to choose different gameplays is also uncertain, and the ending is different. In this game of the host server where Han Cheng was located, as the Scarlet Army ended Gauss' situation and officially kicked off the Northern Expedition, it seemed to announce that the game was about to enter the late stage. Here is more logistical support and organized offensives. On the other side, foreign players have the advantage of being overcrowded, but they fight each other and are seriously in short supply. The NPC citizens underneath have rebelled. The result is self-evident. The Red Army marched all the way to the Northern Expedition. The foreign players were defeated, and finally made a suicidal resistance and left a sentence of Saunima to end their sinful life. Although I was very angry, I did not choose to rebirth to join the game again, because in this game, the Red Army already had an absolute advantage. Foreign players who entered the game were quickly caught by the Red Army players and asked to confirm their identity with the code. After confirming his identity, he will distribute materials, weapons and ammunition, and put on a set of red clothes to become the Red Army. You are reading www.yuukatsu.com. Once they fail to match the code, they are killed on the spot. It's a cool one. This Nima is the life of the game. It's cool to develop production and beat the foreigners. Han Cheng exited the game and returned to the personal console interface space. His emotions are still not good. I was the most excited during the Northern Expedition. When attacking, someone blew the charge. Han Cheng and another player brought an NPC army to attack. He didn't expect that the content of the game Hall of Skyrim is so rich that it can definitely be played forever. But the game ended relatively quickly. After clearing all the foreign players, he created a nuclear pop and ended the game. The reason is that the game can't be used to the life of the spoofers in the game. It's really good. The later development not only survived the natural disasters, but also realized the on-demand distribution. The players are very pleased, so they unanimously agree to a permanent check-up. Die our minutes? Jae, what time is the real world now? Han Cheng still wanted to have another game. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Is it already 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Han Cheng I couldn't help but stunned. He came over at 7 or 8 in the morning. He didn't expect that 5 or 6 hours had passed since the real world. Obviously, he hasn't enjoyed it yet. But Han Cheng finally got off the plane because there was something to do in the afternoon. He just got off the machine, and this machine was quickly taken over by another buddy. Han Cheng knew that he would not have a chance to play today after he got off the machine. There are still a large group of people waiting in the internet cafe. Before leaving the internet cafe, I went to the cashier to register a member, and recharged a large amount of a few thousand yuan at a time to upgrade to a premium member. Without hesitation, I got the membership card and left with satisfaction. Chapter 850 Follow Luo Sheng. Don't worry about making money. Xinu Internet Cafe 100,709. The first day of opening has passed, and the second day officially enters the charging stage. The free charge is over, and the opening day is still full. Not one of the 176 machines is vacant. Even in the middle of the night, the attendance rate exceeds 70%, which makes traditional internet cafe owners envy and hate. Among the popularity, many traditional internet cafe owners secretly come to spy information. The hot business here compares with the desertedness of their own internet cafes. It's uncomfortable. Secretly staring at the cash register, watching the registered members one by one, and they are always paying hundreds and thousands of QR codes. Jealous. At this moment, in an office of an internet cafe, manager Lin Tongfeng opened the back-end management of the internet cafe on his computer desk and was amazed when he saw the operating income on the first day of opening. Data shows that a total of 1,516 people registered as members one day after opening yesterday, and their income exceeded 12 million yuan. On average, each member recharged about 800 yuan. The cost of renovation and upgrading of this internet cafe was earned back in one day. After looking at the data, Lin Tongfeng left the computer desk and went to sit at another tea table in the office. The coffee table on the table was moved over, and now there were stacks of red 100 yuan banknotes. Both are today's income results. Judging from today's income, it can be predicted that the attendance duration of internet cafes in the future will reach a quite terrifying level. The amount of charge and the amount of delivery means that there is a billing amount of 24 million yuan, which is calculated according to the premium member 33.6 yuan. It will produce about 750,000 hours, and even 176 machines will bear pressure for more than 4,000 hours. In other words, if you want customers to consume all the revenue on the first day of opening, the 176 machines in the internet cafe must maintain 100% attendance for 170 days before they can be consumed. Nearly half a year. This data is a manifestation of the strong support to maintain a high attendance rate in the coming days, because this is only the first day, and there will be more customers who have not come in the following days. Lin Tongfeng took out a new cash counter. The cash on the desk was just taken out of the safe at the front desk. He kept counting silently for 2 or 3 hours in his office alone, and verified that the accounts were correct. The cash received on the first day of opening was about RMB 875,000. Lin Tongfeng took 850,000 yuan and stuffed the remaining cash back into the safe. Back in his office again, Lin Tongfeng looked at the cash piled on the table and said jokingly, "I really want to roll the money and get away." Taking care of so much money every day, the operation is as fierce as a tiger, and the monthly income is less than 15,000. The egg hurts. With a self-conscious smile, he shook his head, and immediately opened a portable safe next to him, entered the password, and put it aside, then roughly sorted out the 850,000 red tickets, and put them all in this box. This safe is specially used to earn money, and can hold up to 10 kilograms of 100 yuan banknotes, which is 1 million yuan. 850,000 yuan weighs more than 9 kilograms, which is quite heavy to lift. Lin Tongfeng packed up all the money and left his office with the password box, left the internet cafe, and took the company's special vehicle allocated to him at an ICBC nearby. He is still very satisfied with this job. The company distributes cars and drives them at will, but he has to pay for the gas and maintenance. Xinyi has reached a cooperation with ICBC, and its chain of internet cafes also stipulates that if the cash deposit exceeds 700,000 yuan, a liquidation will be carried out, and the cash will be deposited into ICBC's corporate account. Xinyi will periodically transfer it away. After all, it is not safe to put too much cash in internet cafes. This is on the one hand. And on the other hand, it is impossible to keep lying in major internet cafes. Money has to be concentrated for capital operation. If it was set aside 3 to 5 years ago, with the income scale of 12 million on the first day of opening, the cash received would be more than 800,000, and it is likely to exceed 10 million. Then it will not be solved by Lin Tongfeng with a portable safe. The problem is that the ICBC has to send a few cash transport trucks over to take the money away, and those little cashier girls are expected to panic to death. Where did they come into contact with such a large scale of cash? With a salary of more than 3,000 yuan and collecting millions of funds, if there is a mistake, the salary is not enough. Lose odds. But today's times are different. Few people bring cash. More than 90% of customers go directly to the online payment channel, and the money goes directly to the ICBC and then liquidated. The efficiency of collection and the way of capital operation are greatly improved. Haha, this money is really good. It really is to follow Luo Sheng, and just lie down and count the money with his eyes closed. In the venture capital fund headquarters, Liu Wen watched Xina Company from his office just not long ago. The announcement was a riddle that made him laugh from ear to ear. Xina's 7,562 chain internet cafes are currently operating. Yesterday's daily operating income hit a turnover of 93 billion yuan. On average, each chain internet cafe received 12.3 million yuan yesterday. This shocking announcement caused major media competition. Report. It also attracted the jealousy of the industry to want to invest in this industry right away. This is the magical effect of the membership system and discount rebates. The money earned in half a year is collected in advance from the customer's wallet in one day. Interest is not a small amount. Xina Company wants to build a grand strategy of a chain of 10,000 stores. It has only opened more than 7,500 now. The goal of 10,000 stores is to open 50,000 chain stores nationwide. Even with an average investment of 10 million, it also means the cost of investing more than 500 billion yuan. But the financing only raised more than 300 billion yuan. How to solve the remaining 200 billion gap? There is no doubt that www.mentalnovel.com will definitely not continue to raise funds in the primary market. Of course, it is to fill the gap with the sedimentation fund pool collected by the majority of customers. Luo Sheng's figure of 300 billion is obviously past big data analysis. No more, no less than what seems to be just right is supported by a data model. Comfortable. Liu Wen looked at the content of the announcement happily. Of course, he had 10 reasons to be happy, because the venture capital fund is the largest shareholder of Xina Company, with a 29.8% shareholding ratio. This round of investment is also a thrilling leap for venture capital funds. Basically, all the liquid funds are put in, and President Liu is offended. As soon as this data comes out, Liu Wen can finally feel relieved. Had a good night's sleep. In the follow-up, just wait and earn money. I look forward to Xina's IPO. The return on investment will not be less than 150% by then. For the investment scale of 100 billion yuan, 150% certainty can be achieved in 2 or 3 years. Income simply earned a soft rhythm. Buffett is too late, and the stock is only more than 20% a year. Liu Wen has completely figured it out. As long as you follow Luo Sheng, you don't have to worry about making money. Following Luo Sheng is the hardest, most reliable, and most certain investment logic. The strongest pattern has nothing to do. After this wave of operations, Liu Wen feels that it will not be a problem for the venture capital funds. He manages to achieve 1 trillion yuan in asset management in 2 years at most. This is a huge threshold, and once it has passed, it will be a broader Xinshandi.